performances, from the VA,
Food stalls.
Yum, yum.
merch, booths,
Yeah.
and so many things that you guys can actually engage on. And usually, there's usually like free stuff that's given away. I love free stuff.
Rashi's gonna give out free stuff.
Am I?
Yeah, you are.
Okay.
Well, let's leave it at a maybe for now, because we have to focus on the champion's legacy.
Yeah.
Hey.
We're back on the mid trio once again, and we're looking at the mid trio from era to era to era. Back in the day with Rave, G, and LJ. Up until this point right now, the mid trio has been a really huge highlight over the years because of the complexity in each meta that it is born in.
And don't forget, with 3 members playing together, right, there's just more margin for error. So the synergy and the communication becomes that much more important as well. And man, I mean, which trio do you think kind of stands out for you?
Everyone is legendary, but I gotta go
Yes,
for
sir.
Trio Kage, obviously.
Trio Kage.
Ooh.
These are the guys that, set the stone and the foundations for Onic that they are in right now. But, I mean, the M1 trio was also very, very good.
Woo.
But that was, the first ever, M series, so that was a long time ago, but they are legends of the game. So yeah, I think everyone is, or like all the groups are very great trios, but, yeah, there.
What about you, Arashi?
Yeah, Arashi.
Which is your favorite?
Hey,
Off the bat,
Jago.
looking at the screen, I got a... What stands out, of course, is going to be the RRQ trio.
Of
course.
Big Man Lemon over there, along with Jago and Liam. I've met Liam as well, so it's kind of a bit more familiar to me.
Okay.
But even before that, I'm going to highlight Rave there, being shown the asset. He is now the assistant coach for RRQ, if I'm not mistaken. So, man has been making moves, dude.
Making moves.
Stefan would be very disappointed in Arashi right now
What?
because he thinks.
Oh, right.
Anyway.
We're at odds, bro, but it is what it is.
The highlights of the poster that we saw earlier on, for those of you guys back at home, is the fact that we're, again, seeing a resurgence in the young bloods. And finally, after so many seasons, after so many era, we're actually finally getting to the point where, okay, I think these young kids have what it takes to actually compete to the level of the veterans right now. And unfortunately, it looks like the veterans are actually the ones now who are kind of threatened, maybe, by the resurgence of these young kids.
Yeah, I mean, it's always them kids, right? It's them kids.
These kids,
making moves.
kids these days. Back in my day.
Back in my days.
When was that, Arashi? Like 1800?
We're the same age. It's friendly fire, bro. We're in the same team.
I will not confirm that. I will not confirm that. But let's confirm the player rankings here. We're looking at Moreno as well as Sans. Sans still one of the players of all time, actually.
One of the players of all time.
One of the players of all time
actually had
who has
that
the
conversation.
highest kills
Yeah.
so far as a mid lane.
I think that's kind of showing that it's survival of the fittest here. It's not about whether you're an old gen, a new gen. Either you get good enough or you get phased out. And for a player like Sans, he can like illustrate that example so well because he's been around, dude. And he has been moving roles. So he used to be a jungler, right? Where if you fit in,
Yisun Shin.
if you deliver, then you keep playing, right? That's just the way it is. If you get phased out, it means you got left behind. You gotta keep up.
That's basically the theory of evolution.
Yes, sir.
The survival of the fittest, and I think we saw that from Sans, right? He played jungle, and then he transitioned to becoming one of the mid lane goats, not only in Indonesia, but in MPL and MLBB history, I dare say. So I think it's all about, again, longevity for me.
Like longevity.
Yeah, if you want to be a very good trio mid,
Yeah.
you gotta have the consistency. The longevity, it's not only a one season type deal. You have to be consistently doing it week in, week out for like seasons, right?
I talk about TLID.
For everyone. For every.
Whoa.
For every
Why are we bringing
trio
TLI
mid.
into this?
Because they love after one season.
That's true.
Like longevity?
Yeah.
Hey, that's
But I think-
too early to tell.
Yeah.
That's
But
fair.
too early to tell.
That's fair.
True,
That's
but I think it's unfair for us to like talk about longevity to Team with ID because this is a new band of group, right? I mean, sure, they've been there since the MDL days, but their creation into TLID in MPL ID, like, has only been 2 seasons, right? Season
Exactly.
14 and now 15. So
But look at the support though.
Yeah.
Despite that being the case, man, the supporters are in the building.
Cavalry.
It's how do you feel? This is your people.
your
I
people.
feel kind of sad because I'm not there, bro.
Dang.
I feel kind of sad. I should be with them right now, banging the drums.
Okay.
Gotta bang the drums, guys. Show your support for your team.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh!
That
He's
is-
on a horse!
That is so cool.
He's on a horse!
I'm on a horse. I'm on a horse. is that Clint?
Is that who?
Clint?
That is actually super cool.
Is that Clint?
Yeah, it looks like
Is
Clint.
that Leo Moore?
Howdy, cowboy.
But technically, TLID are the Stallions, right?
They are, yeah.
The fans are
Baby.
on the...
They're riding the
on
wave
cavalry.
of the stallions.
No.
Riding to victory.
Yeah.
Type deal.
It's
Okay.
It's their ride. That horse, that stallion.
Also,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Because Leo, a young boy from the Philippines, a young man from the
Ah,
Philippines,
young man.
says whenever he refers to TLID as the young stallions,
Right.
right? So he's referring to them as the horses,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Horse. And the
That's
fans.
not the riders.
no, they're the horses. The fans are
The
on their
cavalry.
backs.
On the ride.
Yeah.
I get it. I get it.
Cavalry,
I get
bro.
That's
it.
the philosophy.
But back to your point earlier on, it's actually a fun fact that both E-Boy as well as Sans hold the most trophies.
Ooh.
I was gonna say Piala for some reason. Sorry, guys.
Most pialas, guys.
Pialas.
Bilingual baby
You gotta
problems.
get that Dialas.
Pialas means trophies
trophy,
in
yeah,
Indonesia.
trophies.
Yeah, they have the most trophies.
Sans and T-Boy.
Yeah, Sans and T-Boy.
I mean,
Sans and Keeps.
The match checks out. I mean, they've been so dominant for so
Yeah.
long. Remember, a certain young man from Indonesia who had red hair for a little while, he mentioned, if Onic wins again, dude, we gotta find something else to watch.
Yeah.
Right? But they were that dominant.
I
They were
remember
just
that.
monopolizing all those pialas, bro.
It's a
All those
monopoly.
Pialas.
It was a monopoly again. I think their conquest has been far too long, subjugating
Right.
the teams in MPL ID.
They
But
got
I-
close. They got
Yeah,
close.
but I think they showed that they're vulnerable. That they're human.
Ooh.
I mean, last season they lost to Geek Fam in the elimination match. Again, the same day they got geeked
Interesting.
by the Natan. So I think that vulnerability is still there. These are, I think for Onic, it's them proving again that they deserve that title of the Sky Kings. We talk about the Sky Kings. These are immortal guys. These are unbeatable players. And now they're beatable. They're vulnerable. Well, now they have to prove again that they deserve to have the title back to their names.
Look at your screen though. Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen back at home. This is the festival that we were talking about. There's actually a mini stage up there. You guys can actually take pictures with the horse. Have never seen an animal at MPL ever,
yeah.
by the way. Maybe fake ones, but not an actual real horse.
Is it gonna make its way into the velodrome?
I hope so.
So I was walking to the velodrome this morning, right? And I saw that horse outside. I was like, is this a, what do you call it, Delman? You know, the horse ride we have in Indonesia?
It's like a
Yeah.
horse carriage.
Horse carriage, yeah, obviously.
Well, for fun.
And I was like, there's no way they're gonna offer horse rides. And turns out it's for the cavalries out there.
Individual, man. Did you hear the music start playing?
Ah,
We're gonna
it's
take
Hanun
my horse
to the Old Town Road. It's Hanun.
Anyhow, that's so cool, man. It's great to have a figurehead, you know. Whenever there's a, if you see all these movies with the medieval battles, it's just great to have one guy just leading the charge, you know. Just increases morale. So I think the fan cheering battle, I feel like Team Liquid ID might really give the Sonics a run for their money.
Imagine if they had like a knight in armor.
That would be sick. Dude.
Whoa, I mean, yeah.
They should have.
Maybe they will. Maybe they will.
Maybe they
later
will
on.
make the grand final.
Maybe,
Yeah.
if they make it.
Are they gonna make
Because
it?
we do have to talk about it once again, right? Onic TLID, we've seen them go head-to-head in the regular season. It was TLID winning out the first leg, and the second leg, it was overtaken by Onic 2-0. So what will we actually be expecting today, ladies and gentlemen, as both teams are now ready for our opening match of the day? Let's welcome these two teams.
It's the young stallions charging into the velodrome, where it saw and bear witness of the Sky Kings ascending once more. Will they be able to again show that the Sky Kings are indeed vulnerable and no longer immortal? Making their way to the stage are two teams battling out for elimination, battling out for making their cut on towards the playoffs. On the left side, it is going to be the Sky Kings, Onic. And up against them, charging, riding into the dying night. It is the young stallions, Team Liquid ID.
Man, this is going to be an intense matchup, man. It all starts right here, right now. The mind games have begun, ladies and gentlemen. Coach Yap with Ari walking out with Tate DeLucas and Facehugger with our Marshal Gary, man. You can see the intense faces. They're usually very chill, but in this scenario, they have to let go all the stops and go all out. This is the battle for survival.
Absolutely. They know exactly what is at stake here. And after what both teams have actually gone through, more so for Onic, they do want to have that final chance, right? Make their way to the grand finals, make their way to the Esports World Cup next month, and perhaps put their name and etch it in history. But this is the official team lineup for both of these teams, and it looks like, boys and girls, Aaron Shiki is not going to be in the lineup for TLID. It's actually Kyo as their starter.
So this is a funny account that we've heard from some of the analysts, the Indonesian broadcasters, well, even us here in English. It feels like Witty initiates better when he's playing with Kyo. And there isn't really an explanation as to why. But Kyo, I think, just enables for the team as well. He's able to play dynamically, passively, or aggressively. Whereas Aaron Shiki is the guy who takes risks, right? And I think that sets some sort of insurance for TLID to then progress into the later stage of the game. And yeah, for Kyo, I think it helps them as well.
It might just be because Kyo is a bit more calculated, right?
Yep.
With that aggressive style, if you're a roamer, now you have to think, am I going to try and go fully focus on the engage, or do I want to
Heal.
just, just in case, help my goal in or out when he goes in and makes a big play? So if they want to play textbook, that could be the answer here, going with Kyo. And if you look at their unique heroes here, 41 heroes. Pocket picks show an Akai as well. Dude, this is a team that has so much diversity when it comes to their strategy. They have been in a slump, but when it comes down to the options they have, I don't think it has dwindled all that far. especially if you're looking at the gold lane situation. They can go with the Heron, they can go with the Granger, and depending on the situation, depending on what kind of strategy they want to go for, what they pick in the EXP lane, if it's going to be that Phobius, if it's going to be that Hilda, it can change the pace of the game immediately.
Yeah.
Looking at the piece of victory here by the Samsung Galaxy A36 5G though, Onic, contest macro heroes, Chip and Lo Yi will be highly valued.
Yeah.
They can deal with the macro threats, but in theory, against a team like Team ID, why take that risk, right? Might as well remove that from the equation and get an EXP carry that could be a cheese pick option. Aran has gone with the zoning frontline carries, whereas Ludwig, he has shown that on a Benedetta, on a Masha, some of these crazy carry picks, he can definitely carry his team on his back. And for Team ID, here on the other side of the equation, Aran getting his screening heroes, like we mentioned. If he's able to stop the aggression coming in from Keyboy, coming in from Kyrie potentially as well, they can stop Onyx options when it comes to those flanks. But that's how they play. Sans himself would also flank around with the Assassins and the Roamer. And then along with that, just have to be a bit more calculated, man. They're up against the Sky King.
They need to be structured. I mean, that has been the scrutiny over towards CLID is the fact that they don't really have a structure. It's always them, not, I wouldn't really say blind rushing, but it feels like they're chasing for something that is not that urgent yet. They like to rush, they like to really just brawl out early on, and I think that's not very good, especially up against the Sky Kings, who likes to just dwindle you down and you know, play the game of war of attrition. So it helps them out a lot, so if they can stop that rushing around.
Yeah, man, so deciding on what kind of game plan you want is a big deal. But looking at the man here, Fabian, the Usurper.
Absolutely. We're looking at him back then and now. He's one of the highlighted players up until this point. One of the reasons being is back in MDL, he didn't make it to playoffs 3 times.
Yeah.
And this is MDL level. He debuted in MPL and was instantly named the champion. So very interesting journey that we're seeing from Fabian in particular, as we're looking at other accolades that he's actually been able to kind of get for himself. The question is, how will he be faring now, today, with such instant changes into the meta? He's so used to the Assassins, but now we're seeing a lot of fighters and tanks in the jungle.
You don't see much of the Fredrins being picked up by him, right? Even the box, yeah, he still sticks. I think the bare minimum is the Suyo. Like, the Suyo somehow can also function as a fighter, but it's more of an assassin slash fighter. I'd say for Kyrie, it's that position as well. So Fabian really needs to, adjust to that fighter style. And I think with that 2-week break, that might help as well.
We'll see, we'll see. Because from the other side, we saw Fabian. Now we're looking at Sans, who has a completely different story. From MDL, he was able to insta-get the championship title. And as he moved up into MPL, that's when the accolades started really piling up for him, right?
That's way too many.
I remember the YSS days when he was in the jungle as well. 4-peat champion with Onic, with the change in roster, even him switching it out. We've actually talked a little bit about Sans, but this is one of the reasons why both of these 2 players are the ones that are highlighted today.
You gotta talk about the versatility, man. Again, I remember Sans with that nasty Pakiro in the jungle. Like, he knows how to play around burst damage. That's why he's so lethal on that Farsa. He understands when and where that burst of damage can swing the balance for his team. On the other side, though, on the topic of Fabian earlier, I do think that his selection in heroes kind of reveal a bit more about his style. Because even on those aggressive fighters, he likes playing the Alpha, right? Back then with the Assassins. It seems like he does really well whenever he's allowed heroes that can farm well. Then the Suyo, the Alpha, and then you mentioned the Baksha as well.
Yeah.
Farming quick is something that Fabian has always been able to do. And remember, I think he broke the record for the fastest to get to level 15 last season. So farming is definitely in the game plans for Team ID. But on the other hand, for Onic, they are a team that has shut down junglers so badly, putting their opponent's junglers at like a 4 or 5 level deficit. So they know how to shut down a critical jungler.
I think the reason why Fabian survives that type of shutdown is the fact that he sometimes plays for himself sometimes. That's not in a bad way. For example, when your opponent jungler goes for the turtle, all Fabian does is just focus on the kills, getting more of the gold to himself, and then he can transition late game to becoming a menace and just help out his team in terms of damage. So I think the reason why he's able to survive most, target jungle assassinations that is directed towards him is because of the fact that he's able to rack up those kills that helps him transition to the late game. And I wouldn't say that he doesn't focus on the objectives, because he does. But at a certain point, you gotta go fight or flight mode, and he goes for the kills and the assassination. So, yeah.
I agree. And to top that, I would also say it really depends on the drafts.
Yeah.
Because if TLID can look for a draft where, one, they're comfortable on, like the Hilda, the usual heroes as well for Hestiel, the Tushins, and then being able to win mid-prio, that really does help Fabian get to that point where you guys mentioned, that jungling point.
I think it goes back to their game plan and their win conditions. And speaking of their win conditions, it's going to come from the drafting phase.
We're ready, ladies and gentlemen. We've been waiting for 2 weeks to get to this point. We've been seeing some strategies from different regions, and we're finally going to get a taste of our own. It's been a while. Game number 1 in this best of 5 series elimination match between the Sky Kings and the Young Stallions. who will be able to get the upper hand. TLID on blue side, Onic on red. We're seeing the bans come through. TLID with straight jungle bans. The same thing has actually been done by Onic. Hayabusa, Boxia, Fredrin, gone. Joy, Fanny, gone. We're putting, honestly, Fabian up to the test.
Yeah, I mean, the Hayabusa is out as well. I think it's a fair ball game because, again, they want to target ban Kyrie. But to a certain extent, that also shuts down the choices that Fabian has. So I think they're going to have to play a trump card if push comes to shove. But obviously with the Boxia ban, it makes sense. I think it's more of a roam ban compared to a jungle ban because Keyboy kind of excels with the pick as well. He introduced it back in the regular season against Bigatron, but they lost. And it enables you to just roam around the map, and you have that extra anti-regen good up against Kimmy, up against Harith, and it's a very good pick as well. And for now, the Ling gets taken out as well. So yeah, that's like 5 assassin bans, now 4 assassin bans.
And the big factor right here is that the macro threats are open, but no Kalia gets picked up. So the Luo Yi and Chef can both be secured either team. We've seen teams go for both even. The Luo Yi immediately gets picked up by Onic. We've seen Sans perform insanely on this hero, elevating that early game level 2 pressure into that dominant, creative late game with the diversion as well.
I think this is scary, guys, because the last time we saw Onic pick up the Luo Yi was a, 12-minute, 11-minute game against Alter Ego. So like you mentioned, the chip is still up and available, and it's a strategy that we've seen Onic utilize before, and it's also a really good takeaway, considering that the Kalea can still be flexed in the EXP lane, and there it is.
Oh no.
The infamous chip, Luo Yi duo from the Sky King.
This is the winning condition in the draft that TLID really likes. It's snatched away from their clutches by Onic, and now TLID, they go for the Harith and the Suyo. Obviously a very strong pair of heroes. Harith in the lane just bullies out other gold laners with Suyo. I think it's much more of a comfort compared to just being, you know, a strong pick. I think it's still a strong pick. It's strong in the hands of Fabian as well.
And this is the combo we've seen before, Suyo, Kalea, right? But here comes a Masha. Masha and Luo Yi. This was a menace a couple of seasons back, man. The Masha shows up behind you, and before you know it, your backline is non-existent. With Team ID having the Harith, there's going to be survivability available for Kyo to survive initially, but afterwards, I feel like they need something more there. Either more crowd control, more survivability, especially for your head skill as well.
If I'm not mistaken, I saw this being picked up in MPL Mena. I think it was the Grand Finals. So the Luo Yi Masha, the way it functions is that, like Arashi mentioned, you know, teleportation, just sending the Masha into number 1, a split push up top, down bottom, you can create that segue play. But number 2 is to burst down a particular target. For example, let's say TLID has a Farsa, and I think, like, on paper, the Masha just gets bursted down by the Farsa. But if you have a Luo Yi, you can just teleport the Masha to the backline, look for the Farsa, and that's it. You win a fight, right, basically. But I think it sounds easier said than done, but I think there's an idea behind that.
And you know for sure that this Masha is going to deal damage, right? Lutfi, second leg regular season has been experimenting with so many different heroes, and all of them have been damaged. This is the adaptation that a lot of the casters, a lot of the analysts have been actually predicting coming from Onic, and we are getting to see it live here in the flesh. Good mention on the Farsa. It's also a really huge deny pick to what usually TLID likes to go for Yaheskiel. So that's something that now TLID really has to think about as we get into the second phase of the draft here presented to you by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. 1-1.
Right now for Team ID, usually, right, against a team like this, you want to go crowd control, you want to make sure that you punish the funnel through from a divert or a shortcut. But now with the Masha in the picture, this is a hero that can shrug off a lot of crowd control. So I feel like the angle for Team ID is to get some more damage, because the only real way to threaten and stop a Masha is to go damage and burst her down. They go for the 1-1 and Ranger ban, so they want to make sure that they themselves, with the Kalea and the Suyo, are going to have ways to get to that backline and ensure that self-arrow.
It overwhelms you with options. Bigatron went for that pick in the regular season. They almost lost it against to play to just have but very good. Well, it makes you really have makes it hard for you to decide what you want to do, but they go for the Harith though.
Interesting.
Against the Harith, okay.
Okay, so for sure TLID was trying to secure a winning lane for Kill, right? That's the entirety of that. Understanding that they should have to say goodbye to mid lane Prio. I guess it's still up in the air. We're not really sure what Yaheskiel is going to be playing here. Against the Luo Yi, what do you think would be safe against Onic?
You usually want to wave clear from a distance, because the Luo Yi can kind of burst you down, but it's short range. With the Masha in the picture though, something that's too far back is going to be difficult. I feel like the angle is to go for something that can survive a dive attempt. Something like a Chushin, something like a Zask even, technically. Because that way, even though you get bursted down, you're going to have some impact left behind.
Yeah, because usually we see the Kimmy being picked up against the Luo Yi, but they still go for it. All right. Farsa picked up for Yaheskiel. Strong, long range, big burst in the early game, good rotations, but like Realize mentioned earlier, very, very vulnerable to the dive coming in from Onic.
Yeah, this Farsa will have to be protected at all costs. I mean, they have the Badang to stop the Masha just running blatantly into the Farsa, or even other targets. They have the Kalea as well to have that Tsunami Slam. They'll go for the
Whoa!
What? Wait. Masha jungle?
What are we looking at?
I don't know. I'm jumbled up.
We're gonna throw it over to Miracle. Maybe he has an idea. Miracle Shepin, take it away. What do you guys think, boys?
The battlefield is set, and the first blood will be drawn today. But what a way to start the draft just now. That is something that is gonna throw us back to Season 11 Onic. Kaja on the jungle. Like, this is something that we've never expected before. It's a debut pick, even for roaming, right?
Yeah.
This season.
We haven't seen it in Rome at all, I believe.
In
No.
jungle? Preposterous.
Hey, you gotta have some pocket picks to show up in the playoffs, and he decided to show it off in game number 1 of a best of 5. That's an elimination bout. Ladies and gentlemen, TLID and Onic, whoever lose here, they're going home. No chance at MSC, no chance at EWC. TLID, the defending champions, versus the old legacy of Onic.
While their brothers in the Philippines head to Riyadh. Here in Indonesia, one giant must fall. The most decorated franchise in ID against the reigning champions. It's Legacy versus Pride. Onic takes on Team Liquid ID in MPL Indonesia Season 15 playoffs. It starts now.
Welcome to the Lanadon, ladies and gentlemen, where we get to see the Kaja in the jungle in the hands of Kai. Someone who we expect to go on Assassins. I guess in a way it's a pickoff hero, right? Impure Rage on Kai. I wonder if it's just going to be like a tanky build. Support Emblem with a Thrill and the Season Hunter.
And believe it or not, I think this game is gonna put a lot of emphasis towards the EXP picks. Because in early game, it's Loot Piece game with this initial damage, and there's gonna be a lot of work to do for Iran in the early game too, because he's the one that's gonna counter the engages coming in from Kyrie.
But that's why it's gonna be weird, right? I think in the early game, they're gonna have to bank on the damage of Kai. Oh, quite a bit of damage there. We're still gauging, ladies and gentlemen, how good this Kaja pick's gonna be. So far, so good. Solid damage as Keyboy places a bit more with a Crash Course, and Witty is forced to recall the mid lane. Divine Judgment for Kai, and it's first blood.
On cue right away. Kyrie, the god of the jungle, he can play anything. That's including the Kaja Kyoto. Might be getting engaged on Keyboy, already on the case. It looks like he read the movement. So this game is just about engaging the engager. Like, a lot of times we see the Luoyi pick. We saw the Chip pick. They want to play reactively, but right now, they don't give a damn.
They really did. I think the orthodox pick would just be for them to go for the Lucas. We called it here on the desk. We were talking about, all right, this is gonna be a Lucas game. TLID did ban it. Keyboy walking down though. Uh-oh, that inexperience fighting him in the back, but it will be traded for a turtle. So at least TLID don't walk away empty-handed.
Bit of a rookie mistake there. Kyo could have been a no trade for TLID getting the turtle also. But looking at the lineup from and the win rates that's coming in from these teams, Sans is still undefeated on the Luoyi. So even though this is a Chip and Luoyi combo, which a lot of people don't really like because, you know, the overloads of the teleporters, I think it's still going to work for Onic, especially this is the team that we know can pull off some crazy stuff. Looking at the talent prediction though. Wait, I think I predicted TLID 3-2 actually.
You went for TLID?
Or bias prediction.
Well, here it is, ladies and gentlemen. 3 Onyx, 2 TL. So diversion up top, Badang's gonna be caught. Divine Judgment coming down with Lupi going in all the way. Won't be enough damage to take Aran down. The Badang good at disengaging. A flicker out as Fabian continues to path in the opposite side of the jungle, getting that level lead against Kai.
And as I said earlier, this is going to be an early game for Lutpi because he has the early game damage. Meanwhile, Sabero he still needs to stack up the items. So they're going to be rotating on towards the XP a lot, but Witty!
Oh, instant burst down. Good night, Witty. Good night, Witty to Keyboy. Purple buff.
And now Kyrie. This is tricky because there you go. This is the problem when you're picking a Kaja. You're not the most dynamic jungler out there. You're pretty much just old jungle, and your jungling potential is super low. Keyboy though, on towards Kyo.
Short coming to Crash Force, Purify already uses Kyo, runs away. Kai gets to Divine Judgment. Lutpi again with the damage. Sans gets the dispersion enough to take him down.
Kyrie said, get over here to Mr. Kyo, and that's 2 kills already on the rookie. There's probably gonna be some consideration of substitution in game number 2 if he still continues to perform like this.
Fabian on the turtle. Kai doesn't have the Divine Judgment just yet. It's still on cooldown. Lutpi going in. That's going to be all in over to the back. Aran going to be taken down. Witty still there. Lutpi goes for more damage. Witty taken out. Retribution from Fabian with a Soul Sever combo. Turtle 2 over to TL, but Onic win on the battle.
Yep, 2 kills. They'll take that any day of the week. And Kyrie is going to take that jungling boost to further boost his potential on the burst. I'm kind of curious about the build coming in from Kyrie because is it going to be, oh, there you go. It's a Thunder Belt, so a bit more utility right now, a bit more slows as well. So this is gonna be the, you know, that Season 11 Kyrie utility jungle era, which is in a way good because Onic was dominating at the era, but at the same time, this is Kyrie we're talking about. they missed out on the assassin potential of the God of the Jungle.
We can say that all we want, Shepard, but unfortunately, if we look at the drafts again, right, he was kind of forced into this position. And Onic, we're prepared for it. That's Witty. Tsunami Slam already bringing that T-Boy. Oh, before he can do anything. Guy walking up. Aran going for this engage already. Oh, Lutpi, thunderclap in the midst of it. All kill, going to be taken down. Witty falls as well to Lutpi.
But Keyboy though, that's a really fast reaction on the teleporter there, knowing that he's gonna be engaged on and he needs his teammates' help to retaliate. And he's already healthy right now on the bottom lane, screaming for Savero.
Now I understand, you know, why a lot of people that I've spoken to, analysts, a lot of pundits, a lot of just fans of TL, have been saying that Aaron might be the better choice in playoffs. Playing in this grand stage is quite intimidating, and we gotta say, Kyo definitely is feeling it.
Yep, there's a reason why Aaron Shiki is named the untouchable one. He performed at the most grandiose stage in M6. Kind of fell short though, but he's gonna be here to support the rookie and maybe give his inputs as well in the break that's gonna come after game number 1. Onic though right now still 1.7k gold lead. They're in a pretty good position despite them picking this Kaja. And now, second objective battle. Surely this favors TLID just because of the jungle.
Aran on it already with Fabian. T-Boy does have the shortcut. San's not gonna look for an angle here. Kai's just gonna walk up. But the airstrike coming down. Witty able to go for Tsunami Slam. Oh! Free win. Zabon Force coming down. T-Boy able to walk away. Witty though caught again. Let's pay. Mega kill. Fabian gonna be caught in the thunderclap again. And Aran falls to Savero.
Oh, then that's
Pay! A shutdown to him. He's unstoppable.
a portrait in motion for the Porcupines. Like, listening to a beautiful staccato right now. 4.5k gold lead. This is the old Onic that we're used to seeing. But what a play coming in from the whole team of Onic. They're not stopping, even with Kiwi getting bursted down. The early team fight.
It's strange, Shepard. The old Onic, but the new Liquid, that just doesn't feel right. 3-12, 5,000 gold lead, neutral objective control, but I think they're usually known as a team that has the better battles, the better skirmishes. Now it's Onic who are playing their game.
Yep. And they can take this as long as they want to, especially with the fact that Keyboy and Sans can pull the trigger anytime they want to. Lutpi secured a huge item there. So all the damage dealers coming in from TLID will be much more vulnerable by now. And it secured that, I believe, dire hit as well. Hoping for it to proc in the later part of the game. 6k for Onic.
Wow. And Onic at this point, they're going to have to play just discipline. At this point, they don't need to rush anything.
Yeah.
5,000 gold lead at 8 minutes with a composition that even though you think is more of the early game, I think it's more mid-game for Lutpi especially. Now that he has to have to see, oh, 2,000 gold lead in XP. Technically, he's known for this. Last time we were in the Velodrome, it was Lutpi who carried Onic with the carry picks to secure the 4th title. Back to back to back to back.
They stuck to the KTV, man. Give Lutpi the EXP carry, the Keto is the Benedetta. And this time, it's Masha. We've been wondering why it got banned quite a lot in the regular season. But this is the answer. 5-0-3 for Mr. Lutpi, and he's looking to get more in his bag. And the fact that he can just split wherever he wants to. There's 2 teleporters.
Oh.
He can go into teamfight anytime he wants.
It's way too easy for Onic to set up after getting the early game lead. We expect the TLID to be the ones leading in the early game, and then in the mid game, perhaps for Onic to turn the tides with the man advantage, with those teleports. But when they have a lead like this gives Onic all the room for Prio up top. TLID are not sending anyone. Holy Defense already procced. Lutpi is going to stay there.
Wait a minute, Kyo, is he gonna clear? Is he gonna cross that?
He's dead if he
bridge?
does.
Yeah. Looks like he's gonna take the long route, but Onic, they're on a case on towards the Lord. Already 20k. Keyboy, Onic getting engaged on.
Tsunami Slammer with Keyboy, unable to go. Oh, shortcut and flicker out. Kyrie walks the Divine Judgment over to Fabian. Sabero picks up the killing spree. Heavy crossbow coming out. Witty, gun down. Onic with a 2-0 lead.
How do you deal with this diversion on towards that bushes? Kyo did not read that one. It looks like Onic will take this one without any contest. There you go. I was wondering, Mirko, like at this point, Kyo and Yehezkiel, what do they do? What are they here for? Because if they actually brought the ultimate, Lutpi can just jump on them with the flicker, and it's easy picking for him.
That's a good question. I don't know what he does. Either way, it's going to be tough. He has Purify up against Akaja. Again, easy Divine Judgment. It goes through that suppression. I'm trying to think about it. I'm trying to think about ways, but we do have a game fact here by our new application, Goping.
Kyrie's Kaja Jungler makes a return in MPL Indonesia after being last used by Kyrie in MPL ID Season 11 regular season when Onic defeated Alter Ego. And Sans, that's a huge item there on the Winter Crown. Now, you can see the old Sans with the Purifies, with the Winter Crown, the micro god of Indonesia for the longest time. Lutpi also secured that Malefic War. So, again, if they want to go for a run, they can do it any day of the week.
It really just feels, oh, Ron is holding an angle, perhaps looking for a play again, jumps on the Suns, but he has to Purify. Witty, able to go for the catch. Yep, nice walking up, the Lord as well. Savero, oh, that damage! The head skill and kill down very low, diversion on the side. They're gonna take it. but it's still just away. Tsunami Slam locking T-Boy down. Now with the lockdown as well, with the shortcut coming down. T-Boy has the immortality. Winnie obliterated. T-Boy still stays alive. Kyo goes in. Aran goes over the six. Crack. Gets a kill on the T-Boy, but Lutpi and Kai are just dismantling the back. Face wide open. Savera walking him down in the fountain. Another wave spawning in. 16 seconds for Witty. Onic can take it slow.
They're still gonna wait for the minions. Mid lane, a turret will be down to the hands of Savero. Fabian and Kyo, two defenders for the Stallions.
Version. Yo, what happened to Fabian? It's a magic trick. You blink and you miss it. Lutpi wants to go for more. Onic start the best of 5 with a game 1 dominant display.
12K against the reigning champion of MPL ID. We might see a resurgence of Onic ever since Yep came back. It's just all good for the Porcupines and all the Sonics. They're happy to see this. The old dominant Onic in game number 1. Way too easy.
I don't want to say we expected this, but we kind of did. We've heard scary stories all throughout. How good Onic are behind the scenes, how much they've been preparing. A good friend of mine, Mr. Midnight, Mr. MPL, just messaged me saying, Yeb is a cheat code. I think he really is, man. This guy, the impact that he's brought to the table right instantly as he rejoins back the team that he left.
My deepest apology to Coach Yep because I doubted you when you first came in. I look at the TIFO, better than Arsenal's somehow.
Everyone's CFO is better than Arsenal. We don't need to talk about it. We don't need to mention it.
Yep. This is the ending moment there. Good effort by Iran, but Sans with the Winter Crown and only gets P-Boy at the end of the week. And Kyrie, this is unnerving for TLID. But panelists, you gotta break it down for us. Eterna, got something to say?
Boys, thank you, Chef, and thank you, Mirko. Wow, 12 minutes and 17 seconds, I believe. That was a very fast first game in this best of 3. The Sky Kings take it 1-0.
Oh boy, dude, that was a rough one. I really think that, I thought that Team ID really should have gone for a chip or a low Yi, dude. I feel like it's in the win conditions. There's no reason not to go for it. The clear is valuable, but dang, dude, we saw how Onic were able to use both, and we know that they can pick both and take it away from Team Liquid ID. So I thought that was a bit of an oversight. And then afterwards, the Badang to try and maybe stop the Masha. Bro, Lutpi was out of control, dude. That was brutal.
We had this conversation, right? Was it fatal for TLID to just not contest the Luoyi and chip? Because it's their bread and butter. They like this composition, they like the global presence of it, and they thrive with it. But it feels like taking Kalea first pick and leaving that Luoyi and chip open was a fatal mistake for them. Because we saw what Onic was able to do with the Masha, plus the Kaja as well. They wanted more engaged, they had the lockdown as well. They had multiple ways of just picking off TLID and then engaging it, following it up into a bigger fight that just destroys TLID.
Because I feel like it's a double negative, because they lose the macro pressure and they're giving it to Onic, who really know how to use it. Right? Maybe the idea is to get T-Boy on the chip, so that way, you know, there won't be any big engages, right? But then, boom, Kyrie in the jungle with the Kaja. Bro, Coach Yeb, man, who let him cook?
It was all according to plan, because if we take a look at the drafts, legit, they knew that TLID would go for respect bans against Kyrie, for sure. And they also did the same thing to Fabian to try and limit the jungle pick possibility. And the fact that they pulled in a debut pick Kaja, something that we haven't seen. Have we ever seen a Kaja in the jungle? I don't remember it.
I think earlier we saw that asset say that it was last seen in season 11 when Onic
Season
won
11.
against Alter Ego using the Kaja still. I think Kyrie himself was also there.
That was a long time ago.
long time ago.
Wow.
We're gonna play the game though.
For sure.
Oh,
Kyrie
man.
on the Kaja was a really good mediator to, you know, of course, mediate this, right? The player of the game presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. Lutpi on his signature damage-dealing EXP laners. The Masha comes through though this time.
And everything just works so well right here. The fact that Onic should not have a suppression available to them. But with this weird pick in the jungle, they're able to secure that. And because of that, dude, the early game was brutal, man. Again, they have so many ways to secure the kills. They got the damage output supplemented by Lutpi on that Masha. And if you look at the win conditions for TLID here, which is, you know, get some damage, right? Have enough damage to melt down the Masha so that the Masha can't really be out of control. They're going to be relying on Kyo. And in the mid-game, Kyo was 0 and 4. Onic knew exactly who they wanted, and every single team fight, Kyo was just demolished, dude. He was not allowed to participate.
He was a little shut down. I mean, we talked about the Masha again,
man.
having so much agency, plus the Luoyi as well that helped the Masha activate with the diversion. You could see that he was going in for those important prio targets, like the Paris, the Farsa again. Not only that, but he's also able to display the macro game, split push up top, always push the waves and make it crash onto the turret. So it's like TLID are overwhelmed with so many issues that Onic is just bringing to the table, and voila, it's just a quick game.
And we haven't even started talking about Silvero. The fact that he's on an Irithel, so he can't really be ganked as easily, can run the Purify, has the heavy crossbow to get out of danger. So even if people ID want to lead away, wants to avoid team fights and go and shut down the gold lane and get Kyo snowballing to be able to deal with the Masha, with the frontline presence of Onic, they can't do it either. So, dude, the layering of the win conditions from Onic here is crazy, man. This is what makes it so difficult to try and expect what Onic are going to come up with when Coach Jeb is in the picture.
Sleeping Giants, right? The Sky Kings. Depending on how, of course, the series goes, the fact that we've seen the performance from them here in game number 1 just really shows that they have so many different strategies that we haven't even touched yet or scratched on the surface.
It's gonna look, the only kills that Team ID got were on the roamer. Everyone else, perfect game. So you tell me what that means.
Yeah.
Dude.
Unfortunate.
That is
was
crazy.
there. T-Boy was in the front line, obviously, crashing in with the shortcut. So,
I think it's by design. I think, like, compared to everyone else, the chip is the most sacrificial one.
Yeah.
So, fine, take the chip. Use your Feather Airstrike. Use all the combos on the chip. We don't care. That means the Lo Yi can just go in, the Masha can go in, the Irithel can just heavy crossbow and just start shooting.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Beautiful game from Onic. I'd say a very seamless game as well, because it felt like they wanted to play the pickoff style, but at the same time they were running into TLID, you know, latently. So it was hard for TLID to stop it again. And we had this conversation with Arashi. Would Akai be a better pick? Because they need something to dissuade the Masha from running in, right? The Badang doesn't really stop it, because aside from the Masha, you also have the chip, and then you have the Irithel just gunning down at you. We also had that conversation, well, maybe a split push carry for Iran might be better. But I think that also kind of is hard because they have the loyalty to match that pressure.
Exactly, and the Masha in a 1v1 really isn't any pushover either.
Yeah.
So they need someone to split push that can escape, mainly. That's why we thought the Benedetta might be an option for Iran. If it's not that, I feel like the Badang will work against a lot of different dive compositions, but against a comp with the Masha in particular, man, you saw Lutpi just power through the Frisk track and just go to town. That's why we thought the Akai maybe, at least, it's not as damage heavy, but it's more constant crowd control. Yeah. Maybe would have been enough to save one of the backline members. But overall, again, once you go and solve one problem, the other ones are still given to you by Onic. So that still isn't a winning condition either. Man, nothing given, honestly.
I mean, you can see from the stats that, you know, Haskell tried his best, right? 23,000 damage dealt.
That's a lot.
But overall, he is actually close to Lutpi on the Masha, so...
I think
Better Airstrike.
6k off, yeah. That ultimate is very strong as well to just play around Onic's backline, but Onic was very, very calculated.
Yeah, it didn't matter.
But I think what you should look at right here is the fact that Kyo deals marginally a bit more damage over Aran on the Badang. This is a Harith, and this is a Harith that wants to be team fighting, right? And yet, you can see that he was absolutely shut down. We talked about how Onic can shut down junglers, but we're seeing again, when the jungle isn't the win condition, they can go for the mid lane. They know how to shut down every single role here in order to really shut down whatever win opportunities your team can possibly get. And Kyo was the recipient of that factor here.
For sure. He's only on 2 items. He hasn't even gotten the chance to either go Holy Crystal or even, you know, Blood Wings, nothing. Just the Starlight Sight at the Feather of Heaven. And back to the point earlier, despite Yehaskill being one of the highest on the damage dealt, it makes sense because the damage dealt is only onto Keyboy. Yep. Meanwhile, if we're looking at Onic, you can see that the damage dealt was given over onto the important people, right? Kyo, a lot of times getting taken down. You can see him getting a lot of damage taken. Weedy as well, even Iran. So, like you guys mentioned, the Badang wasn't given any chance or possibility to make a play, considering that every time he did go in, he was always taken out before he was able to make that play.
Yeah. And honestly, the Kaja in the jungle, aside from just being a great way to kind of like round out the composition, I feel like it's kind of underrated when it comes to clear speed, right? Because he's clear there against the Suyo. He wasn't really winning it out, but he wasn't really falling too far behind. That could be because of the team helping him out, sort of. But still, dude, that's a respectable amount of speed that he has in the clearing department. And technically with the passive, the empowered basic attack of the Kaja, you actually have a deceptively good time trying to steal away objectives. We've seen it before in past seasons. Roamers on the Kaja will just flicker in and just whip that neutral objective and steal it away.
Yeah, and Kyrie was also going to a much more tankier build, obviously, with the Oracle, and then with the Radiant Armor, because he knew that he was not going to be the main carry. Obviously, as a Kaja, you're much more supplementary. And there goes Lutpi, full build, full damage build, excuse me. But have to see his first item, just full on with a mission in his mind that he needs to take down and burst down those targets with TLID quickly.
I mean, look at this timeline, dude. The War X for Fabian, the guy we were talking about farming well, was completed at what, like 8 minutes?
More,
8 minutes something. That's kind of, oh man.
I think there's kind of this gap line where on the early game it felt like TLID had control. He was able to farm up a bunch, get the Hunter Strike. But then boom, the Onic Apocalypse happened. He wasn't able to farm.
Onic Apocalypse.
Yeah.
I like that.
He wasn't able to just have that agency to move around, farm to his likeness, and get the item quickly, because you can take a look at that gap that was kind of long, and that gap was, yeah, the Onic Apocalypse.
So now the big question is, what do they have to do in game number 2? Let's
Yeah.
start with the drafts first, right? Because I think that's where it all went wrong for TLID. Luo Yi and Chip together being able to be picked up by the Sky Kings. What should be different?
I think we can start by Team Liquid ID possibly taking one of those options for themselves, especially their first pick, right? There's no real. They might be really overthinking the Kalia, because if they go for the low Yi, let's say, then even if Onic go for the Kalia, but I guess then the chip. I don't know if Team Liquid ID can do a low Yi chip though.
Let's rewind a bit, because we're looking at the bans first, right? TLID went for 3 straight jungle / you mentioned roam ban
Right,
with
right.
Boxia. I would actually consider it to be a Kyrie pick, because he even said up on stage, right? He's half Boxia. I'm half Boxia now.
Half Boxia.
There's even like an asset for it. But
Boxia from Bukasa.
anyway, would we change the bans there first? Do they go for a different side, maybe?
That's kind of tricky, because again, you have to pinpoint and navigate through the draft, where it doesn't give Onic as much freedom to play what they really want to play with the power that they have in a lot of heroes, because this is a team that is able to play a lot of heroes, right? I mean, that Kaja in the jungle was a statement from Kyrie as well.
Yep.
But I think, again, playing to their strengths, I think it's fine to trade the Boxia with the chip. Totally fine, because I think Liquid also likes the chip more. And I think it's more prio for a first big chip to happen compared to the Luo Yi for Liquid. So I think just trade out. I mean, if Onic can have a power pick that they like with the Boxia, you can have it too with the chip. So
Right.
it's a fair game, I guess.
I feel like if you want to look at it positively, again, you have to remember this. I realized was telling me like, dude, this guy, man, and I had painstaking. Remember to have team solve. It was a reversal. The best of a lot more games to go, and factor we've seen again and again. I feel if you want to take it positively, this might be Team Liquid ID probing at like how flexible, whether banning out Kyrie can be an angle. But now after seeing that Masha, after seeing some of those surprise picks from Onic, I feel like the bans definitely are gonna change over from Team Liquid ID. Is that gonna be enough for them to get a dominant, a winning draft against Onic? I really doubt it, to be honest, with Coach Jeff in the picture. But we'll have to wait and see.
What did you guys think about the Suyo pick in the first phase? Did you think that was a comfort pick? Do you think the Suyo is still strong in this meta after seeing, different regions kind of experiment with their jungle pick?
Well, I mean, it's still strong to a certain degree, but I made it clear from the get-go that Suyo pick is comfortability
Okay.
for
Right.
Fabian.
For more comfort.
Yeah, it's for more comfort. He has more time to farm quickly with the Suyo, get his items rolling. But I think the Suyo was just under too much pressure. It was very hard for, again, like how Arashi mentioned, so does the roamer wants to protect a single member, or does the roamer want to really, become the sacrificial lamb and just play for everyone? And that happened. That dilemma happened for Witty, because Onic was just everywhere on the place. They were shutting down the left side, right side. Kyo was also shut down, so Fabian had no help on that regard, and the Suyo just made it worse because he fell because of how aggressive Onic became with the Masha and the Kaja.
I feel like that could be also the idea could be to kind of build onto the Kalia, right? Again, Kalia or Jawhead, a pickup hero along with a Suyo, has been a working combo.
Yeah.
The fact of the matter is, the Suyo can clear fast, has good mobility if you want to try and get out of sticky situations, and you can also execute, right? You can seal the deal when someone's low HP as well. So it's not really a bad pick at all, I feel like. And then we go to Harith. So I think the idea was to go for this early game pick-off heavy style, right? That's where the Farsak comes in as well afterwards. And then later on, in the mid-game, the Harith should be taking over.
Right.
But I think the pick I'm looking more towards is the Badang, like you mentioned, man. Because what exactly was the idea for Aran to be doing here? Is he going to be diving in, right? Is he going to be peeling back? Because I feel like if you're going to be peeling or diving, there could be better options regardless. He seems to be something that's in the middle, a bit too much even.
That makes sense. That makes sense. So we're looking at the Luo Yi and chip problem that TLID will have to address in the next draft. And what else do you think? Is it just purely that?
Recovery.
Did you see any issues with execution by a particular player?
I think it's just recovery now.
Just recovery.
Mentally recovering from this, because it's a stomp. Arashi mentioned it.
12 minutes.
That sweep might happen if they're able to solidly become like a unit.
Are we going to be looking at a 3-0
The
today for the Sky Kings?
Arashi.
It's a huge possibility.
crazy.
What was your prediction for this match? TLID 3.
He went 3-2 TLID.
3-2
I
TLID.
believe so. I thought just Team Liquid ID can get it done, right? They also got it done against RRQ, so I gotta show some respect.
A little bias there.
Wrap them up, yeah.
Just a little bit. But I think a lot of people were thinking this is gonna be one of the highlighted matches, even though it's the first match of the playoffs.
Oh.
And so far at least, Onic has kind of made sure that doesn't seem to be the case. But looking at this asset it's right now, the Battle of Champions,
Battle of Champions, MSC Know Your Rival. We're looking at these teams that have been able to lift up the trophy. We're looking at CLPH champion of M4 World Championship. We have Onic BH for the champions of almost, oh wait, they were champions of the M6 World
M6.
Championship. What are we going to be expecting for this next MSC? As you know, we're kind of on the way to it right now.
One thing that I like is the resurgence of unexposed.
Unexposed
I think we
teams.
do have a poster for that, so I'm gonna keep that for later.
Okay, okay.
So we're gonna focus on the GOAT.
The
He
GOAT.
conquered all the official tournament trophies this man has collected.
It's kind of crazy.
Bro.
He has the M series from Onic PH.
Yeah.
He has the MSC when he was with
Season 7,
was it Execration back in the
Yeah.
day.
Good throwback. First season.
For season.
With of course an MPL trophy to boot. He's completed everything. We're looking at a player that's successful, being able to lift all three.
And he's young.
He's
He
young.
is.
He has a long career ahead of him if he can keep himself locked in. And on top of that, so I guess now he's on side quests, right?
He has
When
completed
you've completed the game of life and now you're just doing side quests.
Side
dude.
quests.
Looking for the other, the other tournaments that aren't really up there.
Yeah,
Aren't
It's
really
so crazy.
official.
Because I think, if I'm not mistaken, Miracle, correct me if I'm wrong, but back at MSC and Execration, I think he was also Finals MVP in the gold lane.
Was it him or was it like?
And then M6 Finals MVP
Finals MVP as well.
in the gold lane.
what if he
But
was
guys,
the
back at
MVP?
home, I have really bad memory. I think a lot of people already
Was
know
that
that by
Jakno?
now. Was it Jakno?
I'm kind of hazy myself, man. It might be an age thing, honestly.
Age thing.
But regardless of whether or not he was the MVP, his mechanics back then were already crazy. I think even back then, being relatively new to the scene, I'm like, dang, this guy's crazy. He's different.
Yeah, this guy has completed MLBB.
He has.
So-
That's it. He's no longer just the golden standard in the gold lane. He's legit the golden standard player.
For MLBB.
That's so crazy. He has a little bit of a quote to his perspective on the Indonesian rookie gold laners. Whoever has glasses, take the stage.
All right, so all of the teams have improved compared to previous seasons. The rookie I noticed the most is maybe,
Interesting.
as I think he has potential with good mechanics and well-prepared positioning during the clashes.
We talked about this.
Maybe.
I think it was the when we kickstarted MPL ID season 15. It was week 1, week 2.
Uh-huh.
We saw maybe number 1 half that mechanic. He was so good with the heroes like the Moskov, which I think everyone is good with the Moskov. I think it's a very.
Are you good with the Moscow?
I am. I'm the gold standard in the Moskov. You gotta ask Mirko for that.
That's fake
I don't-
news.
I
Ladies
don't
and
believe
gentlemen,
it.
that is fake news.
But number
I do not
2, maybe is so mature on his decision making. He's able to play the macro game neatly, and to have that praise come from Kelra when you haven't made it to playoffs yet, you know he's the real deal, sir.
Yeah.
Kind of crazy because he didn't mention Toy, he didn't mention Arfi,
RP.
Kyo even not mentioned
Yeah,
as a
man.
rookie.
Skyler. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, to be noticed, to be named by the gold standard, that is definitely something to brag about. If I was maybe, I'll be going home like, Mom, Dad, Kelra mentioned me, dude. I'm someone now. I'm a real human now.
Accolade.
I was a nobody.
I'll hang it on the wall that I was quoted by Kelra. But I had this conversation with Mirko. I asked him, what do you think if Kelra makes it to MPL ID? Do you think he'll get destroyed? Nah, he'll destroy everyone. Bar Eman, he says.
Barman.
Or maybe on the same level.
Oh,
Eman and Kelra.
Yeah.
Same level.
I think just clashing.
Interesting
together.
take.
bold statement here, realized in
take.
front of the public.
No. I'm not saying that they are on the same level, but they're kind of close. At least in the.
I think Eman, it's safe to say that Eman is the closest thing
Yeah.
we have to Kelra.
What I'm trying to say is
At
that
this point in time, yes.
But to say that they're
e-
close.
Yeah, equal.
equal,
Equal?
even.
No, I mean like what I'm trying to say. Okay, let's rephrase it.
Okay, okay, it's fine, it's
So
fine.
the
We'll go back,
scenario-
we'll
step back, take a step
the
back.
scenario was what if
Okay.
Kelra enters MPL ID.
Right.
And Mirko says, yeah, he's going to destroy MPL ID. He's going to be going insane. But the only guy who can get close to him is Eman.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's the main premise. I'm not saying that he's equal to Eman.
That's where phrasing becomes important. We
Yeah,
realize.
we gotta
be careful
frame
with that.
properly.
Sometimes it's hard.
Yeah, you're a victim of it, huh?
I have bear witness to interesting phrasing coming in from Realize. That is certainly the case.
But speaking of interesting, we're actually going to see these two teams opt to swap sides. Till ID for game number 2 will actually be on red side, I believe. Did I see the asset correctly?
Yeah.
Okay, let's say it was correct. Let's say it is correct. Let's say my eyes didn't fail me this time, right?
Yeah.
What would we say would be different coming from them on red side?
Oh boy, I feel like for them on red side, then the Fanny for sure will show up on their side of the bans. It's just a bit too important. But along with that, I don't think they're going to go for a full-on assassin type of ban. There could be a chance that they want to go for one of the macro threats. I'm not sure if they want to go toe-to-toe against Onic, like low E for chip or chip for low E. So I think it's going to start there. And along with that, maybe some looks towards the gold lane, right? Because the gold lane, if both teams are so good and they can kind of like stall out long enough, the gold lane always becomes important. So especially with Kyo in the picture, that has, has to be a bit more by the book. I feel like Team Liquid ID definitely have some ideas for that gold lane.
I think if we're talking generally for the draft in the red side, TLID has a chance to be more reactive. So they can probe, like you said, look at the draft early on, and then they can respond to what Onic wants to play. So now they're following the script, but they can flip it in the last few picks.
So let's see if that's actually gonna come to unfold as we get into the drafts. Ladies and gentlemen, for game number 2, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. With TLID now on red side, there you go. We are seeing a change. Luo Yavian with a Ling, the Joy, and we're expecting maybe yet another jungle ban here coming into the 3rd slot.
Wait a second, is Onic trying to force Team Liquid ID to put Fabian on some kind of fighter? Was that the idea? Right? Because we really haven't seen him be as flexible as he was during the quote-unquote prime era of Team Liquid ID.
Yeah.
But man, with the Ling and the Joy already, that certainly narrows down the hero pools, and Kyrie doesn't have the same problem. Kyrie can play those utility heroes. He can play the Kaja, no problem at all.
I think this is one of the largest criticisms given towards TLID, especially during that 2-week break. The fact that TLID have for so long worked around Fabian. Fabian to carry, Fabian being the #1 pillar. But what happens when Fabian's level of sharpness gets limited by his own hero pool? So we were expecting some adaptations coming in from Fabian in particular. Let's hope if he's actually explored different options, considering Onic will actually take away the chip instead.
Yeah, gonna ban it out. I mean, for TLID now, they can have the chance to maybe ban the Boxia here, but then... no, I don't think they're... Wait. If banning the Boxia comes here, it means that, yeah, Onic can get Kalea, so yeah. Gonna ban out the Kalea, and Onic... They can trade here. If they want to go for the Boxia, TLID takes the Luo Yi. Oh, sorry, Luo Yi's banned, so yeah, no global presence whatsoever.
Yep.
So Onic, it'll be the Padang first pick, so...
Oh, okay.
I think it's much more of a safe pick for Onic.
It's a flex pick as well. Onic loves having the flex potential. That's why they always go for the red side, right? They want you to show your cards, and they always have something in the bag, something in the top hat to just surprise you with. So they go with the Badang, they kind of move around over.
Which technically can still build damage in the EXP lane as well.
Exactly. So for Team Liquid ID, they want to go for the same gold lane approach here, because if they go for the Harith, we saw that, with the Masha earlier, the Harith couldn't really do much. Although without the global presence, maybe Team Liquid ID are confident enough that they can kind of get it done this time. Oh, glorious Mathilda.
What?
That's comfort, right, for TLID. We've seen the same strategy even back in MPL ID Season 14. It's something that they could actually go for maybe an Alpha with, that they can combo. An option that they can go for here, especially now that Matilda gets taken down.
Yeah, Mathilda really was global #1 on this Mathilda, if I'm not mistaken. So this pick is respected a lot whenever he's in the picture. Now with the Phobias though, if they want to add an Alpha to it, then the two are going to be fighting for that Mathilda airline ticket. That's the first issue. Second over for Onic, they can go for a strong EXP laner and still get a winning lane against his Phobias. The Badang can very easily go to roam. Exactly, right? Because we've seen T-Boy pull up a crazy roam Badang. So with the Glue and the Hayabusa, a lot of dive potential right here actually. There might be an angle for Onic to just skip over the Phobias and just get to that back line.
Would they go the Faramis now though, Arashi?
Oh.
Because they're looking at the Glue, right? The Faramis might just come out here. It's also quite good against the Hayabusa. You have that extra life with the Nether Realm.
But then it groups you up together for the Badang.
Yeah, that's right? Exactly it, right?
So they can go Vexana instead.
Vexana? I think Vexana is, I don't know, in this meta, it's very, very situational. And
well, against the Blue, the blast, the passive.
Yeah, they still go Faramis though.
Faramis, yeah.
I mean, I think that concern from you is very, very warranted, because the Faramis entails you to just group up together on the back of another realm, and then that is actually a beautiful setup for Keyboy to pop the fist crack, and then it becomes a problem.
Well, the Faramis does show up here, and technically the Glue is actually weaker now compared to before against the Faramis. Because you get the blob passive, you get that effect a lot more frequently and a lot longer compared to before, when you have to use the ultimate in order to block it. So I think the EXP is going to be a bit weaker now for the side of Onic. And again, they're all moving inwards. They're all trying to dive in together here. So anything that can AoE from Team Liquid ID is going to be a lot more valuable too.
Okay, Alpha gets banned out, so the possibility of the Alpha Matilda combination gets taken away. If we're talking about AoE damage, Arashi, from TLID, was it? Earlier on, Arashi?
What?
Was it TLID looking for a damage dealer? Or was it for Onic?
I think it works for both, but I think it works better for Team Liquid ID. Because it can get them to stop the dive.
Exactly, so I'm looking at something like X-Borg, maybe as a possibility for Fabian, if he's explored it. And I'm wondering whether or not TLID want to go for the ban against Valentina. Because technically, Onic still have the ability to pick up Valentina, take another realm for themselves, but instead they go for the Yi ban, taking away from Suns.
They're focusing more on the team fight prowess here. Again, any kind of AoE, any kind of way for Onic to kind of force Team Liquid ID to stick around in the same area, like the real world manipulation. Yeah, that could be you know, a winning factor here. So they go for the Tushin and the Yi first, but again, with the Valentina can be an option, especially if they want to go for. Yeah, the Valentina can be an option, or the Kimi actually.
Kimi.
Right.
Kimi is still available, obviously.
Continuous damage output has always been a great solution here. And you can hit everyone at the same time with that Kimi when they're grouping up for the Paramis.
They have a good setup as well, right? On the back of a Detraction Pulse. But now it's up to TLID to go for their pick. I mean, they are still without a marksman. Jungler as well. Fabian, what does he pick, right? Because, again, the sample size is limited to the Suyos mostly. And
here's the thing. Technically, Fabian can still pick up the Lucas.
Lucas, yeah.
And there's no setup against the Lucas either. But he has to be careful because there's still a potential slot from Onic. So wait for the Lucas pick for the next pick. Wait for Sans to pick up something else.
Yep.
And then he can utilize that as a possibility because that is something he hasn't used in the regular season. Exactly. So he goes Ranger first.
Yeah. Cool. Makes sense.
Right. So now, without knowing exactly what the plan is for Team Liquid ID, do they want to go for that Valentina and still get the value out of the Netherrealm? Or do they want to go with a good old tried and true Farsa for Sans? Because on Sans, the hero isn't just an artillery mage, it's also a utility assassin.
Last pick though for Onic. Yeah, they need a mid laner that can really fare against the Paramis. The Valentina was a good shout. They have extra sustainability then if they have the Netherrealm stolen into their clutches. Again, the question is the magic damage enough from the Valentina, right? I mean, they go for the Farsa. So with the Guiding Wind.
Well, this is Sans we're talking about, though.
Exactly.
It is a lot more difficult to get to him somehow. But to be fair, the goddess of Jakarta, Yehezkiel, knows how the Farsa wants to operate.
Yeah.
A very avid Farsa player himself. Now, though, final pick here for Team Liquid. Is it gonna be the Lucas? Do they want to fight fire, you know, or do they want to go with the aggression, or do they want to fight fire with fire and go for the expert that you're mentioning, Eterna? Something even crazier somehow.
What are the other options we're looking at? Fredrin?
Fredrin gets kind of easily, to be honest. Lucas.
There you go, Lucas.
Called it, yeah.
All right.
So in a weird way, both teams want to just go in and dive. More burst damage available for Team Liquid ID, more AoE available for Onic. Now the problem is, when Team Liquid ID are grouping up together, that Feather Airstrike has to be dealt with, the Fist Crack as well, and even the Heavy Crossbow. The AoE damage output is just so much higher from Onic. So Team Liquid ID have to find ways to avoid that, perhaps using the Mathilda's mobility.
Exactly, so we're going to see exactly how this all pans out as we head over to our casters. Here goes Sheffin, take it away for game number 2.
As Mirko would say, it was a stompy stomp in the first game. But let's see if TLID can flip the script here. They have the winning lineup in Season 14. They were the runner-up in M6. Here we go, game number 2.
We've been seeing a whole lot of the mighty Onic here so far. Game number 1. Indeed, Sheffin was a stompy stomp. Let's see if game 2 is any better for Liquid. Because the drafts, we went through it. I think we got all of the picks right. And I don't think we're too big of a fan of the TLID drafts, right? This is like very one-dimensional team fight draft from them.
Yeah, but you gotta remember, Mirko, in Season 11, Mathilda. Yes, Mathilda losing well. Kill, getting burned out of his flicker. Kyrie takes some camps away from Fabian. Some pressure early game right from the get-go from Onic.
Oh man. The thing about the they're gonna go all in on Taran. Maybe forcing a flicker out, brought back to the team again. Wow, still saving the flicker! First blood! What?
This is as worse as it gets, especially for an EXP laner. You need the XPs for you to be able to contest the first neutral objective. And they just shoot themselves in the foot.
We got
that
one. Sheffin, this is a Phobius. You need 4. You need to survive there. I wonder what the decision was. I mean, yes, sometimes you do want to save your flicker. B-Boy walks up, he has to KCC, and now good night as well. Fabian goes for the fight. Doesn't have ult, has the guiding win to take it away, but it's a 1,000 gold lead for the mighty Onic.
They said on my bingo card. Kyo is losing the lane too. Top lane, it's nightmare for Iran. Mid lane, Keyboy's doing work. Already 2 involvement in the kills. Kyrie looking for a kill here to Kyo, already level 4. And it's already 1.4k in a span of 2 minutes. We might be seeing, once again, the resurgence of a Prime Onic.
I feel like TLID are taking it so, like they're taking the front face value of all the picks from Onic. They're really not thinking about it deep. That's the thing about Yep's draft. You see a few picks, you can't just go for that pure counter straight up. I wonder why the Jusin was banned. Honestly, for the airstrike down below, Kyo, flicker out, free turtle. This is looking to be a stompy stomp. Sounds of the flicker out. Fabian does have the Sacred Beast form. Will be able to dive in. Stop. B-Boy for the stun. B-Boy unable to go for the chain. CC. Fabian gets away the guiding win from Witty, but no one follows through.
Yeah, this is just absolute domination again in the early game. Even more than game number 1. Looking at the win rates though, Fabian That's a pretty bad win rate on Lucas. 0 out of 3 in regular season. Let's see if they can, once again, flip the script because it's not looking very good for the Cavalry right now. If this continues on, Eterna said 3-0 might really be possible.
After looking at the drafts, I wasn't a believer before, right? You told me it might be a 3-0 day. I'm like, nah, maybe BTR Alpha, but not Onic TL. After game 1 and then the drafts in game 2, I think you guys have convinced me this could be, yes, a 3-0. And man, what a 3-0 would it be? We expected TLID to pull up a whole lot more fight in their first match, an elimination match as the defending champions.
Yep, they got better later part of the season, but when you look at the improvement of Onic compared to other teams, it's pretty much night and day. Yep, the savior of Onic and Kyrie already looking for an engage. Kill getting chopped on.
Shadow kill as well.
Too easy, way too easy. I don't think he needs even the shadow kill at that part. Keyboy still saving up the flicker, still saving up the ult, and Salvero is having the time of his life. Keyboy, are you looking for a solo kill, my dude?
Yeah, taking the Stampede away already. No engage potential, mid lane's being frozen. This is a complete shutout. Onic are not letting TLID breathe, not even in their own jungle.
Yep, very early going one there from Sanso. A lot more work to do for Weedy and crew because they do rely heavily on the extra shields, extra HP that's gonna come. Even the spell farms coming in from Fabian and Iran, but they're still on the case on towards the turtle. They have the advantage.
But with the flicker already with a grab as well. Now, able to get onto him. Fabian with the Sacred Beast already used up. That's going to be a big bait onto the resources of TLID. Sacred Beast does nothing.
Oh,
the tail beast
Lord.
bomb tickled, but he regens back up, and the win condition of TL is evaporating.
Silver lining, Kyo is getting some turret hit, but Savero still has the sprint. Let's see if they want to go for this one. No. Onic, man, they're playing it a bit too cleanly, I gotta say. In that fight earlier, they understand, especially Lutpi understands, even though right now he's not on the damage jungler that he really likes, he still somehow controls the objective for Onic. Looking at the in-game equipment by Dunia Games, already 1.2k on the jungle. This is just absolute nightmare for TL. They're looking to make something happen here, but Keyboy with the stun!
Whoa! Keyboy turns it around, Lutpi in the back as well. You gotta be careful about the Ghost Bursters and all in over the back, but no Sacred Beast form, just a turret take, but responded over by Kai up top with another turret.
Yep, it's a trade. At this point, they want to take any trade that they can take, even though it's an equal one. It's gonna favor towards the losing team. They're still gonna stack up on the stacks coming in from Kyo though, so that might be something they can use or utilize in the late game, but Lutpi, he can just open the bushes anytime that he wants to. Already some EXP leads on towards around Keyboy again. On the momentum heroes, you always can count on this guy to make the play.
Wow.
First item secured, finally, by Fabian.
I don't know, Sheffin. This arena, this Onic performance really is giving me those flashbacks of the mighty Onic of season 13, 12, 11, and 10.
A bit too long.
A bit too long, their reign, their dynasty. But it could be flashbacks or a rewind of what we saw before. Onic are really controlling every single point. Oh, Alan's chunked down, Feather Airstrike. Taking the SQ Force and regen, slow push up top. This is beautiful from Onic.
Yeah, all the while Onic, Kyrie is just farming. Yeah. He does not care about the team fights at all. Even right now, he has almost 4-level lead after this turtle against Fabian. But he wants to go for the steal. Did he get it? I think he did. And he gets the turtle.
No, Sans gets a turtle. That's the key in him.
Oh my
God. Who cares
God.
indeed? The orange buff got taken. Fabian is a 4. He was 4 levels down. Now he's 9. So that makes it only 3.
Oh, not much better.
What? The thing is, Sheffin, this is what we were already discussing about in the draft itself. I didn't like the Fermis pick because it forced them to just purely play for team fights. They went with the Granger, and then the Lucas was kind of like an obvious pick. They're stuck in this win con. They're stuck in winning a team fight. How do you win a team fight up against a composition that scales better than you, that can deal that much damage? We're still in the early game. I don't even count this as mid-game yet.
Yeah, maybe they need to kite, but maybe a bit too late at this point. 5k, they're still chasing for that 1k gold difference per minute prime Onic that we used to see. And mind you, this is the stage that Onic got that 4-beat. Wow. Onic always remind that to me every time he went to sleep. Now, TLID, what do they do? That was the question that you asked to me, Mirko.
Yeah.
But at this point, they're just, waiting for a mistake coming from Onic. Oh,
Shadow kill! Kai picks up a kill. The Nether Realm was years too late.
That's a Phobius, my dude.
Look at Kids. Even he's kind of cringing at that damage.
Yeah, he's bracing for Onic in the next round already, it seems like. And it would be a tough matchup even for Geek Fam. TLID being on the back foot is an understatement. They're in the purgatory right now, trying to climb back from the depths of hell. Look at the shots coming in from San, forcing Kyo and Yeheskyo to maybe recall. Jeez.
Onic are re-climbing the stairs back to the sky, trying to reclaim what was once theirs for the longest time. That Sky King mantle, that moniker, might just come back to them with this kind of performance. Great Dragon Spear, third item. That's how much you know he's snowballing, brother. Usually you go for maybe a Melting Gun, maybe sometimes with a Nature when you're behind. He goes for a GDS, he wants extra move speed, more crit. He knows TLID cannot take the crit damage, even if they want to.
Yep. Even he's using the sprint. He is confident with his ability to get away from the danger, carry using the Shadow Kill to kill the Lord. And by the way, Mirko, Savero is actually using that GDS in the first game too in the third item. So maybe it's his style.
Yeah. It's not just his style, it's 7,000 gold in 8 minutes.
Good point, good point.
Oh, this is a 5-level lead. Lucas, he's not... The Naruto in MLBB isn't the Naruto in the anime, you know? He scales in the anime. He can always just talk himself out of bad situations.
Nah, this is not the Shippuden Naruto, which is why he's losing to Kakashi.
Bro, this ain't even the OG Naruto. This is kindergarten Naruto, you know? Like when he was still being bullied. These are the bullies in school.
Shout out to Hiruzen, the best Hokage of all time.
Oh. Ew. Onic taking control of the mid lane, tier 2. They have... See, their Q isn't even good. Shadow Kill in the back. NetherRealm already baited with a flicker out from Kyo. They don't even have the best wave clear. Their wave clear is kind of mid. No, it's kind of bad.
And Sans will have the feathered airstrike anytime soon. This is just absolute disastrous, absolute domination coming in from Onic. 9k already in 10 minutes. Not quite the 1k per minute that we're used to seeing, but they can take the turret actually in the top lane here. They have the wave.
Uh-oh, Keyboy's in for the play. Goes in on Sauron, pins him down. That's going to be the guiding win. Anderson, here you go! Baby finds a kill. That's a turn. Maybe a mistake from Onic. Playing it way too aggressively. Winnie jumps in with the guiding win again, but the Shadow Kill doesn't do too much damage for the turret.
Oh my god!
Kai and Lutpi!
They're still going crazy, Kai. Still wants more. Still has the Quad Shadow. Didn't want to go for it around. He went for it, but didn't get the kill. But that was... Savero goes down first, mind you. And they still came out in an equal position.
It's because the damage is still on Kai and Sans. They are just so far ahead that even if you get these prio picks, you've already technically wasted all your resources to get those 2 picks. They should have just been happy with the 2 picks and went back. There's no bounty. This is what's so frustrating for TLID. Even if they get a good team fight now, the good team fight they're looking for is a wipeout.
Yep.
There are no bounties. They can slowly but surely come back into the game, but it'll be a very, very slow game.
Onic got a hand. If TLID wants to win, the objective is to just wait for an Onic mistake, which is, at this point, it rarely happens. It just happened just now with Savero. A bit too overzealous, just trying to take the turrets, but they cannot bank on that strategy. This is not, you know, some Dark level tournament. This is MPL ID, the highest stage. Looking at the items though, Kyrie actually goes for
Endless? He's going for
Endless,
right?
and the
Gold
Magic
gold.
Plate. So there's a bit of respect there from Kai, even though he is snowballing the hell out of this Hayabusa.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see the reaction earlier, right? When he went in just because of a single guy. The NetherRealm pump comes out. The flickers, they're just getting away from a single Kakashi.
You know what's crazy is the Shadow Kill could be used as bait to take away the NetherRealm.
And they still have the resource.
They'll still have... Sans is a split pusher here. Oh my lord.
What?
Gila indeed.
What the Burb doing?
The Farsa, the bird, is down below, forcing TLID to rotate, giving the full control, full prio over to Onic.
Whoa.
High with the open on the bush. Fabian is right there. They're still holding on to the Lord. Farsa slow pushing down below. They got to concede this one. There's no chance. TLID contest full neutral objective control.
Jeez. And shout out to Keyboy, by the way. I think he's been the most, like, I guess, unsung hero for Onic because he's been doing his best with the fist crack and also the walls. Just trapping everyone in his place. Kyo, I'm curious to see the economic position or status of this Granger compared to the Irithel because look at the levels right now. It's already 2 on this 2 gold laner and they almost take the turrets without even a single turret taker in Savero or Kyrie in the bottom lane. And they're going to take it with the Lord coming in the bottom lane.
Free from the mini waves. Mid lane siege coming down as well. Wave up top dealt with by TLID as they grouped up earlier. Savero slowly but surely munching at HP bar of the turret in the mid lane. Still Kanamine there. Savero gets the final shot. Turret down in the mid lane and in the bottom lane. Sans has
Watch out for Keyboy.
a feathered airstrike again. Watch out for Keyboy.
Yep, the flicker is always there. He's eyeing for that Keyboy moment. And it might happen in a few seconds. Concealed by Keyboy. Can he get it?
Good spacing from TLID, trying to deny that. Crazy play from Keyboy, goes for the pin down right in front. Aran, 3 shots onto him.
Oh my god!
With the circling eagle, Fabian brought back again. Savero has with the nature. Keyboy locks him down. Savero baited him. Ludpi in the back, mounts Aran. A flicker route from Aran. Another realm to come down as well. But now it's gonna be Kai, who still has the shadow kill, mind you. Another realm dealt with. Ludpi walks up. We'll have to respect the damage.
On the case, on the base. Kyrie goes in with the quad shadow. Can they do it? Sans still circling. And they go! Keyboy!
The cleanup. And it is over 2-0. Stompy stomp, 2 games in a row. Yikes.
Yikes is right. What the hell is this team, man? Are we seeing again the prime Onic that we about? The scary one. MPL stage.
And last season did not again that even strong now that we can look again just through to really draft that was big St. Lucas.
There's a lot to break down. Go for it.
Welcome back to the panelists, Des, boys and girls. Game number 2. That was a 14-minute 40 victory by. This means we're point.
Yeah.
So you're saying the third game is going to be 16 minutes.
Yeah, we have.
They literally have only one game life left.
Yeah, it's tough because Onic. I felt like this draft also. Kind of forced Team Liquid ID into an unfavorable position. We talked about maybe the Faramis pick against the Glue, but it didn't really work out that well. The burst wasn't really there that you look for. Usually when you pick up the Faramis against the Glue to just pop the blobs. The Lucas was actually doing great stuff alongside the Matilda, trying to salvage a few plays, like we saw up top. The damage was there, but I think Onic was just way too fed, way too ahead to be stopped. So they were firing from all cylinders, and it was hard to stop Onic.
It's rough, man, because their composition forces them to go play a front-to-back properly. That's what the NetherRealm is in there. They have the Granger, right? This is a front-to-back composition with two really good fighters. The thing is, like, in the end, they were forced to use the Lucas as a bit of an assassin. You saw that Hail Mary play on the top side, man. The circling eagle, guiding wind into the backline to try and get Savero. And again, I think they were able to get Savero once, but you can't expect to get Onic multiple times in a row, man. It was just too difficult. And the fact that they were forced to go with that Lucas pick, I think was one of the main factors there. With all the assassins banned away and Fabian locked into a very small selection of fighters, I think Onic is going to read on how Team Liquid ID are going to be forced to play, even with that Faramis against the blue counter.
And we haven't even considered the impact that this guy had in the game, right?
Oh boy.
Player of the game presented to you by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A36 5G on the Badang. So many opportunities opened up, so many opportunities presented itself because of the fact that he was able to find these opportunities in the early game and hence really just caused so much problems and chaos in these team fights that you wouldn't even consider it team fights. It actually forced a lot of skirmishes away from the winning conditions of TLID and their composition.
Like we were saying earlier, with the burst damage that's available to Onic, these aren't really long team fights. These are multiple skirmishes, one after another. Every time Onic pull the trigger and go for a play, the fighter airstrike, the shadow kill, that's enough to kind of, at least, if not get a kill, get one of the members of Team Liquid ID out of the picture already. So it's the difference between just AoE, you know, the fighter tools, compared to the raw damage and AoE that Onic are using to really just get ahead in these fights.
We talked about our concern in the draft, the fact that this Badang can just capitalize on the back of a Faramis and NetherRealm. That inherently might just be a double-edged sword that sets up the Badang for success. But the Badang here, what I like that Kibo was doing, he was also peeling for his teammates with the fist break and the fist crack. It really helps them to then follow it up into a bigger fight. We saw that, right? Sans just following up on the back of a 2-man, 3-man fist break into a fist crack, and then Kyrie just jumping into the shadow kill as well. So everything was just symphonious for Onic, for TLID. Again, it was them just trying to be far back, waiting for a moment to happen, and then they can just jump and pounce in with the Lucas and the Matilda.
Yeah.
Look at the kills that they're able to bring, too, against an 11-kill team. So, yeah, it was hard for them to really win out on the team fights.
Here's the thing. The composition that TLID brought had like a really small window of winning conditions. Bringing a Lucas means that you really need to have to be able to dominate the early game. So even if, let's say, we're utilizing that argument that they have to stave off the pressure from Onic in the early game, that's not really how a Lucas works. Look at the disparity of gold right now between Fabian and Kyrie. That's a 5,000 gold difference, 6,000 rather.
6,000.
And that was a 5 EXP XP gap between the jungle. So in what world would TLID be able to come back from this? Considering even in the late game, what do they have to show for, right? That's Ranger that they're utilizing, who has no stacks.
And maybe the Faramis with the passive, right? You can kind of come back a bit faster, you know, cycle the death timers in a bit of a cheesy way. I feel like the critical things that kind of made Team Liquid ID lose happen in the early game for sure, man. The fact that they have a Matilda and no frontline roamer makes it so that Onic, they can always have the first move. They can send Keyboy into a bush, into the danger zones, and then you can see it in the earlier skirmishes, in the highlights, every single time. By the time the Team Liquid has grouped up together, Aran is too low to fight, or even taken out outright. And that's the same thing for him, for the Lucas as well. The fact that Onic just have the control better well because they're having a Badang against a Mathilda in a game where they require that vision and that area control in order to set up for these big plays. Because of that, Liquid ID are just going to be forced to kind of spend some resources and time onto the Badang, and that's where, before you know it, the glue shows up, the feather airstrike gets popped up, Kyrie dives in, and before you know it, someone's already out of the fight.
That's sad. That's totally sad. Look at the item timings. At Fabian, for example, the Hunter Strike was completed when Kyrie is able to reach 2 items.
Yeah, it's actually worse. In previous game, like the War Axe was completed, the second item was completed like at 9 minutes, somewhere there.
8, 9.
It's even later now, man, because again, the Lucas needs to be snowballing, but Team Liquid ID were unable to get circumstances where the Lucas has like a target-rich environment to really, start snowballing, get some kills on the board.
Yeah, because to be honest, Lucas kind of falls out of relevance in the late game. When people are, when your enemies are already stepping up in defense items, the Lucas just becomes another frontline to eat, right? And for TLID, I feel like they don't really have an inherent healer. Maybe the Mathilda is kind of, because you have the Guiding Wind, but the Guiding Wind will always be equipped for the Fulvius after a dive happens, maybe with Infinite Pursuit to jump into the back, and then he hitchhikes a ride with that Guiding Wind. But there isn't really a frontliner that really wants to protect the team, right? That's the problem with this with that composition that TLID had. The Fulvius had to dive, the Lucas had to fight as well. The Mathilda, somehow with the Circling Eagle, does that as well. So then the backline just becomes vulnerable completely. And picture Keyboy with a Badang just jumping at you, and a fist break, fist crack combo happens. That's just the end of the story.
And you have to wonder if that's the idea from Coach Yeb. Go for the glue, bait out the Faramis. Because I think Mirko mentioned it.
Yeah.
Dude, this Netherrealm is years too late. And that's not exactly his fault, right? With so much mobility, with the Lucas and the Fulvius diving so far out, and also pulling back so far with the Guiding Wind, if you're a Faramis, how are you supposed to keep up?
Yeah.
Right?
Can't.
You're gonna Shadow Stampede to catch up with a flying Fulvius? So it kind of nullifies that Netherrealm pressure as well. We saw that Team Liquid ID were unable to use it to... there weren't any big moments, big fights won off the Netherrealm. And not to mention, with a Granger in the picture, it's not even that kind of hyper carry like a Nathan that can really benefit with the safety that Netherrealm provides. So it's a pick that was baited out by that glue pick. And looking at the big picture now, especially after the conclusion, you really have to wonder if that was like a bait, like a mind game coming in from Coach Yeb.
Yeah, with the glue, right? So
Yeah.
Get the Faramis, and then get the Badang, get the Farsa, right? Just combo.
That's why the Farsa pick instead of the Valzina was also really brilliant.
Yep.
Yeah.
They knew that they needed a little bit more damage in the early game to accentuate the plays coming in from the Badang, plus the hyper aggression coming in from Kyrie on the Hayabusa. And that's the way that they were able to anchor down on the early game and to prevent the snowball happening coming in from Lucas. So it's all just going according to plan now for Coach Yeb and Adi, Onic 2-0 right now. And it comes back to the drafts once again. Do you think that in game number 3, TLID can reshuffle, refocus, and finally win out the drafts?
Hey, we had this conversation, Arashi. It's okay, it's a best of 5. They can try to probe around, sniff what Onyx
They
trying
can
to
try
do.
it more.
That was that
They can try it
game
more.
1.
But this is tournament point for them. This is GG Go Next MPL ID Season 16. They lose here, right?
Yeah.
So there is no more time to try and probe. You have to be bold. I think at this point, just take risks. Just play, take risks, and maybe try to, contest for your comfort picks. Like the champ Louis again, but insofar, Onic has been so good on banning it.
We talked about Fabian and how he's always so important to the team. Maybe get something, urgently for Fabian here, because I was talking about it earlier, looking at the team fights playing out. Dang, Team Liquid ID are just trying to win fights, and then their sons in the back is outputting damage again and again. Now saying with an assassin, this would look so different, right? And that's why Onic went for the Farsa. But maybe that's where Team Liquid ID needs something that's dynamic, something that can make plays happen for Fabian. Because remember, when they won, Fabian was a massive factor there. Whether it's on a fighter, on an assassin, the consistent factor is that he's going to be making plays, regardless of what kind of hero he's on.
Exactly. But we're still going to be expecting 3 jungle bans coming from Onic. And
Yeah,
it
the
has
3
to.
jungle bans are the bans that Fabian is accustomed to, well versed with, right? Joy always taken away, Ling, no chance.
The Fanny Perma ban.
Hayabusa picked up by themselves, so what really is the solution here for TLID now?
Yeah, I want to say stop being
Hard.
Fabian-centric, but
It's too late.
They tried.
Kyo hasn't even been performing, right? I mean, I can't really blame it on him because Onic is just ruthless on their approaches. But yeah, trying to really champion a Fabian-sided game would be fine.
I guess we'll think about it for just a bit because we are going to take to the stage to see what's going on up on stage.
Pangin bendera itu. Langsung aja kali dari Sonic, mana suaranya? Oh. Langsung pada teriak-teriak, namun The Cavalry jangan mau kalah. Ayo mana nih semangat dari The Cavalry? Oke.
Wow.
butuh semangat sih mereka.
Betul sekali ya.
Harus ketinggalan 2 poin.
Sayang sekali, tapi nggak apa-apa. Masih ada kesempatan untuk mengejar. Namanya best of. Kita akan melihat apakah nantinya Delegate Indonesia akan bisa mengejar ataukah Onic yang akan tetap unggul. Tapi Bude,
Yes, match point masalahnya.
betul sekali. Kayaknya ada yang seru nih ya, karena semakin panas kayak kita dinginkan sejenak nih ya.
Enggak sih, harus dibakar sih ini. Harus dibakar. Kita bakal sebenarnya membakar dari super fans biar mereka juga semakin semangat. Yang ngademin juga lah ya, untuk tarik napas lega sesuai yang Alisa bilang. Karena kita akan bermain bersama dengan super fans dari kedua tim. Ini akan menarik karena kita akan bermain Whack Edit. Wah, Edit nih hari ini memang benar-benar ya, dari pagi udah kelihatan di layar, biasa di line of down juga muncul. Tapi sekarang super fans akan bermain dengan hero Edit.
Betul
Ngapain
sekali.
ya mereka?
Betul. Dan langsung aja kali ya kita undang siapa yang kira-kira sudah siap bermain Whack Edit bersama Alisa dan Bude. Halo.
Yeay, asik. Boleh langsung ya di sini. Yang dari kanan, siapa namanya?
Halo Bude, nama aku Santo.
Santo, apakah kamu The Cavalrys atau Sonic nih?
Aku cavalrys Bude.
Cavalrys, dari lahir nggak?
Dari Aura sih.
Oh dari dulu benar-benar. Berarti dari dulu. Tetap semangat dong walaupun kondisi seperti ini.
Kasih sebenarnya Bude, tapi ya.
Yaudah yuk pulang.
Iron, tunggu Iron, tunggu Iron.
Oke, masih semangat, masih dong.
Masih
Masih.
membara.
Masih.
Jangan mau kalah yang udah nyetak 2 poin nih. Halo, namanya siapa?
Namanya Bay, Bud.
Namanya kamu Sonic nih.
Sonic, Bud.
Oke, Sonicnya udah dari kapan nih?
Dari season 13.
Wow.
Baru, main baru.
Tahun lalu.
Tahun lalu. Gak apa-apa, tapi kita bisa melihat ya bahwa Onic sudah membuktikan dan kita akan melihat nanti di match point. Tapi sebelumnya kita mau ngajak kalian bermain Whack Edit.
Player edit.
Reddit.
Wih, makin panas. Caranya gampang banget, kalian pasti bingung, nggak mungkin ya. Gimana cara edit nih? Ini dia cara untuk bermain Whack Edit. Langsung aja nih kalian bisa bermain edit bersama-sama. Kalian akan menggunakan sama-sama edit. Nanti akan saling bergantian untuk bersembunyi dan juga attack. Jadi kalian tinggal gunakan skill 1, nggak boleh pakai battle spell. Nggak boleh pakai skill-skill lain, nggak boleh dash. Yang penting pakainya Earth Shatter aja.
Siap Bude.
Kalian mainnya akan bergantian ya, jadi satu kali langsung berganti dengan player berikutnya. Jadi hanya untuk satu kali, oke?
Oke.
Oke, pokoknya cuma 2 poin aja. Kalian cuma cari depan 2 poin, tapi kalau misalnya, aduh nggak kena, berarti belum dapat poin. Gantian, turn lagi. Oke, siapa nih yang mau mulai duluan? Pingsut. Gunting, batu, kertas, sweet, gue.
Oke, dari Sonic dulu nih ya, kita akan melihat apakah bisa langsung menggunakan editnya dengan tepat nih.
Aduh, kira-kira siapa nih yang menang? Cavalrys, Santos, atau dari Bay, Sonic? Kita
Langsung
mulai ya.
saja, kita akan mulai.
3, 2, 1, Whack Edit!
Langsung saja kita lihat, apakah
Ngumpet ya,
Sonic
kamu ngumpet ya. Berarti kamu ngumpet dulu ya dari
Oke.
Santo ya.
Satu
Silakan ngumpet dulu.
kamu harus bisa berhasil di sekitar sini, bosnya. Oke.
Udah gagal.
Gagal.
Take turn, gantian.
Gantian.
Recall ya. Bentar, kata-katanya apa tuh? Kenapa tuh tadi gak kena dia?
Gak hoki Bude.
Gak hoki dia. Kamu bakal hoki gak nih?
Hoki Bude.
Hoki udah, oke kita coba.
Jangan
Akankah
nakal ya.
dapet? 1, 2, jangan masuk. Oke, Earth Shatter. Keluar.
Oke, berhasil juga ya dari Sonic ya. Langsung gantian. Ayo, sekarang ngumpet lagi.
Ayo gas.
Ngumpet lagi. Oke, siap.
Ya ampun.
Gantian sekali.
Tipis banget loh.
Tipis banget ya. Ini kita melihat di mana.
Aduh. Ayo,
Ayo,
Gas.
bisa.
Earth Shatter. Keluar. Gagal lagi.
Gantian lagi. Sebenarnya ini sesusah apa sih?
Easy sih harusnya, cuma kebetulan aja dia menang.
Oh, hanya kebetulan ya.
Gas.
Oke, kita lihat. Oke.
Ya ampun, gagal lagi. Take turn lagi.
Belum.
Ayo gantian ngumpet.
Gantian.
Sekarang, oke, gas terus. Coba dirasa-rasa kiri kanan.
Sambil merem Bude.
Lihat
sambil
ya, ya. Berhasil nggak ya?
Gagal lagi. Melek aja gagal, merem gagal, nggak kelihatan sih di Bash ya.
Ini sengit sekali ya Bude ya. Walaupun kelihatannya busnya ini satu area aja. Ayo, bisa yuk.
Gagal lagi, oke.
Belum
Gantian
berhasil
lagi.
juga ya.
Ini kayaknya bakal sampai match kedua juga belum kelar ini ya.
Betul sekali, kita masih menunggu nih ya. Oke, sudah siap. Oke.
Pojokan tuh di pojokan. Pojok yang mana ya? Karena ini lama banget jadi
Yes, kita akan melihat 1 poin aja karena ini lama sekali kalau kita tunggu-tunggu kayak bisa sampai grand final ya. Jadi kita akan langsung saja mencari nih, geser bisa nih. Kita ikut kali ya.
itu loh. Aduh. Oke, gagal lagi. Next.
Aduh.
Guys, ini The Cavalrys nggak ada yang kepengin bantuin gitu?
Ya, kan
Ini Santo lagi berusaha nih loh. Ya Santo kanan, kiri atau mana nih? Arahnya sepertinya agak kebalik gitu ya badannya.
Iya, balik
Gini lagi nggak sih? Agak tembak dikit. Wah,
masih belum dapat. Ayo, Bay, masih ada kesempatan. Ayo.
Ini Bude pamit dulu ya guys.
Oke.
Kamu rankmu apa sih?
Aku baru naik IMO Bude.
Lagi mau edit berapa kali pakai?
120 ini. Dia kena.
Ya!
Tergocek oleh celotehan Bude nih kayaknya. Dan kita sudah mendapatkan pemenangnya nih sepertinya Bude.
Mungkin ada kata-kata kekalahan?
Gak apa-apa kalah di sini tapi nanti reverse sweep kok.
Wow, sebeda itu. Sonic, jangan makan. Balas balik.
Kayaknya ini nunjukin kemenangan Onic sih dengan mudah.
Aduh.
Oke, sudah bisa. Tergantung. Lisa, semuanya juga semakin panas untuk melihat bagaimana kelanjutan dari Best of 5 Series ini udah akan memasuki game ketiga.
Betul sekali Bude, kita akan melihat apakah match point kali ini akan diberikan oleh Onic atau sebaliknya. Jadi langsung saja kita akan lemparkan ke para panelis. Silakan panelis, take it over.
Shots fired up on stage there with the host. And if you guys want to join in on the fun and the action, you guys can head over to the venue right now in Jakarta, Indonesia, here in the Jakarta International Velodrome. And of course, there's so many things you guys can, tune into. There's giveaways, there's activities. Honestly, I haven't been there myself, but I will go to the festival later. All right, and hopefully maybe pick up a free Samsung on the way, right?
Free.
Maybe.
Maybe.
They have a booth, right, in the festival. Maybe there might be something cool that you guys can actually do because it's the all-new Galaxy A series 5G, specifically the A36 5G. And now Arashi will talk to you guys about the specs.
Well, it's packed with a Snapdragon 6 Gen 3 processor, up to 20 gigs of RAM, 256 gigabytes of storage, and you can squat up without lag thanks to the 120Hz Super AMOLED display. Super AMOLED. Regular AMOLED, Super AMOLED, bro. Super. So it powers up in a flash with a 45 watt fast charging as well. I've tried it myself.
Wow.
Dude, you have no idea. You don't think you need fast charging, 45 watt fast charging, until you have it. Once you don't have it, you're not a happy camper, dude. You're gonna be like, dude, it's taking so long. I'm trying to play a game. I charged while I went for a shower. I come back. Why isn't it full yet? 45 watts give you that ability, man.
Very, very quick. Obviously, for Eterna specifically, she likes to take pictures of herself.
That's true.
Get selfies out there.
Yes.
She's a narcissist. I'm not trying to say that, but
I am.
if you do like taking pictures and you like content creation, you can do that with the Galaxy A36 5G's 50 MP OIS camera.
50
and
MP.
it also has AI.
Whoa.
Awesome intelligence filter.
What's that?
Filter?
So that is you given the capabilities of creating custom filters for yourself.
Oh, no, I tried that. Yeah. So if I take a selfie here and I have the vibe of the velodrome, right?
Yeah.
The moment I take a picture at home and I apply that filter, it looks like I'm in the velodrome.
I mean,
I'm serious. I'm serious.
they're in
What
the
are you talking about?
velodrome.
Serious?
They're in the velodrome, right?
Yes, sir.
Over at the Team Galaxy Zone Cam by Samsung Galaxy. So if you guys are holding a Samsung device with whatever it may be, you might even bring a TV with you. All right.
Oh.
For all we know,
How about the washing machine?
try it out.
The
Try it out.
shower head.
They have a shower.
Try it out.
Man, they make everything. That's crazy.
They do.
They do.
So head over to Samsung.com/ID or your nearest Samsung store and grab the Galaxy A36 5G, starting at just Rupiah 5 million. 5 million.
5 million.
And with that, you get awesome bonuses worth over 1.5 million.
That's cheap money.
Including a free memory upgrade, by the way.
Wow.
Memory at this point, with the content, with the photos, you need that memory upgrade, bro.
You do. But hurry up because the offer ends on June 15th, 2025. So don't forget to check it out. Get it, sit over at the Galaxy Zone up front, right in front of the players. You can basically see their pores. I like to say that.
Their pores?
Every
Pores?
season.
Wow.
Or their pores.
That's how close you are.
Oh, okay. I thought he
See their
said.
pores.
I thought she said we could see their Porsche.
The Porsche.
Yeah.
I think one player fits that description.
But
I
parked outside, vroom vroom.
will change the topic now.
Yeah, but I'm talking about
Here we
cars.
go.
Cars.
Oh, cars.
Vroom vroom. He ain't here though.
Ouch.
Hey, here.
Yeah.
Or is he?
Low. He might be coming.
Ah.
Like to, watch? Who wouldn't want to watch, right?
Yeah.
Of course.
I mean, we also have a certain Filipino caster.
Coming.
What?
Yeah.
He's coming?
He is here.
Are you going to spoil that?
Oh, he came already.
No. He posted a story.
Dang, so it's official.
It's official that he's here.
Awesome.
You know who that is?
I think he might be arriving in the middle of the night.
Interesting.
Middle of the night. Okay, I get you. I see you, Arashi. I see ya.
But back to this, boys and girls.
Yes.
Match point. If TLID cannot win this next game, unfortunately, they will have to say goodbye to playoffs. And it's insane. This guy, again, we're looking at it, poster to poster, era to era, then and now. I think he's back. It's safe to say. His performance earlier on as well on the Farsa, we saw him. What do we think about this, Arashi?
It almost feels like he is denying that he was ever away. He comes back as like, oh, you must have forgotten. You're banning the Tsushin, the Yves. You must have forgot the Farsa, the Gila Sans Farsa, dude.
Gila Sans.
He never left.
What were you thinking?
Which is why Miracle posed an interesting question in the drafts. Do Shin banned out? Why?
I think it's more of a very annoying pick to deal against. But at the same time, it also enables Onic to really just function with it. So I think TLID also. Was it TLID who banned out the juice?
Yes.
Yeah.
The second phase, alongside the Yves, where Sans picked up the Farsa.
Yeah, so that's why maybe TLID don't really want to deal with that, right?
My theory is that they want to put Sans on something that's a bit more vulnerable. Because that's a factor here, right? When they want to go with these burst options, they don't want these heroes that can kind of have an extra shield, like the Eve and the Jushin, with the extra movement speed, the extra survival and all that. So they're trying to narrow down those two options, the Jushin and the Eve, that can survive the initial big Lucas burst. And with that factor, they're trying to zone out and limit the strength of Sans. But yeah, unfortunately, towards the end there, because of the setup disadvantage, at that point, Sans free to
laughing at you, Arashi.
They were smiling.
Yeah. Again, with Coach Yep too.
He was laughing though before that.
Before that, he was laughing. So a man of many faces.
He's probably
Coach
just
Yep.
seriously thinking
Poker
about the
face.
next joke that he wants to.
Maybe.
Yeah.
All right, so if you're on Team Liquid ID, I feel like at this point, that's like the one thing they haven't really gotten to explore, the Fabian factor. Again, we've talked about how this guy has so many more options, has many heroes in his hero pool. There's gotta be something, right? There's gotta be something.
But what is it though?
I don't know, man. I still say to Lucas. Shoot him a text.
They had 2 weeks to prepare.
Yo, SDL.
They had 2 weeks to
Yes,
prepare, and they would and should have known that teams would do research on them, right? Fabian being again one of the anchors, the pillars to their gameplay. If he wasn't able to explore different avenues and choices in the banning phase and the drafting phase and his hero pool, that's a big question to TLID's prep. We're getting into the drafts now, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 3, match point, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. From the side of Onic, they have gone the exact same route. Fanny, Joy, Ling banned out, taking it away from Fabian. TLID go for the Hayabusa, eliminating that as an option for them to pick up for themselves. Plus, for Kai, the Luoyi, and the Chip. So they have learned from game number 1, but their first pick is Jushin.
Safety, I'd say. It's a much more safer pick for SKL to play with. It has the escape, it has the shielding as well. The lift off to look for small skirmishes that you can really play with. But yeah, Jushin I think is a very, very good pick. Matilda Alpha, there you go.
All right,
Is this the something that is in Fabian's pocket? Because we haven't seen Alpha in such a long time.
He picked it once up in the regular season, where he lost.
Yeah, he didn't win with it. That's a big concern here. In theory, right now against a glue, it means that the Alpha is going to be regenerating a lot more. And the Alpha does true damage, which is good against the frontline pressure. It's a Franco. Out of nowhere, though, is this again an attempt to just shut down Fabian even more. With a Mathilda and the Tushin, there's not a lot of ways for Team Liquid ID to cancel out that Bloody Hunt as of right now. But so far, this is looking like a stronger, more stable, more brawly trio mid. And remember, trio mid is the highlight of this matchup.
But do you think the Franco is enough to withstand the invade pressure coming in from the Alpha and the Matilda? Because the Alpha and the Matilda obviously has very strong invade pressure, and that could just, you know, screw up the Suyo.
I think this depends on what is picked up for the gold lane and the mid lane here. They need good amounts of damage here if they want to truly make the Franco a real threat. If there's not enough burst damage, then they can just tank through the Bloody Hunt. With a Mathilda, especially if they're on curve and not behind, with a Flash of the Oasis, they can very easily let a Alpha or maybe someone else in the EXP lane survive from the initial engage. So that's where, for Onic, they need good amounts of damage, and they need quick damage. If they take too long, then the rest of Team Liquid ID will follow up and even dive through with the Tsushin.
And that's why TLID banned out the Farsa.
Yeah.
So they're eliminating that layer that Arasha was mentioning earlier on. Other than the Farsa, what heroes are we looking at here?
Just not so.
Burst damage mid lane.
An early game base damage, that's good.
What about a Eve?
It's okay, but it's not as bursty by all means, right? It's just a lot more consistent. But it will help with the wave clear though, which is a big deal, considering that the mid lane 1v1 is a big factor in the rotations.
But I personally don't like it in combination with the Franco.
Agree.
Yeah, it hooks you out on the RWM, but I think they need to go for either a mid laner here.
You want to go like Vexana?
Faramis.
Interesting choice.
To live is
So double pull here.
And they're also,
Stampede.
well, there's the combo, right? The pull into the Iron Hook, the Shadow Stampede into the Iron Hook. But there's also the fact that now that Coach VM has picked up the Faramis against the glue, it kind of hints at and them now understanding that they're going to go for a composition that can actually be countered by that fairness. So I'm assuming a lot more of an aggressive maneuver, more forward momentum. And technically, if you're thinking about gold laners that can kind of vibe well with the Franco, it's only between the Beatrix and the carry, I believe.
No.
Those two
Pharaoh has picked it up.
Exactly. So I think that's where Team Liquid ID are kind of trying to make a read. Go for the Gatot though, and the Moscow. So good macro pressure. Good frontline as well here, knowing that the Mathilda won't be able to serve as a main frontline. So it's a very brawly composition coming in from Team Liquid ID.
Not a big fan of the Gato Pacha as the sole, like, tempo setter. However, they go Granger.
Okay.
All right. Interesting.
No carry, no Beatrix.
Yeah, I think because the main premise has always been the Franco hook into, a Bennett's Rage or with the carry, constant damage. But I think the Granger does give you safety in terms of range in the poke as well. And if they want to play the front to back for ages, I think it helps as well with the Granger.
Match point, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to throw it over to our fellow casters. Mirko, once again, Sheffin, for the final time, potentially take it away.
This might be the end of the journey for Team Liquid ID. They're in the brink of elimination. Only one game separates them from the gaming house. They were the runner-up of M6, the champion of MPL Indonesia Season 14. And now, look at where they at. This is their last draw. Can they do it and stop the resurgence of Onic?
They gotta fight back somehow up against Onic. Again, the defending champions, ladies and gentlemen, in their first season. A lot of them, at least Fabian, Witty, and Aaron Shiki, it was the three rookies that were promoted into MPL with a lot of doubts surrounding them, instantly erasing those doubts, carving their name into the history books of MPL ID by becoming champions. Onic, what do you think about the draft here, Sheffin?
I gotta say, you were very Onic Pro draft, or like you were very Onic Pro when the draft happened, right?
Until the Fairness Granger.
Yeah. I think a Yves and also maybe like a 1-1 or something like a Harith would do well, especially with the amount of damage that Kyrie can deal in the early game, but look at that!
That's exactly what. Oh, almost a hook chained together there. Keyboy not gonna find it. But yeah, what were you saying, Sheffin?
Yeah, I gotta say, TLID, if they want to go back to the Season of 14 form of TLID, they did the right thing. They put Alpha on Fabian. They put the Mathilda on Weedy. So the ingredients is there. It's a matter of how they execute. I think it's a much more well-rounded draft and also more competitive drafting phase than first and second game.
I agree. This isn't a complete shout-out on the drafts, unlike what we saw in Game 1 and Game 2. Despite the first pick Juicin, that I was already... I'm a hater. I'm a hater for the Juicin first pick. Not a big fan of that pick anymore, at least not a first pick. Onic, though, control in the bush, waiting for an ambush to happen. You can see the win rates all throughout. 0 and 1 on the Alpha for Fabian, which is definitely not a stat that we are used to. Last season is Mathilda Alpha, the combo of TLID was amazing. Almost an attempt there. Successfully getting the Iron Hook.
Now it's going to be hard for Onic to be able to get close to the turrets or the total. Keyboy already getting jumped on.
Uh-oh, and all onto the back. Oh, yes, he'll pull back as well. Keyboy walking in front. Fabian able to pull out the Retribution with the Iron Hook connects. Then the round coming down as Kyrie gets caught, but will be able to shut down. Solo!
What?
Kill up, top kill. Finally kill Sans. Flicker forward, bringing it back into the damage of Onic. 2-1, but TL got the turtle.
Well, it's the same thing that happened in the first game. They got the turtle, but there's some retaliation on the other side of the map. Wow, they gotta stop with the 1v1s, man. They gotta take care of themselves.
I think it's fine. I'm curious as to how Kyo won that battle.
Yeah.
Granger should be the one with an advantage in the lane.
I mean, we can see in the items, already warrior boots for Kyo. Maybe that plays a part, that 1v1 earlier. But yeah, curious to see what happened in the replay. Looking at the other items though, nothing too crazy just yet. A rapid boots for Keyboy. Oh, getting all in by Fabian, but he knows. He's gonna go for a Franco in the middle of a turret.
This is looking more like the TLID we have seen in the regular season. You know, not the inconsistent version, but the normal form where they are actually able to fight. They're actually able to finally coordinate together, unlike the last two games. But somehow, Onic find themselves still 1,000 gold ahead with no neutral objective. This is just the pure... What? Is it the Suyo? No, he's a level down.
I've always said this. A sign of an elite team is when you're losing the trade, or at least the trade is even, you see the wave clear. You see the pathing in the jungle. And this is what Onic did throughout the prime Onic era. The micros on all the members is very sound around, getting jumped on, but still has the AOG.
Sans walks off, Fabian already there, asking for the guiding wind, bringing him back into the circling Eagle Stars! Another round with the bloody hunt, locking Fabian down, instantly cancel with the AOG!
Oh! Look B though, still chasing Fabian. Keyboy already low. Kyrie just goes back. Does he want to stop or not? Look B taking a bit of damage, but there is no kill just yet on that exchange.
Just poke. Sans so patient with the Netherrealm. I thought he died before he could pop it in, but he gets it in time. Onic now with the great Iron Hook landing again, but it's only onto Aran who has the guiding win, provided by Witty. Hold. Fabian on the turtle. Lutpi walking up already. on Aran, mounting him up, bringing it back all the way to Savero to get some free shots.
Wow.
Turtle, and that's a save with the guiding win. Onic cannot contest. Lutpi caught in deep waters.
Getting jumped on by 4 people. It might be the end for Lutfi. This guy's Keyboy though. The hook. Lutfi gets to that 4, but he's gonna get executed. No! No kills at all. Again.
Wow. They're holding their ground. They're standing their ground. The lead is gone. But with 2 turtles, you would expect TLID to be the ones holding that lead. A turret down below. And right to our lefts, ladies and gentlemen, me and Shepin's left, we got 2 legends who are streaming in the venue.
I mean, literally 20 feet away from us, we can see them just yapping for you guys out there. Check out their stream if you're bored of us.
Shepin, who do you think's better? Who do you think's better?
You're really gonna put me on the spot here?
Hey, I'll answer too.
If we're talking about peak,
Yeah,
Anti-Mage.
Anti-Mage.
Overall, our
Anti-Mage.
Wow.
Once an MSC winner.
All right. To each their own. And to each their own also in audience prediction, 80% to 20% as expected. Going by what happened in the first 2 games.
80%. After what we saw from Game 2, understandable.
Yep.
This was not the audience prediction that we saw in Game 1. It was actually even then we up in Game 1. Finally, we're forced to trade it out. How is it that they are still the ones leading? It's a turret, 2 turtles, and it's a gold leaf running.
I think it's the really to be able to get around the map, and he's been doing that. That's what's supposed to happen, and that is their game plan. But Kyrie can clear the lane on his own. The members hasn't died yet. Might be changing it now.
All in over the Keyboy, another realm in time, but he will still fall. Flinker, outburn, out SOD. Kyo joining the fight. Savero with a few good shots. Great revitalize. And just, oh man, he's wiped the entire bottom side jungle.
Free real estate for Kyrie, even the orange buff as well. The one thing that makes Onic special in the Prime era, they let go of the things that they're not going to take care of or have the disadvantage. And truly they are in a disadvantage in objective battle, especially after Keyboy getting jumped on. The key is Keyboy getting the initial hook and getting someone to burst the opponent down before the fight begins and make it a 4v5.
All right, we got to think about this though. If they had a Yeve in the mid lane, this is the playstyle that I expected. They would just play it slow, give away a few neutral objectives, maybe actually be able to contest Turtle 3. With this composition, playing it safe like this, trading across the board, means that they're going to be scaling from mid. I believe TLID have the better mid game.
Yeah.
And late game with Moscow?
Yeah. Right? That's what I'm going to say. The long lane pressure that they can definitely utilize. And Kyo hasn't died just yet, even winning on a 1v1 against Avero on his own. 500 though. This is not a lead that's really safe at all in MPL Indonesia. I wonder how many lead changes, at least 2 so far in this game on the economy. And Onic, look at the bushes, Mirko. This is what having an Alpha and a Matilda gives you. I really like the fact that they're going back to their form in Season 14. This is their bread and butter. Just own the bush, try to get your map or like the advantage on the vision. And Keyboy, all he can do is just try to get this blind hooks that most likely not gonna land. You gotta scan the bushes, you gotta scan all the things that he cannot see in plain sight and make a play out of his micro.
It's all about pushing slowly and steadily for TLID. They have the lead, and like you said, it isn't safe, but it's fine. They have a composition that scales pretty well into the late game. The range is the only thing that I have doubts about, right?
Sans, while Kyrie just clearing the mid lane. Oh, Keyboy!
Purify. Good call. That mid push, man, so important for the neutral objective take in TLID. They are struggling to get control of it. Sans, another risky move, walking up front. Orange buff taken. That's a level lead for Kai. Iron hook not landing. Lord very low.
10k on the Lord. Kyrie goes in. Fabian getting jumped on all in with the Bloody Heart and the Winter Crown. Lord stolen already. Now the mount down over to Fabian. This should be a trade. Lutpi is dead. Isolated from the team. AOG. The Lord Aran jumping in, but it will be Keyboy still surviving. SOD! Kyo! Jumping on the Kai. Soul Sever coming down. Yes, he with the flicker forward on the Crimson Peak, and Kai getting away with the Blade Surge. Finally a W for TLID, but no, the Lord is taken out by Kyrie. Overall, though, in the kill department, it's an equal one. Fabian is trying to sandwich Kyrie and Sans.
Whoa. Crazy poke. Fabian with the flank, though, but no one walks his way. Wow, okay. Clean, taking control of the mid lane as Fabian looks for the flank. That will not amount to anything. Fabian sees Kyrie. Sans sees him too. Death Sonata, Ghost Bursters, and that will be it with the wave in the mid lane. Now a Lord up top.
Yep, this is the problem with... Yes, you have the Matilda on the Fabian, but...
Oh, come on, Kai.
Yeah, just Kyrie thinks, man. The God of the Jungle, the red trees are there. But yeah, would be in trouble. Spear of Misery connected. Half HP, but they still have Lord. And the siege potential, Savero just gunning them down with detonatas.
And Rhapsodies are on very low already. Lord marching down. TLID. Fabian walks up. Oh no!
Jeez.
Another round coming down with SOD as well. Don't take it, Kyo. Onic on the brink of eliminating the defending champions.
Yup. This is just clinical Mobile Legends coming in from Onic. It wasn't that clean in the early game, but they know what to do, even in the objective battle that they're not supposed to have an advantage on. Yes, they have the Bloody Hunt on a Keyboy, but this is Alpha against the Suyo and Matilda we're talking about. Man. The HP bars is leaning towards TLID side. Onic gotta rely on the micros, Fabian. Oh man. Gotta watch out for the soaks, man.
He's so far up front alone with no Mathilda. That could have been real bad. Luckily, the timing wasn't, the best. Even if Onic got that, they would have got more pressure, but there's no neutral objective up.
Whew. Now it's time to breathe for both of these teams. Once again, I think the win con, or the plan, Fabian though, Spirit of Alpha onto his Lippy.
Oh, chain CC.
SOD!
Keyboard flicker out. Aran looking for the play. Kyo takes the SOD. Another round for Sans to escape. 28 seconds for Lord. Lutpi, 20 seconds to respawn.
You gotta find a way for Lutpi to be able to check the bushes a bit safely. Maybe just a blind hook from Keyboard just to clear the bushes so that Lutpi did not get engaged on, just like what happened earlier. DLID, they're 5 men strong, but can they make a use of this advantage that they have right now? 4 seconds towards the Lord. Lutpi is already up on respawn time.
Control, look at the piercing damage from Kyo 2. Keyboy looking for the hook. TLID on the Lord with a slow push down below.
I gotta wait for Ron to back away. Or maybe just heals up with Widdy's photo. That's something they can do, but it's already half HP. So that's something that Savero might be looking forward to burst, especially with the Sky Piercer.
The wave is good for Onic. In the bottom lane, great. Zoom in into the map, you can see again how they're managing the waves. Kyrie notices it is building towards a slow push for them, so that's why he rotates without hitting the wave. Onic controlling the neutral objective. Moskov seen down below. Onic gonna make the shot, the call.
They're still healthy. This is on the hook, is Keyboy.
Tier 2 for free. Lord Dance in favor of TL. Moskov still in the bottom lane, farming and clearing it up, shoving the wave in. Holding on to it.
What? They're still going for the Lord. Lutpi getting jumped, knocked up in the air by the Lord.
Face turner taken out again, Bloody Hunt. Hakai able to secure it now. In the back, yo. Onic, what was that? That could not have been worse. TLID, just run it down.
They just handed the W on a silver platter to Kyo. I was gonna say this is the prime Onic that we're talking about before the game starts, but what the hell was that? That is a stinker.
Oh, I gotta agree with you, Chef. And I'm not a fan of the Fairness Ranger, but it wasn't because of the Fairness Ranger that they lost the game. It was they didn't want to let go of anything. They didn't want to let go of the Lord. Some signs of that inconsistent Onic from the early weeks of the regular season, ladies and gentlemen. All of a sudden, TLID are back in the series. All of a sudden, that 80% to 20% audience prediction might just be shifting back.
I don't understand. A team on the level of Onic, based on what we've seen in Game 1 and 2, this is not a mistake that kind of team could be making.
I was gobsmacked.
What the hell was that? And shout out to Heskiel to cancel the recall from Sans. Hey, this is the time for the panelists to break it down because we are speechless.
Thanks, boys. We're going to Game 4. The TLID is still alive here in MPL ID Season 15 with an amazing play by Kyo, utilizing the team fight and being able to go for a split push in the bottom side to get to the base. Unexpected, but we're here for it.
I mean, where do we begin? We said they needed something, right? They need something, whatever. And they brought out the Alpha. The Alpha Matilda is great. The skirmishes were great. It's a lot more calculated. If you look at the previous games compared to now, game number 3 here, 5 kills for both teams. Yeah. It's a very low action game. It's just threats upon threats, but no one's overcommitting. And I really want to ask, like, I wish we could have a segment where we can ask like the coach immediately. Like, say, DeLucas, is that the idea? You have the Sushin, like you were mentioning, that Heskiel on the Sushin went in with the Crimson Beacon to try and stop the recalls, and then the Avatar of the Guardian got that as well. Is that the idea, having all these tools to stop the recalls so that the Moscow can end?
I mean, they couldn't have predicted that would happen, right?
I don't think so,
The opportunity
but
presented itself, and they took it.
Never know. I mean, it was the last stretch, right? I think that Crimson Beacon in the last second was so crucial because Sans, I think, was a second away from recalling back to base. And I think for Kyo, it was all about him just focusing on the crystal because he knew that in that fight, Onic was about to turn it around. But Sans recalled, and that Crimson Beacon even only touched the tip of it. That for the Crimson Beacon touched Sans, canceled the recall.
Okay.
And Kyo continued with the split push.
And so we're gonna crown our MVP or player of the game here for game numero 3, and it's going to go to Kyo. Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. There's definitely an argument to be made for all the rest of the players, but that last minute play from Kyo really took the cake. I don't think things would have been as easy for TLID if it went a young man from the Philippines, right? It's so TLID. This is their comfort. This is how they've been able to find success, not just this season, but last season during their championship run here in MPL ID, right? Aran on the Gatot, Fabian on the Alpha, Yehezkiel on his power pick as well, the Jushin, Witty on the Matilda. They know this draft well. They view the draft well. They've utilized it numerous times, and you can see them actually executing that game plan for comfort.
Low in the action, you can see that. I don't know if it's the comfort or if it's a different plan and whatnot, but even against the Iron Hook, against all these tools that Onic has at their disposal, Team United did a great job avoiding the pickoffs and finding pickoffs of their own somehow, even though they're on a Matilda roam. Yeah. We talked about how that limits your offense, but they used Fabian to walk in the front, and to be fair, he almost got a couple of times forward, but he was the guy walking up, trying to find a backwards spear of Alpha, try and kick things off and start a big fight. It is just so good, man. You're seeing the dynamic potential, the creativity in the fights as well that we've been wanting to see from Team Liquid ID all the way from game number 1. And to his credit, Kyo on the Moskov, 0 deaths, despite all the dangers available here. He was definitely in the scope for Onic in this game. And his spear of destructions have been really accurate this game. If you notice, it's always being used to secure kills, or it lands at the back line. So the accuracy of those spears, it doesn't seem like it's just thrown into a high populated area. He is looking, he is waiting and targeting exact moments, man.
That SOD really helped him as well to join the fight. Obviously, that's always the premise of a Moskov, is the fact that a 4v5 can turn into a 5v5, and even worse, like a 3v2 can turn into a 4v3 in one spear. And that SOD did land for Kyo, but I think he had one target in his mind, was that split push. That split push was indeed one of TLID's pressure as well, because let's take a look at the draft that Onic brings, right? The only hero that can really match that is the Suyo. But the Suyo was also, the Suyo was still busy on focusing on the objective, and that last stretch as well. So that Kyo took the chance, and it was a final push to end the game, and TLID brought back the momentum that they need.
And they're able to stay in the area, in the Lord Pit, in the mid lane. They're able to stand and like dance off against Onic, despite being up against a Granger, which outputs a lot of damage with low commitment. And despite being up against a Franco, where one single hook can kind of spell doom for the whole team somehow, and yet they were able to do so. You can call it luck if you want, but I'm gonna say that that's a tall order to achieve against Onic. Not to mention still Kyrie on the Suyo outputting extra damage with the Queller. Dude, they're able to actually stay there for so long. Even though when the fights do start, you can see that Aran usually is already halfway beat up.
And to be honest, TLID draft a very, very safe draft. Like, if we take a look at the heroes that they have self-peel, they have escape. I mean, the AOG is there. You can use it defensively. Spear of Alpha backwards, like you said, to save the Alpha. And then a Mathilda with a guiding wind, plus the Chusin that is super safe.
Yep.
And the marksman in the Moskov. Moskov is one of the safest marksmen that you can play with the Abyss Walker. So that really helps TLID to then survive in those long drawn-out altercations.
And in the previous game, off camera, we were talking about how Team Liquid ID might have to kite better. I forgot who mentioned it. Realize or Eterna mentioned like, oh, there's a kite here in this moment. And we were like, oh, they have a Lucas and Phobius. But now, with a composition that actually kites so well, you're seeing them actually do a lot better here. And remember, back when Onic were still dominating, we said that the big thing that made them so fearsome is the distance management. How they're able to just stay just out of range and still move into range to do damage when they need to. And I guess with mobility, that's how Team Liquid ID were able to match up to that.
Exactly, absolutely. We're finally seeing TLID being able to utilize a loophole in what they see maybe the drafts that Onic brought here in that previous game. When we threw it over to the casters, I overheard them talking about them not usually questioning the drafts from Coach Yeb, but here in particular, it was a big question mark. What do you guys think about the drafts for Onic? Do you agree with that sentiment?
We had this conversation. Again, I've been using this word a lot of the times, but yeah, we had this talk in...
Oh, you talk the talk, not walk the walk.
That's true.
Say it.
We're having a lot of conversations here.
Swapping a few of the heroes out, right? Like, for example, interchanging the Granger with the carry, or maybe the Beatrix would have been better, or maybe they would have went into something much more offensive compared to the Paramis. Because sure, they are drafting a defensive draft, but I think when you push them to the edge, TLID just, goes fight or flight mode, and Onic lacked the offense, I think, in that particular draft.
Yeah, because I think Rico was mentioning that he was saying everything okay, good, and then the Granger showed up, and he's like, right? And I kind of agree with that, because we were theorizing that with a Franco, right, you need something to kind of combo with it.
Exactly.
Mid lane is a Paramis. We talked about the difference in burst damage and damage output in the previous game. Now in this game, they have a pick-off style composition sort of with the Suyo, with the Franco, but then the mid lane isn't really a big burst hero.
Yeah.
The gold lane also isn't that much of a burst hero. Technically, if you're alone and all the bullets of the Rhapsody hits you from the Granger, then it's kind of bursty.
But it's not
It's not quick.
straightforward.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
So we're seeing a lot of moments there in that game where someone gets hooked and they're able to survive just long enough to at least make it kind of even. So with a different selection there in the gold lane, maybe that could have been avoided.
I mean, Granger is a burst gold laner, is a burst marksman, but it's not quick. The DPS.
Yeah.
Usually when you expect a carry to do that, the carry is very quick with the speedy light wheel, or the Nibiru smashing in the Beatrix, but yeah.
We'll see the adjustments coming from Onic. Were they limit testing, or were they just backed into a wall by TLID? Before we get into the next game, we're going to throw it over to Alyssa.
Sama Alisa, hari ini Alisa lagi ada di bootnya Sukro di MPL Festival. Dan kira-kira ada keseruan apa di sini ya? Langsung aja kali ya kita invite salah satu teman kita dari Sukro, ada Kak Ocin. Halo. Selamat siang nih Kak. Oke, Kak, ini tuh ada activity apa sih yang menarik di bootnya Sukro?
Jadi secara umum kalau di activity di boot Sukro itu kita ada bisa beli produk Jadi dengan pembelian produk, setiap pembelian paket 20.000 itu bisa main Franco's Iron Hook gitu. Nah hadiahnya macam-macam. Jadi ada mulai dari jersey RRQ, ada kaos Sukro X RRQ sampai dengan hadiah-hadiah lainnya. Terus juga kita di setiap harinya nih Kak, itu kita akan ada fun match. Kurang lebih di sekitar jam 4 sore, mungkin sampai dengan setengah 6 sebelum parade ya, sebelum parade dari fans, nanti kita akan ada fun match, jadi 5 lawan 5. Mungkin nanti di sekitaran itu boleh crowd-nya pada kesini supaya main, karena kita ada ratusan WDP buat kita bagi-bagiin, kurang lebih gitu.
Jadi langsung aja ya main ke boothnya Sukro. Jadi pembelian 20.000 bisa langsung main Franco's Iron Hole. Kayaknya aku tadi udah beli, jadi kita boleh coba kali ya Kak? Oke. Kita akan langsung cobain ya. Guys, di sini ada namanya Franco's Iron Hook. Bisa dapat produk Sukro, jersey Sukro, ataupun jersey RRQ. Wow, nanti kesayangan kalian Kingdom nih khususnya ya main ke sini nih. Oke, kita coba ya. Ya, ini sekali aja Kak cobainnya. Sekali aja teman-teman. Jadi langsung, ini padahal kelihatannya gampang ya. Sekali lagi deh Kak, kita coba kali ya. Oh, itu nggak bisa juga ya. Jadi teman-teman nanti langsung aja cobain di sini kalau mau dapetin kaos RRQ, jersey Sukro, dan juga pastinya ada produk dari Sukro. Nah, kalau misalkan di sini berarti jam 4 sampai jam?
Kurang lebih jam 4 sampai jam 5 atau setengah 6, tergantung fansnya. Pokoknya kita ambil waktu break moment antara match pertama sama match kedua. Jadi nanti di titik itu mungkin kita adain fun match break. Caranya environment di sini jadi makin ramai sih, mungkin gitu Kak.
Oke, nah itu dia banyak banget keseruannya. Jadi jangan lupa mampir ke boothnya Sukro. Dan pastinya ini gratis ya Kak. Karena MPL Festival ini gratis, jadi siapapun bisa datang. Kalian bisa nonton watch party juga. Dan pastinya bisa main bareng dengan teman-teman di boothnya Sukro. Thank you so much Kak Ocin. Iya, boleh, silakan.
Jadi kalau aku bilang gamers jago, ngemilih Sukro, kita bilang gas lah gitu ya, oke? Oke, aku bilang ya, gamers jago, ngemilih Sukro, gas lah!
Oh, you're back.
Oh, hey, put it
well,
back.
there you have it, guys. If you guys want to get some free, Sukro, they have their merch as well up in the booth. You guys can actually join the activities that Alyssa mentioned earlier. I think the Franco Hook minigame looks pretty cool.
I'm out of sucrose.
Bro, this is so good.
I was simply eating on camera.
Oh, right, sorry.
I was like,
my bad.
Yo. Oh.
My bad. But that's how good Sukro is, guys. So you do want to get your hands on it, and why wouldn't you do it for free?
I'm out of sucrose. Yeah, there you go.
So good.
Gasla!
Gasla, hashtag Gasla. What's your favorite flavor?
People.
Me too.
I like the original.
Oh.
Original, yeah, original.
Yeah, I mean, the original's good too.
It's proper. It's proper food night.
I love my Kribo though.
Classic.
The Kribo is
Timeless.
unique though. The Kribo one is actually quite special.
By the way, you have a change in name. You're no longer Arashi. You're Bryden now.
Bryden.
What?
Yeah. So I have to call you Bryden. from now
Bryden.
on.
But why?
It's a request from the international casters.
Huh?
Sorry.
Wait, for real?
Yeah.
Why?
Bryden.
What
Because
the
of your earring. Anyway.
Nice earring.
I see.
Anyway,
I see.
we've been hyping up MPL ID for the past few 3 games, but also we do want to remind you once again that this hype is also because we want to know who's going to be representing Indonesia at MSC EWC. For the past few years, it actually has been Onic, right? 2019 MSC 2019 champion, and 2023 was when they were able to get the next championship, and then the next is the big question. Will they be able to once again pick up an MSC trophy?
Well, Onic man, what do you think? Realize?
They might be able to.
Weak answer, bro.
But I think there needs to be a few things that has to be fixed again. Small little details before they can really be back on their perfect form. Because I think if we take a look at the previous iterations of the Onyx that was able to win the MSC, these were all teams that were almost without an error. This was a team that a couple of 2 teams that was able to perfectly play the game into the way they like. And I think this Onic needs to really hit the ceiling in terms of the skill ceiling that they have to then match that. But I think if they do end up winning MPL, they might have a very, very good chance in MSC, I'd say. Like if they get back to their best form and if they win MPL ID Season 15, I think they have a proper chance in MSC.
See, I don't know.
Finals, maybe.
Like the optimism in me and like the Indo pride in me wants to agree with you,
But
but seeing the performance of the neighboring teams,
yeah.
Hey,
The thing is, right?
it's a far climb.
the grass is always greener on the other side.
Okay, fair point. I like your optimism, right? I'm
Yeah.
just not so sure about hearing so many ifs.
Not in this.
I heard a ton of ifs in that whole sentence.
There are prerequisites,
I see.
criteria, requirements, attributes.
Yeah.
Factors.
Onic PH and
Instances.
CLPH just need to show up. no prerequisite.
Terms and conditions.
Terms and conditions. Fine prints.
Please show up. NSGP.
Hidden clauses.
Hidden clause.
But we have to stay positive. Stay
Yes, sir,
positive.
yes, sir.
We can do it at MSC.
We can.
It's all good.
I'm not trying to say that this Onic is back on its best now. It's far from
I
being
mean,
at
it's a
its
different Onic too, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Would be in the EX.
Savero as well.
Savero as well as a rookie, by the way. So obviously they don't have the international experience that a lot of these international players who are repping their particular region will be having. So it's already a far stretch. But, it's not like it hasn't happened before, right?
Yeah,
ID,
yeah.
absolutely no international experience, going all the way to the grand finals. That's something that I think nobody expected. That storyline has been done before.
Right. So we're not saying Onic is the best, but you gotta beat Onic first and
You gotta beat Onic first, then talk.
and then talk.
We're going there, huh?
Onic,
I don't know.
I try to save you guys.
I always find myself ending up somewhere there.
Okay, it's fine, because we're ending back up on stage right now. Still at match point for the Sky Kings. 2-1.
Is this a sweep though?
That's the
We're
big
talking about
question.
this.
not
Match
yet.
point and then,
Versus
at least the beginning of a sweep for Team Liquid ID.
I mean, if Onic draft like that, again,
Oh.
You said it. If Onic draft like that, did you know what made TLID, capable?
What?
Of that reverse sweep against RRQ?
What?
That Xia pick against the lane. Remember?
the grand finals.
The grand finals? So that was actually, I'm not trying to blame it on Chescue back then, but
Why is Kesuke catching strays?
it,
What's going on?
I'm not trying to catch strays onto him, but like, it's a contributing factor. Like Eterna mentioned it, if they draft like that, there could be a possibility where the reverse sweep might happen.
Well, when I hear Eterna say that, what came to mind was that fan member in the audience. He was like, yo, can we get Adi to draft?
Yo!
I was like, yo.
If Onic loses, Adi will draft.
That was the Liquid fan, right?
Yeah, look at
Yeah,
that.
he was like,
Obviously.
yo, guys, get Adi to draft, please. Please.
So harsh.
By no means is Adi a bad drafter. He's a good coach.
Wait, is he a good drafter or a good, like,
A good
why
coach.
did you change the label?
A good coach means you're good at drafting and you're good at, maintaining your players.
Is that what it means?
Yeah, because a coach is an all-in-one type of deal.
I thought the statement we've been making this season is that you're not an all-in type of deal, and people who are kind of exceptions. Like Coach Yeb.
Coach Yeb.
That's why there was a role in a league called the drafter, remember? You're saying those coaches are just not competent?
Nah, I'm not trying to say that, but,
I'm trying to put words in your mouth.
kind of
It's
standard.
okay. It's okay. We have our own, subjective definitions of what good and bad is.
Subjective.
It's a morality.
And he makes a valuable argument, a valid argument.
Valuable argument.
It is a valuable argument because
argument
real
is
life
valuable.
is valuable.
Really?
All right?
You
We
think I am
are.
valuable?
You are.
You think so?
I do.
Wow, that's the first time I've
Alright.
heard a compliment in my life.
You're a diamond in the rough, bro.
Sad.
It's
That is
really
sad. Okay. Speaking of rough, TLID now first pick selection, blue side. Back on blue side.
All right. I think this works well for them because then it kind of allows them to actually get an extra ban because they don't have they're not forced to ban the Fanny away from Kyrie. We saw how that played out in game number 2. I really feel like first pick is the way to go for Team Liquid ID. I'm surprised at Onic. I'm surprised, but it's not. I really shouldn't be because Coach Yeb, I would think he wants to put Team Liquid ID in that spot to force the Fanny ban onto them. But reactive Coach Yeb always does well.
Okay.
I mean, Yeb is always able to read the room and kind of bait out the opposing team to draft into an unfavorable draft that they can play. Like, for example, in game number 1, the Kaja pick, curveball as well. So TLID, I think they need to be wary and they need to keep their guard up because there's a possibility that these curveballs are kept thrown at them. So, they have to be always ready to face all the possibilities of a Yeb masterclass, right?
Right. The Yeb mind game, the Yeb puzzle, whatever you want to call it, man. Coach Yeb with the crazy decisions. But look at Onic now. Sounds at least looks a bit more serious.
And Keyboy as well, with the pensive face.
Was that a shock, man? Is the mental component here
No,
that give
no.
Team Liquid ID a bit of an edge?
Hey,
No. They were laughing earlier.
They were. Kyrie was
Just
laughing.
chill.
We're trying to stir some drama between.
It's okay. But no. It's still Onic. I'm not having this. Don't curse my team.
We're trying to
I
make you
can't
more
curse.
optimistic.
Okay. It's just, ever since the regular season, boys and girls, this curse has been a little bit too much. So we're getting to the drafts now for game number 4, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G.
Yo!
It's the exact same drafts. The bands are the same.
The Kalea, though.
But Onic, yeah. It was Suyo and Glue in the previous game. It is now Farsa and Kalea.
All right. So it seems like the big factor in the previous game was the Alpha coming out of nowhere for Fabian. Now Onic, with that in mind, after securing the Kalea for themselves, the Kalea that, by the way, was valued so highly, they banned it over, what was it in the previous game? They kind of went for the Kalea ban so much earlier on, thinking that Onic is going to be Onyx going to be a bit dangerous with the Kalia. Game number 1, they first pick, Team ID first pick it as well over the Triple E. So now with Onyx having the Kalia potentially flex over to Ludpi or T-Boy, Team ID have to read into the intentions.
Yeah, no more flex, right? Blue picked up in the first phase. We know exactly where things are going. But the same thing can be said for TLID. Onic learned from their mistake from that previous game, will not allow another split push possibility from occurring, so they ban out the Moskov here and now.
That's a very strong pick as well for Kill. It hasn't been shown in the first 2 games, but game number 3 was out there and it delivered for Kill. Now I really like TLID going back to basics. This is a bare bones TLID draft, right? We talk about TLID back in season 14. This is a draft that they like to play with. The Alpha Matilda and the Chusa just gives you so much defensive options if things go south for you. And now I think they need to supplement it with something even more damaging for the Moskov. I think they need to traverse around other options. But imagine if Aran picks up a Hilda, then it's really, really old school TLID. But I think the Hilda will just get kited by the Farsa again. The burst down is there. The Koya is also there to stop the Hilda, so that's not really an option. But I wish Aran might go back to the Hilda.
I mean, without a strong gold laner to really threaten, shred down the Hilda, hey, I mean, there's a chance it can work right here, right? Against Onic, if they're only relying on the Farsa to secure the kill onto the Hilda, we've seen it happen before. The Hilda will be able to actually take a lot of damage, and the main engage coming through from the Kalia as well. So there's a lot of things that depends here. For Onic, I think they might hide their gold lane for a bit later.
I honestly think they might hide Kyrie's pick for later. I think that could be the big thing we're looking at for this particular game. Export is still an option for them to take. Even if, let's say, TLID go for something really oppressive in the early game like the Hilda, they do still have that option to fall onto. Matrix now gets banned by TLID. Yes, Suyo is also an option.
Yeah, so
Suyo Alpha used to be the staple matchup in MPL ID back in season 14, right? So
yep,
that could be an option. I don't think the Suyo was a mistake in the previous game because I think it did its job pretty well. It was able to match up the pure speed of the Moskov in the segue as well. So I think if you want to pick up the Suyo, still makes sense. Maybe just change the gold lane a bit. So
a Granger pickup.
I am more than a
Julian!
Hello!
Never mind!
0 picks, 0 everything, first time.
I had a feeling the surprise would be in the jungle.
Yeah.
Because if the 3 first picks are readable, it's usually the jungle pick that gets flexed, or an insane pick gets picked up here, and Onic goes for it once again. Kaja in that first game, and now we're getting the Julian. Have we seen the Julian in this current meta?
I don't think we have.
We haven't, I think.
If you saw the stats
across
earlier,
regions,
it was 0 across the board.
MPLPH, MPLMY, SG.
I think across regions.
Let's throw that to Mr. International, Mr. Worldwide,
Mr. Worldwide.
All right, if the casters back at home are watching right now, maybe you guys can give us a heads up whether or not the Julian has been picked up. But we will see the next 2 picks coming in from TLID, and that is Gatot Kacha once again, another comfort pick as well as carry.
I think this is a deny pick, no? Because they don't want Onyx to have to carry as well. The Kalia carry combo is actually very nice when you have the Tsunami Slam going in. Plus, the Beatrix has been banned by TLID. So now Onyx is left with a unfavorable marksman to pick up.
They're doubling down on the pick-off style here, but the main concern for Team ID right now is that the Farsa is going to be relatively safe. It's going to be the main problem. But for Onic, again, now in the gold lane, what do you want to put there? Because they banned away...
1-1 option, Irital option, Beatrix option.
To the jungle.
Granger, though. Good old Granger. Because they banned away the Moskov and Herod, right? That's why I thought that the gold lane is going to be showed first for Onic. Maybe the Granger again, though. So it's a bit of a similar style. But now with the Julian, I wonder what's the idea here. Is it going to be a utility Julian? Damage Julian? So many options with this hero.
I think it's going to be a gross early game here. Match point once again, ladies and gentlemen. Potentially the last game in the series. Can TLID come back? We're going to throw it over to our casters.
A sign of life from the Cavalry. They took game number 3, not the cleanest one, but at this point, you take everything that Onic gives you. TLID, the hopes are not dying just yet. If they can force out a game 5, momentum would be on their side. And they're sticking to the bread and butter with the trap. Game number 4 is underway in Jakarta International Velodrome. Here we go.
Welcome to the Land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen. A reverse sweep, is that what you're saying, Shepin? If they win here, we're on track for a reverse sweep. Technically, not unheard of. We did just see in the Philippines, the sister org of TLPH, in their first match, they were able to reverse sweep Falcons.
Yep. And not only that, throughout the first 2 days of MPLPH, it was a 20-match affair, or 20-game affair. Yeah, let's see if we can replicate it here in ID. Would be pretty fun playoffs if we do so. But this is the Kyrie Julian that we're used to seeing, even in season...
when he joined season 10?
Season 11, when the playoffs was in International Velodrome, or 13?
13. He debuted it. Look at that, the enhanced side that we were talking about in the draft. Chefin, that's what the Julian is meant for. Insta-kill button when you have a Kalea with you. Now goes back in again. Purify already out. Enhanced chain with a knock-up. Just a bit of poke over to Kai.
And by the way, those are almost two kills without assistance from Kairi. That's pretty much solo kills all over the place. Even Keyboy didn't have to get involved in those assassination. This is the god of the jungle. It is pride forward. Give the Julian, you're gonna pay.
Tough, very tough. Especially when they get engaged on. That's what you can see. A lot of emphasis on Purifies. Fabian walking up into the mid lane, trying to get some cryo. No Purify though. Keyboy. It's BTR Alpha. Also, defensively.
I mean, to be fair, Kyo might be another solo kill here for Safero. No Death Sonata just yet. Kairi on the case, trying to chase Kyo. Can he do it? Looks like the answer is no.
Okay. Rotation in the mid lane. Aran taking very low, has a guiding win. Already a hold on the turtle from Fabian. Loopy walking up. San's not level 4 just yet. Aran getting the chain CC now. Loopy walks up as well. BTR Alpha and Retribution on point. Keyboy with flicker out. AOG coming down. No, cancelled. That by Aran. And a guiding win, but he's brought back so far away.
Yep. Loopy still alive. But TLID was able to utilize the fact that Kairi was nowhere to be found on the turtle pit. And Fabian on the Alpha with the Mathilda as well, with the screening from Gatot Kacha Varan. Surely will take down the turtle. 300 gold lead-ish from Onic. Pretty much the same thing that we've seen in game number 3.
But here it's okay, right? Compared to the previous game. Scaling was pretty good for TLID. Keyboy. Asking for Tsunami Slam into the combo. Oh my lord, deadly combo! Tsunami Slam into an enhanced side feather, airstrike, and Death Sonatas.
The reason why they pick Alpha, at least one of them, is the fact that Alpha is very sustainable. But when you have 4 guys ganging up on you, what can you do? Especially with the early game Julian that Kairi brought out Aran.
As the AOG, they're going to try their best to chain CC it. Again, chain already used. He's going to try to get the enhanced sword. Kai backs away.
Discipline coming in from Onic. They could have actually committed on towards it, but surely they're going to pay kill though. Dodges away from Keyboy CC. Haskill taking a lot of beatings. Might be trouble.
Flickers out to safety. TLID are the ones looking for scraps on the map here. Keyboy has the Tsunami Slam, is trying to get close. Walks up, Tsunami Slam. Kairi right there to follow it up already. Guiding win. No full burst.
Unfortunate. He was trying to bring back Fabian over the wall, but didn't get the CC that they need to be able to kill down this Alpha. Meanwhile, though, in the top lane, this is kind of as expected. The Granger and the carry, the range advantage is huge, and Safero making full use of it despite Kyo hasn't died just yet. Second objective coming in. Onic already has the advantage.
Poke from Keyboy, taunt already, locking him down. Still Lantern placed on top of him, sustained from Keyboy. Aran taken low, Ludwig, spread.
This is the TLID we're used to seeing. The Mathildas, the Guiding Ways is getting full use.
From Witty, 2-man knocked up. Or 2-man immobilization of the AOG with a combo of Witty getting the Circling Eagle and all of the BTR Alpha. Ludwig caught, has the mount. Keyboy flickers up, Kairi and Invisible has sword, picked up.
Kairi is low, as so Fabian is gonna get taken down, isolated. 2 junglers taken away from the fight.
Woo. We got a battle in game 4, no longer the stomps of game 1 until TLID are very slow starters, but seems like they've warmed up enough with the first 2 games.
The fact that they recovered from 2 absolute beatdowns in the first 2 games is sort of impressive, because especially when you have a rookie like Kyo, surely that takes a toll on towards your mentality. And looking at the replay earlier, you can see the game of isolation between Kairi and Fabian. These 2 are pretty much sustainable. 2 fighters is fighting it out to the front line. And it was a pretty beautiful trade from both.
It's just so tough now for Onic because, well, now they have a siege going on up top. Good poke from Severo. Kyo's gotta be careful. Guiding win for sustain. Sans, no for the airstrike. Really want to take this turret. Severo, 1, 2. He goes with the Rhapsody. Risky play, 1v1. Kai versus Fabian, and has sword Fabian. BTR Alpha solo kill for the Usurper.
It's the god of the jungle in front of Fabian. The MVP of Season 14 is showing his class to the legend in Kairi. And right now, that's the boost that TLID needed. The mentality boost, Savero. AOG misses, AOG again!
2-time for the 2-time. Circling Eagle! Catches them all in the back, Tsunami Slam. Savero able to cut away. Fabian gonna be taken down. Sky Piercer already. Immobilization onto 3 earlier. Lupi mounting Aran. Good guiding win to cancel it out. Keyboy's there. Yes, kill!
The re-engage continues. Savero very low. Yes, kill! Taking a lot of beating. So is Savero. Kairi comes. Can he knock them up? Aran is low!
Good chain. Kyo and Witty running for the hills. Onic in a prolonged team fight. Out-sustained. A team with a Mathilda and a Revitalize on Gatot Kacha. Now they got... Never mind, I thought they got a free turtle, but Kai is taking it slow.
Yeah. Game back. by new application GoPay. This marks Julian's debut in Season 15 after last being used by Sudin when RQ lose against TLID in Season 14 Grand Finals. And you can say the first one that brought Julian back to the playoffs in Season 13 was Kyrie. Turtle though. Oh, look B! Allahu Akbar, look B! Astaghfirullah!
What? Onic? What's going on? TLID were full of jitters, full of nerves in the first 2 games. Onic have caught up in the jitters. Lutpi with a flicker. To the wall, did he flicker back?
Is the fadeaway flicker by Lutpi.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was a perfect turtle, but the highlight was on Lutpi.
You could say that was a low light coming in from Lutpi, but
that was no light. That's like, that was just dark.
Like a Hellcat ult. Shout out to Loiski. Looking at the items right now, though, I'm curious to see what Kyrie has secured. It's a Feather of Heaven right away. And towards, I believe, Holy Crystal. This is the bread and butter build. While people are getting jumped on.
Tsunami Slam. Oh my lord. Good guy. Oh, airstrike already. Flickering out. Sans getting the spacing as Kyrie pushes up top. Tier 2 should fall. And it's still Onic despite the little mistakes, despite the little blunders, who are in the lead. T-Boy, no Tsunami Slams, gotta be careful. Sans just walks out of the AOG and Onic keep themselves alive. Bottom lane, or sorry, top lane already into the base turret. Bottom lane for TLID, a turret take.
Well, at least there is a trade for TLID, despite Kyrie just having a time of his life in the opposing side of the map. And this is the difference between TLID and Onic. Yes, Fabian did win the 1v1 against Kyrie in the bottom lane, but ideally, you don't want to split as a Fabian, as the Alpha, because you were the core of the team. Meanwhile, he has Kill, Tsunami Slam still has to Purify.
The proper respect given over. Feathered airstrike now, just to poke them down. Good poke, that's another Kyo! Very low, forced to Sans. You see a little bit of Gila in his eyes.
Just a single peek to the corner of the eye of TLID players, and you see Sans coming, flying towards you. That's the aura that this guy has in ID.
For TL now, it's still an uphill battle. They're the ones behind, despite the perfect turtle, despite what we would consider an early win. Take a look at the kills, the farm. It's all good for Onic High. Solo kill, yes, but has farmed better. 13 to Fabian's 12. 1 level lead. Fabian should be able to catch up here as he gets another camp.
Big item DHS, Swift Trinity for Yo. This is the time. This is the time to pop out. Kyrie on the other side of the map. Fabian will try to make a use out of it.
Good poke over to Aran. Pops in revitalized already. Slowly but surely, Aran popping in taunt. Oh, Sans almost connected in the back. Good mount over. Lord taking very low. Kyrie very late to the fight. T-Boy getting engaged on BTR Alpha. And the shred from Kyo.
I don't know if Onic wants to go for more. It's a 4v5 now. But that was an error once again on the objective battle from Onic. They're going back to the script in game number 3, and TLID is happily accepting the cabbage from Onic. He jumped on, circling Eagle.
Over to Lutpi. Has a spread. Has to flicker out again defensively. TLID, that explosive power, you can see it. This was the TLID we were missing out from the first few match of Avian.
Oh my goodness!
What? Now gets obliterated. An odd call for a team with a Lord.
He was trying to rely on Witty's guiding win, but unfortunately a bit too overzealous, a bit too aggressive. Might have gonna tone down the testosterone at the time for Fabian. And now TLID, they should have been up by like, I don't know, 1K at least with that Lord, but they missed out on that.
What is going on? TLID, Onic, we're seeing a lot of misplays, a lot of blunders throughout. This is the pressure weighing down on him, Jeffin. Pressure of being the mighty Onic again, and the pressure of being the defending champions.
I don't know if that pressure is gonna get to them. Look at the feather airstrike from Sans.
So much damage. Aran needs to walk away. That's not coming down to Sky. Tries to attack from a different angle. Fabian claims the purple, gets to 14.
Jeez, looking at the items and also the gold, though, you can already see the 1K gold advantage on towards Kyrie. This is what we expected. If you're playing a Julian, that farming potential, especially once you get to the mid-game, getting that Holy Crystal and also Feather of Heaven, that's trouble, especially now with the concentrated energy, more sustainability from Kyrie. He can take on the 1v1s against Fabian a lot better now.
Kill sent down below. Rose Gold Meteor already. Good item up against Sans. Just for additional sustain. Guy, they haven't really been able to utilize the combo we were talking about all the way to traps, right? Tsunami Slam, good flicker, or good move there. Just the wings by wings used. But the combo of Tsunami Slam and Sight, the insta-kill button of the Julian, hasn't really been insta-kill as we got into the mid-game.
Yep. The thing is, though, Mirko, they try to do that all the time, but TLID are eating their greens. Lutpi getting jumped on. Spear of Alpha. T-Boy just goes back.
Safe. 1,500 gold lead for Onic still. They haven't been able to utilize the 1,500 gold lead. It's always just been a 1,500 into a TLID win to reset the gold lead, and then we go on and on again. Good control up top by TLID. They've done what is necessary to set up for this. And it's a good rotation too, delaying the rotation to Lord, just in case Onic show up a bit too early for them to catch. Now Sans shows up. He's not even going to build up these waves. He's just going to let the turret deal with it after helping shove it in. It's just going to be a push. Yep. I think it's level up top.
T-Boy is gonna have a hard time to choose his target. Because when you think about it, Ran, not really the greatest of targets. He has the AOG also to get away. Realistically, it's Fabian because the whole team has Purify outside of the two frontliners from TLID. So Keyboy, who's your target here? Who's gonna be Tsunami Slam to the ground?
Keyboy. Oh, Tsunami Slam over to Fabian. Now no follow-up just yet. Fabian in the midst of it.
Oh my god!
Severo gets the Sky Piercer. In the back, Ludwig looking for the mount already. 1, no, 2 for 0. Ludwig gets away. Lord in control of the Sky Kings.
I told you, man, Fabian is the realistic target, but I was gonna say the guiding wind is always there to bail him out, but not quick enough when you have South Fatal, you have Fiery, you have Sans gunning you down from every moment. Your Hezkill is low.
Purify out, TLID. The cavalry unable to charge. The artillery outpowering TL even without the Lord. Mid lane base turret cracked open.
That's a huge one. That's a huge one. Lord is coming in the top lane. Can they do it? The one season wonder allegations from TLID might be coming through. Lord is about to crash in. They have all the siege potential in the world. Keyboy has his Tsunami Slam ready.
Oh, feathered airstrike too. They don't even need a Tsunami Slam. They can play with the range. Sans with the wings by wings already after zoning them away. Tsunami Slam over to Fabian. Delete it again. TLID, the defending champions crumbling. So fighting back, circling Eagle by waiting to shut him down. Kai!
Kai is low, but he has the Winter Crown. Onic, one more hit, and that is it. The old glory of the Sky King is back here in season of 15. Jakarta International Velodrome is theirs today.
The Sky Kings are back in action. No longer will they take a beating, a loss, an elimination in the first day of playoffs. Learning from past mistakes, staying calm and composed despite a good win by Liquid. It was too much for them to handle. There was only one strat that worked with the Moskov. Once it was banned out, that forced error, the advantages that they had in game 3 all disappeared, but you can see the agony on the other side. The thrill for Onic, the agony for the defending champions who thought they could prolong this era of theirs. But for now, they will have to bow out of MPL ID.
It's Onic time. It's a tough task to handle for the youngins. Despite them winning season 14 MPL ID, they are literally sophomores in this season. And if we're talking about experience, no one beats Onic as they take another step towards MSC, towards EWC, towards Riyadh to follow their brothers in PH. TLID though, the reunion with the champions of PH will not happen. We gotta wait for another season.
Unfortunate stuff, but it's up against Onic, a team that was already very, very feared coming into the playoffs. Everybody predicted Onic to get through, and this is why. There are levels to the game, and Liquid, for some reason, were not able to match up against the mighty Onic that we have here. A few mistakes here and there, a few jitters still for some of the rookies in Savero. But all said and done, after this, more experience to bring into their big match against Geek Fam tomorrow.
And let's see what they have to say in the stage with our hosts.
The Defender Champion gagal untuk melanjutkan perjalanan mereka dan gagal untuk mengamankan gelar mereka di musim ini. Kali ini kita harus menerima bahwa ini akan menjadi one last bow dari tim Liquid ID. The cavalry, sambutlah tim Liquid ID. Perjuangan mereka harus usai di sini, namun kita mengharapkan mereka jangan sampai tertunduk terus dan harus bisa bangkit untuk selanjutnya. Dan permainan kita sudah melihat bahwa 3-1 ada kekalahan, namun kali ini kita harus merayakan kemenangan untuk tim Onic. Sonic, sambutlah. Mereka beradu dengan begitu kuatnya, begitu fantastis, dan kita bahkan melihat mereka hadir ke babak playoff dengan penuh strategi dan juga gameplay yang apik. Menang Onic, halo playoff match 1.
Nah udah.
Menang di match 1, gimana nih?
Mantap.
Mantap. Tapi apa sih mental yang kalian bawa ke dalam babak playoff ini nih?
Kita fokus sama tim sendiri. Kayak fokus sama tim sendiri aja sih pokoknya. Kita bagusin gameplay kita gitu.
Namun kita ngelihat gameplay kalian memang begitu apik, begitu menarik. Dan kalau ngelihat permainan kalian ini, udah jadi penasaran 2 minggu ini ngapain aja Ludwig?
Yang pasti kita latihan keras lah. Latihan tryhard.
Latihan keras, latihan try hard. Tapi kemenangan hari ini kita ngeliat kalau 3-1 game yang beberapa game bahkan hampir semuanya itu cukup one-sided. 2 game awal khususnya. Gimana sih dari tim Onic melihat Suns? Gimana kamu melihat The Defender Champion yang kalian taklukkan hari ini?
Senang aja sih. Karena masuk upper bracket juga, jadi tambah senang.
Langsung masuk ke babak playoff, lolos dari play-in. Beda ya dari season lalu ya?
Ya, namanya juga belajar, kita belajar.
Pelajaran udah cukup berarti ini?
Ya, belajar harus perlu juga.
Belajar, oke. Terus-terusan, namun kalau ngelihat pertarungan hari ini, expect gak sih kalau kemenangan kalian tuh seperti mendominasi tim Liquid yang notabene adalah juara dari musim lalu? Kurang keras gak sih perlawanannya atau sudah cukup menurut kalian?
Nggak tahu sih, yang penting ya kita hasil kerja keras juga kita makanya bisa mendominasi. Jadi ya itu hasil kerja keras kita semua.
Hasil kerja keras yang terbayarkan. Dan ketika menang untuk di match kali ini, apa yang Suns teriakan?
Nggak ada sih, senang tadi, senang doang.
Senang aja semua?
Ya, betul.
Dan pada akhirnya mungkin yang paling senang di sini ada satu player yang baru menjajakan kakinya di babak playoff. Namun performanya begitu stabil dan banyak memukau. Ke mata-mata di sini kayaknya banyak yang shock. Savero, permainanmu di babak playoff terlihat semakin kuat dibandingkan babak regular season. Dari mana nih datangnya kemampuan kekuatan Savero di babak playoff ini?
Pede aja sih.
Pede aja?
Ya, yang penting mental.
Berarti mental Savero udah cukup nih untuk babak playoff. Sudah kuat? Sudah siap?
Udah dong.
Oke, apakah ada kata-kata atau sebuah wejangan dari coach atau dari teman-teman sebelum bermain untuk babak playoff ini?
Udah dilatih mentalnya aja sih sama Adi sama coach-nya.
Diapain Savero? Jadi penasaran kan? Apakah spesial nih babak playoff ini sabetan mentalnya lebih berbeda dari regular season?
Lebih keras lah di playoff.
Lebih keras di playoff. Dan bagaimana kamu melihat hasil hari ini dari dirimu sendiri?
Gak terlalu puas.
Kenapa?
Kena solo kill.
Oh, kena solo kill. Oke. Tapi kalau ngelihat hasil hari ini tentunya pada happy semua. Tapi yang lebih menarik adalah baru game pertama semuanya udah kaget. Apalagi Kairi tiba-tiba jadi burung. Pakai kaja. Oke, persiapan menggunakan kaja sebenarnya itu untuk melawan tim Liquid ID atau memang draft seperti itu memang siap untuk segala macam keadaan.
Ya, itu yang dikasih sama coach. Kita udah siapin juga di latihan. Di gua tadi pede.
Jadi pede aja, ini akan menjadi regular hero atau special hero untuk tim Liquid ID? Rahasia. Tapi untuk melihat hari ini hasil 3-1, apakah ini Onic mode playoff?
Yang pasti kita semua mode playoff, semua anak-anak Onic. Ya.
Oke, kasih tahu dong mode playoff-nya tuh gimana sih Onic ini? Tell us.
Kata Savero kita bantai semua nanti.
Savero ya ini memang panas banget. Tapi dengan melihat hasil di babak playoff dengan adanya Fabian dan juga tim Liquid ID kalian taklukkan dengan 3-1. How do you see tim Liquid ID in this playoff?
Kuat. Cuman kita lebih prepare, lebih ready untuk playoffs.
Prepare dan ready. What is one thing that you think about tim Liquid ID for the playoff? Ada nggak kayak satu hal yang kamu pikirkan tentang tim Liquid ID? Gameplay mereka, hero mereka, atau mungkin Fabian ya?
Fabian sih, Assassin Fabian.
Assassin Fabian. Tapi kalau mengingat dari kemenangan hari ini tentu cukup menarik karena ini adalah match di saat region lain di Philippines, tim Onic gagal untuk menjadi juara dan ditaklukkan oleh tim Liquid ID. Onic menjadi runner up. Does it mean something for you?
Gak ada sih.
Gak ada pengen balas dendam?
Gak ada sih, soalnya beda ini kan, beda negara.
Beda region, so your friend didn't tell you anything?
Mungkin nanti kalau udah masuk ke WC.
Oke. Kalau udah masuk ke WC, kalau sekarang karena berbeda region jadi fokus sendiri-sendiri dulu?
Ya betul.
Betul. Tapi Kiboy, apa nih fokus dari tim Onic untuk season 15 ini? Selangkah demi selangkah sudah kalian jalani, tapi apa sih yang untuk menjadi fokus kalian?
Ya kalau buat fokus kita mau berusaha buat seperti Onic yang dulu lah.
Seperti apa itu Onic yang dulu?
Onic yang mendominasi, Onic yang bantai-bantai gitu.
Dan kita juga mengingat bahwa tim Onic di tahun lalu menjadi juara di Velodrome juga, menjadi perwakilan Indonesia di MSC. Apakah itu menjadi salah satu hal yang ingin kalian capai lagi, redemption di MSC?
Ya motivasi sih. Terus kata Savero dia mau juara juga. Jadi ya udah, kita juga semangat.
Semangat ya. Forfeit champion dipatahkan dan sekarang kepengen balik lagi ngedapetin kemenangan. akan menjadi tantangan nggak untuk season ini?
Ya kalau itu pastilah, karena semua tim sekarang udah kuat-kuat banget. Cuma kita bakalan berusaha juga lebih kuat lagi.
Lebih kuat lagi. Namun yang menjadi lawan kalian adalah tim yang memulangkan kalian di musim lalu. Esok hari kalian harus bertemu dengan Geek Fam. Memandang Geek Fam di season ini, yang notabene semua talent juga setuju bahwa Geek Fam di season ini kuat banget. Gimana nih untuk esok hari dari tim Onic?
Ya kalau itu paling Geek Fam memang kuat. Cuma kita bakal berusaha lebih kuat lagi dari Geek Fam.
Selalu ingin mencari lebih kuat dan inilah dia Onic. Namun banyak sekali support system yang sudah hadir. Play-in setelah usai. Dari keluarga juga banyak yang datang. Savero juga yang mungkin ingin mengatakan sesuatu dan juga
Ya,
Boy.
Savero.
Bener Savero. Ini adalah panggung playoff pertamamu. Say something. Kemenangan kalian. Yoho.
Lu baru playoff sekali, lu dulu dong.
Nah yang baru sekali nih. Silakan Savero.
Savero. Tes. Makasih buat Sonic yang udah dukung. Support kita terus nanti di besok upper bracket.
Untuk yang spesial nggak ada Savero?
Buat orang tua yang datang hari.
Buat orang tua spesial, terima kasih support system. Dan tim Onic akan melanjutkan perjalanan mereka. Play-in setelah mereka lalui. Dan Sonic, sambutlah kemenangan pertama di babak playoff. Inilah dia, tim Onic!
Our opening match of the day here at MPL ID Season 15 once again reflects that sometimes veterancy reigns supreme over the young bloods, and Onic winning it out 3-1 against Steel ID is a testament of that. Why are you waving at me?
Goodbye.
I know.
Goodbye, Eterna.
I know the young stallion
It's so
dream
sad.
is dead this season. Thank you so much though for their hard work.
Appreciations, obviously.
Big appreciation. They
Yep.
tried their best, but unfortunately, you know, we already talked about it, right? Over and over, coming in first day up against the Sky Kings who are on a rampage. It's not an easy start to the playoffs.
And to be fair, they did kind of turn up towards the end there.
Yeah.
I really thought they were going to be able to get it done in that final game, dude. But it only takes one moment. And one moment snowballed out of control. Just like that. Team Onic ID. Better luck next time.
They showed the courage, the spirit, the fighting
alpha.
spirit, the alpha as well. And hands of Avian, it shows that comfort is there with this draft. But again, the choosing first pick, even Mirko was talking about it, it wasn't really optimal for TLID in a lot of ways. Number one, you don't really have burst damage and consistent damage aside from maybe the alpha, and you have to wait for the carry to go online, right? The Tilda is not going to deal the damage. Obviously, to a certain degree, it does, but it doesn't really go into a threatening level. And the Chusen is more of a control mage compared to what you would want as a damage dealer. So the Chusen first pick, I think it was 50-50, to be honest.
I feel like there was a chance, because I feel like in the end there, even though they were doing so well, it seems like the final factor was the fact that Onic found ways to get onto Fabian, right? In the Lord Pit.
Honestly,
and then after, Fabian was just taking the hate, and he couldn't take it.
I want to beg a different angle.
What?
I think Fabian was playing really weird.
Really?
I think there were a lot of moments where he overstepped.
Ah.
He got caught out in that moment where they wanted to go for the push in the bottom side of the map. But before we get into that, let's highlight our player of the match. It's Key Boy. Game number 1 on the chip. Game number 2 on the Badang. And then in the final game here on the Kalea, once again proving that he still has it. After so many seasons, people have been doubting his potential. He's here performing out of his mind, and we're going to take a look exactly why, a little bit in more detail with the MVP fan.
This is where Keyboy was at in the first 5 minutes of the game. And you can see the side lanes, for the most part, aren't really that big of a priority for this guy. Leaves the side lanes to their own devices and make sure that the mid trio has that pressure, they at least can control and match the rotations of Team Onic ID. As long as they do that, you know, we've seen them find great moments themselves. This moment in the early game, though, that was crazy. 100-0 level 3, an alpha. Dude, Julian, man, out of nowhere. It looked kind of wonky, but in the end there, it really did pay off. It's a pick that gives you a lot of sustainability on top of damage, and you're so flexible. And you have that power spec level 3 to work with. But unfortunately for them, in the early game, the alpha and the aggressive style of Team Onic ID allows them to actually get a bit of the advantage. This was at 1v1. Fabian showing again that Alpha is, you know, the real deal.
The Alpha.
Afterwards, you can see there were some moments like this where it's just so aggressive. Look at the head skill right here. Nope, not going. Tries to get Sabero in the back on the Tsushin. Which is why when Eternal mentioned the Tsushin factor here, like yeah, there's some moments where it just seemed so over the top coming in from Team Liquid ID. Like they were pressured to do something that's just too crazy. But when they go and fall back on what works, the neutral objective take, they're able to get a bit of an advantage. Like here too.
This was the moment that I was talking about.
Yeah.
The Lord, by the way, is right behind
Exactly, what is he doing?
I second that. I do concur that there are overextensions, that there were weird plays. But I think it's not only Fabian, it's a collective issue. I don't know why. Maybe they were on the verge of trying to force a game 5, and they went to the go big or go home plays, the high risk, high rewards plays. But it just didn't show up, right? I mean, because Onic had so many layers to deny a possible dive happening. Like Jusin wants to do that with Crimson Beacon. The Alpha does want to do that as well with the BTR Alpha. And maybe TLID might have underestimated their damage, or rather overestimated their damage. So Onic, look at the layers. I mean, you have a Kalea that can just hold you in place. The blue has been very, very sticky for the most part, literally. And yeah, literally sticky. And the Julian just bursted you down, even if that wasn't really a clean game from Kyrie. And by the way, going off track, there was an interesting interaction that I just knew. That when
the glue
sticks to the Gatot Kacha, and the Gatot Kacha flies to the AOG, the glue follows in.
Comes with him.
Yeah, a free ride, basically. A hitchhike.
Which is really, really funny. But again, Onic, yeah, despite all the win cons that Team Liquid ID have for themselves, it's found a way. It seemed like it was lost until they, I don't know, something clicked for them, and they were able to find Fabian again and again. After that, in the last Lord fight, where they're able to find Fabian with the Tsunami Slam, every single fight afterwards, I really feel like everyone was just focusing on Fabian, trying to make sure that they go on the guy with no Purify, and they know that at that point in time, it's still mid-game, by the way. We aren't even like late game, by all means. But at that point in time, Onic recognized that they have enough damage to burst down even the fighter in the jungle, the Alpha. And despite the best efforts of Widdy and the Mathilda to try and keep him alive, to try and keep the fight going just a bit longer, it just wasn't enough. And because the fights are kind of settled so early on, that means that Kyo on the carry, that was kind of relevant, kind of doing a lot more damage in the early game actually, was actually doing a very little damage in the later stages, the later team fights close to the end of the game.
Going back to your point earlier, that's what I wanted to highlight, right? Timing. In the early stage of the game, the way that Fabian played was forgivable. But as we got into the 15th minute, we see a lot of Divine Glaives being built up. We see a lot of, just heroes that can, items that can really melt through that initial defense of both magic and physical from Fabian. And yet he still made those plays. I'm not really sure whether he was a little bit too focused on making a big play happen, therefore forgetting the targeting or not. But we're looking at the items and the timings coming through. Does anything stand out for you boys?
That's kind of brutal. Fabian only has 2 items. Or actually the Brute Force. Compared to Kyrie with a Sky Piercer pushes, by the way, at the end. Because he knows he got to burst the players of TLID down. Because they are relatively tanky. I mean, the Alpha is their Jusin. I would consider him to be a tanky mage as well, right? But yeah, how does Fabian only has 2 items?
Well, there was a lot of like fights, brawls, back and forth happening, right? So he wasn't really power farming as hard as he would probably have liked on this Alpha. Not to mention that he's up against a Julian. Julian clears quite fast. You don't really think about that. There were moments in that game where Team Liquid ID were able to win out a neutral objective fight, and Kyrie just slid over to the other side into Fabian's jungle and started just jacking everything, taking away all the camps. So
3,000 gold difference.
Showing again that for Onic, sometimes like the initial situation isn't fatal. They can find ways to adapt and respawn that can still keep them in the game and even give them still some kind of advantage in the late game.
And TLID also were able to secure the objective, right? I mean, they got 3 turtles, a perfect turtle. So that is a courtesy of Fabian, by the way, who sacrificed that farming speed and the gold that he had to just pick like for the team. And we talked about it. Fabian is the guy who wants to look for kills when he's behind. But on an Alpha pick, this is where he gets very collected. This is where he gets very supportive, and he plays with the team as well. So it is unlucky that Onic were so far ahead of them when the mid to late game hit, but I think Fabian was doing a decent job with the Alpha in the early game, but come the late game, it was hard for him to traverse around the team fights, and with little to no items, he's pushed it down easily. So
the strength of TLID has shown to become their downfall this season. Which is, for me, you might have a different opinion, but then falling back to what works for them.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they weren't able to be creative in the playoffs, and that might have been the big problem. But we are going to take to Alyssa now, and we're going to take a look at the jersey wall, which is new, so you guys have fun with it.
Oke deh, spesial pastinya karena kita melihat kemenangan dari tim Onic Velodrome. Spesial untuk kalian gak sih?
Alhamdulillah.
Tapi spesial lah, kalian kan pernah juara di sini. Dan sekarang dapetin kemenangan pertama di play-ins juga. Berat nggak untuk mengalahkan the defender champion?
Alhamdulillah nggak terlalu berat sih. Alhamdulillah sesuai rencana.
Bahwa ini memang Onic mode playoff.
Ya, mode playoff.
Mode serem banget atau gimana sih?
Marah besar.
Marah besar. Oke, yang lebih menarik adalah katanya udah siap untuk playoff, mode playoff juga. Apakah persiapan kalian lebih ke arah dari segi draftnya?
Overall sih semuanya draft, out game, in game, K-game, Paman W.
Banyak. Pokoknya semuanya udah siap. Tapi kalau ngomong-ngomong dari draft pasti banyak yang penasaran. Anda game 1, 4, sekali ini bener kayak sulit untuk dibaca dan banyak yang mengejutkan. Ini yang ngedraft siapa?
Kebetulan untuk sekarang Gilang.
Gilang?
Sans.
Lalu Adi ngapain ini di sini?
Aku sama Kocep ngeliatin aja Gilang ngedraft.
Gak mungkin ya guys ya, pasti ini Kocep dan juga Adi berdua ya berarti ini ya? Rame-rame?
Rame-rame enggak, berdua.
Berdua, oke. Melihat adanya 3 band Assassin terhadap Favian, apakah memang itu yang menjadi strategi kalian? Kunci kemenangan kalian memang harus nge-shutdown Favian?
Enggak sih, itu adalah hasil dari apa yang kita lihat dia ngeband apa ya. Kita menyesuaikan aja gitu. Kalau dia nggak mau tukar assassin ya udah ayo gitu. Kita mau kasih tahu aja kalau hero Kairi itu banyak banget.
3-1, kemenangan yang beberapa tim bahkan benar-benar one-sided. Kalian cuma ngasih 4 dan segala macam. Dari segi coaching staff, kalian ngerasa nggak ini belum maksimalnya tim Liquid ID atau memang ini Onic yang overpower?
Liquid.
Fokus dan sesuai dengan semua hal yang kalian persiapkan ya.
Betul.
Jadi cukup puas 3-1?
Alhamdulillah.
Kalian menutup. Berarti kesempatan untuk tim Liquid ID untuk kembali ngedapetin kemenangan dan untuk tim Liquid ID untuk kembali ngedapetin kemenangan dan ada yang spesial di season ini, tim pemenang dari coaching staff bisa mematikan lampu dari tim yang mereka kalahkan. Official menutup perjalanan mereka dan ini adalah simbol bahwa kalian mengalahkan, menutup dan menundukkan tim lawan kalian. Yuk kita kita langsung aja ke sisi tim Liquid ID. Salah, besok. Tolong dengan sepatah 2 patah kata terakhir untuk tim Liquid ID.
Untuk Liquid ID jangan lupa fokus ISF dan SEA Games, oke?
Dan berakhirlah perjalanan tim Liquid ID di MPL Indonesia Season 15 dan juga khususnya untuk MSC berarti tidak akan bisa mengikuti dan kita juga melihat nextnya ada di sebelah. Yakin gak nih untuk besok? Tapi belum kan ada lower bracket ya. Satu kata untuk match hari ini.
Good game well played, good game Liquid.
Good game well played dan thank you banget Coach Adi udah bersama Bude di sini dan kita bakal langsung balikin aja. Satu lampu telah mati. Namun selanjutnya di match kedua akan ada satu tim lagi yang harus tertutup perjalanannya. Siapakah ya? Jadi kita bakal langsung tanya-tanya dulu nih tentang match tadi bersama para panelis. So monggo panelis.
Udah.
I personally didn't like the smirk on Coach Adi's face, but hey, that's just me. Did you see that smile?
I did.
Absolute no remorse.
And
at all. Just
he was about to just press Geek Fam's button.
Because he knows next up in the brackets, they're going to be facing Geek. And they want Geek to lose.
Well, can you blame him though? He just won. You know, he's like, well, well played, Liquid.
No remorse.
Well played.
And I think he is relieved. Because according to the TLID fan, if Onic loses, Adi has to draft now. He doesn't have to. So, yeah, it's all happy days.
All G.
It's all Yev now, still working 24/7 with Adi as well.
But by the way, that new jersey thing is pretty cool. You know, so for every time a team gets eliminated, you guys will be seeing the winner coach press the button into red, which is pretty cool. I hope there's actually buttons in the, GoPay
I have buttons.
booth. What?
Here.
Oh.
No, it's like if you use the GoPay app, right?
Okay.
Like, hey, this is Eterna's app.
Okay.
So if you go...
How do you know my password?
You have to unlock.
I know your credit card number, so...
What? Whoa, that's extra.
Joke's on you, I don't have one.
Oh, okay.
She follows the teachings.
Anyway.
Yeah, you go to gopay.co.id/games, right? And you can win the guaranteed rewards, right? You can get up to 59 diamonds and 1 token. So you see that token right there?
Yeah.
Yeah, you spin that token and you can get prizes in the gift arena.
Spin.
As of right now, realize, if you didn't know, there are 2 electric motorcycle winners.
Whoa!
5 smartphone winners. 5 power bank winners. 25 wireless earphone winners.
Earphone.
And you still have a chance to win 13 remaining electric motorcycles and the other awesome prizes. You go to gopay.co.id/games, open the app.
Yeah, the
I'll
app right
say
here.
You select top-up game.
Yeah.
The top-up game icon right there.
Okay.
On the top right. And then you get a token from doing that. And you pick your winning team right here and you enter the match scores. If you think you can predict everything, enter the match scores, then you can get those rewards. Just start spinning.
13 motorcycles, man. That's
Two.
kind of crazy.
2 motorcycles.
13.
13?
13.
I thought it was 2.
13 electric motorcycles are still available for you guys to grab. But other than that, you can also hashtag #FastyGege because, ladies and gentlemen, the thing that we've been talking about throughout the entire regular season is still up for grabs. You can get the WDP or the weekly Diamond Pass at GoPay Games. 100% secure, only 26. Wait, actually, it's 14.9K IDR. That's a big discount from the 26K
Wow.
from the regular season. All you need to do now is just scan the QR code right down below me here to check that out.
Thank you,
Download
GoPay.
the GoPay. 3, 2, 1. Thank you,
GoPay.
GoPay.
Usually, before GoPay, I used to get WDP from Limcocho.
Oh.
Because he
Huh.
has this TikTok series where if your comment gets read out,
Okay.
you get WDP. So I made 10, 20 bot accounts to just comment on WDP. Now with GoPay, it's easier.
Much easier. And you know, I feel like days go by easier when
Yeah.
you're having a good day. And speaking of having a good day,
Good day.
you gotta taste it right now, guys. So many variants of flavors, including the
Originale.
fantastic mochaccino, the original cappuccino. There's a
grazie,
bliss,
grazie.
the
Grazie,
avocado
grazie.
delight, and of course the groovy cookies. Do we finally get to taste the avocado one?
Ballerina cappuccino.
No avocado.
I don't see it, man.
What about these two
This
flavors?
is the original cappuccino.
No, just get the cappuccino.
Ballerina cappuccino.
Can I get this?
Assassino
Can I see it?
cappuccino. Here, it's here.
It's here. There's two here. Are they all the same flavor?
Yeah, they are.
Oh, I already tried the cappuccino one. I want the avocado one.
The Vakadu? Yeah.
Good day, please.
That's good.
Avocado tomorrow.
Really?
Please.
Yeah. That's good.
Like-
We're brothers.
Right. Okay.
That's good.
She thinks it's weird to share drinks. Come on, let's do it again. I'm free.
What the heck
What
was that?
is going on?
I don't know about all that.
Do you guys share drinks back at home? I don't think that's
We do.
sanitary.
Sanitary?
Sanitary.
Like
well,
hygienic.
we just fight off the bacteria.
Are you telling
We're
people
clean.
that their families are unhygienic?
Are you telling?
it's like-
Are you telling us that we
Am I
don't
weird?
shower? We're not
No.
hygienic. We're full of bacteria.
I think you're reaching a bit too far.
Okay, my bad.
I mean, comment down below if you guys share drinks with people.
With the
I share
boys.
drinks.
No, not with people. Not with any random
Everyone.
guy.
Yeah.
With the
General.
boys.
I share drinks with my mom
Alright.
as well. So it
Either
makes me
or.
Italian, by the way. Ballerina cappuccino. Para.
You sound like you're having a good time. Feels
Numero
good, yeah?
uno.
Numero uno, para scusi. Grazie.
Salami.
Feels good having
Salami,
team move
pastrami,
forward in the
margherita.
playoffs, guys. Look at this. Look at this burst of energy.
Woo!
He's feeling it.
I'm back, baby. Thanks to good day.
Oh, I feel so bad for TLID, man.
Woo! Feels good for Onic though. Forgot my jersey. I was supposed to bring it here and
This
shove
is
it on her
actually
face.
a pretty big moment because SPS, Onic was taken down by TLID. Their
yeah.
tournament run was stopped by TLID. Their MDL team was stopped by TL.
Really?
TL Academy.
Yeah.
Yikes.
So it's a bit of a revenge play here for Onic.
I have vengeance. I'm Batman.
Amazing. But before we get into our next elimination match
Yes, sir.
between Biggitron and Alter Ego, we are going to go to a short break. Ladies and gentlemen, so we'll be right back. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere for more MPL ID Season 15 playoffs action.
sore dan selamat datang di acara MPL Awards Season 15. Tentunya bahagia banget kita di sini, Bude Clara dan juga Alisa, karena kita melihat banyak sekali kejadian. Bukan hanya hari ini, namun dari babak regular season. Banyak pertarungan sengit antar tim. Dan sebentar lagi kita akan menyaksikan secara langsung momen yang tentunya menorehkan sejarah baru bagi dunia e-sports. Yaitu momen penganugerahan, penghargaan, dan apresiasi kepada semua individu yang terlibat di MPL Indonesia Season 15.
Dan terkhusus untuk para player, coach, komunitas, dan semua yang terlibat karena telah memberikan usaha terbaik mereka selama musim ini. Dan sebentar lagi kami akan mengumumkan siapa saja yang akan menjadi pemenang dalam 5 kategori dalam MPL Awards Season 15 ini. Dan 5 kategori tersebut adalah kategori Most Improved Player,
kategori Dream Team,
kategori Coaching Team of the Season,
kategori Rookie of the Season,
dan pastinya kategori Regular Season MVP.
Dan sepertinya semuanya udah gak sabar dan penasaran. Jadi langsung saja kami akan bacakan dari nominasi Most Improved Player by Head and Shoulder. Semua player telah menunjukkan kemauan keras dan tidak hanya itu. Mereka juga didukung oleh para teammates, coaching staff, dan juga super fans. Mereka mampu menjadikan setiap player berkembang menjadi player yang lebih kuat lagi dan membawa mereka sampai di titik ini.
Dari seluruh player di season ini yang sudah menunjukkan kemampuan terbaiknya, siapakah player yang mampu membuktikan bahwa dirinya lah player yang terus berkembang dan layak menjadi Most Improved Player by Head and Shoulders? Dan nominasinya adalah EVOS Albert,
Geek Aboy,
BTR Alpha Eman,
Geek Fam Cops,
Alter Ego Nino. Dan kami akan mengundang kepada Bapak Martinus Manurung selaku Head of Esport Business Development Bunton Indonesia yang mewakili dari Head and Shoulders untuk naik ke atas panggung dan memberikan sambutan serta mengumumkan pemenang dari kategori Most Improved Player by Head and Shoulders. Kami persilakan Bapak.
Terima kasih. Dan pemenang untuk kategori Most Improved Player by Head and Shoulders adalah Nino dari Alter Ego. Selamat.
Congratulations Nino. Season demi season dia lalui dan kali ini di season 15 dia menorehkan hal yang begitu baik. Terlihat dari pergantian role-nya tidak membuat ia jadi jatuh, namun malah dia menjadi semakin tinggi dan semakin membaik. Dan selamat untuk Nino dari tim Alter Ego, Most Improved Player by Head and Shoulder. Kenang-kenangan sudah didapatkan, mendapatkan penghargaan langsung dari MPL Indonesia.
Congratulations dan terima kasih kepada Bapak Martinus Manurung selaku Head of Esport Business Development Bunton Indonesia yang mewakili dari Head and Shoulders. Kami persilakan untuk bisa turun dan duduk kembali. Dan kepada Nino dari Alter Ego, kami persilakan untuk memberikan speech.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore semuanya. Pertama, cuman mau ngucapin makasih sih sama coaching staff Alter Ego, teman-teman semuanya, keluarga yang udah dukung. Tanpa kalian mungkin Nino bukan siapa-siapa ya. Cuman itu aja sih guys, makasih ya guys.
Selamat sekali lagi untuk Nino. Dan sebagai Most Improved Player tentu tidak mudah. Dia membuktikan dirinya di season ini. Dan tentu saja Most Improved Player sudah kita dapatkan. Selanjutnya kita akan melihat siapa yang akan menjadi pemenang di kategori Coaching Team of the Season by Telkomsel.
Pastinya perjuangan setiap tim tidak hanya lahir dari mereka yang bertarung di medan laga. Di balik setiap kemenangan, ada strategi yang diracik dengan cermat dan dorongan motivasi dari para coaching staff baik in-game maupun out-game.
Di MPL Indonesia Season 15, banyak coach yang mampu mengeluarkan potensi terbaik dari setiap playernya. Dan siapakah coaching team yang berhasil menunjukkan strategi dan tentu saja memberikan yang terbaik pula? Dan nominasi Coaching Team of the Season by Telkomsel adalah RRQ Hosi,
Onic,
Geek Fam,
BTR Esport, Kami akan mengundang kepada Bapak Benny Hamdani selaku General Manager Loyalty and Digital Brand Communication dari Telkomsel untuk naik ke atas panggung dan memberikan sambutan serta mengumumkan pemenang dari kategori Coaching Team of the Season by Telkomsel. Kami persilakan Bapak.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pertama saya ucapkan selamat kepada para tim pemenang yang telah berjuang dari awal sampai saat ini. Telkomsel melalui dunia game sebagai one-stop gaming solution, kemudian simpati terbaik untukmu, mendukung penuh industri dan ekosistem e-sport Indonesia. Saat ini Telkomsel telah 5 musim berturut-turut bergabung dengan teman-teman dari MPL untuk mendukung ini. Kemudian kita juga mengharapkan agar pro player dapat lebih berprestasi lagi baik dalam skala nasional maupun internasional. Sebagai bagian dari mendukung ekosistem di grassroots, e-sport Telkomsel juga menghadirkan dunia games waktunya Indonesia bermain. Semoga juga ini bisa jadi cikal bakal teman-teman player untuk bisa lebih profesional seperti teman-teman yang hadir di sini. Dan kemudian kami coba sampaikan pemenang coaching team of the season by Telkomsel adalah RRQ Hoshi.
Congratulations! Selamat untuk RRQ Hoshi yang sudah berhasil memenangkan coaching team of the season by Telkomsel. Untuk coaching staff langsung saja. Tentu saja sudah tidak asing dengan panggung ini, coaching staff. Beramai-ramai bertiga, kita tahu sih bagaimana NMN, Cascute, dan juga Rave bisa mengembangkan RRQ hingga titik ini. Menjadi juara regular season. Dan bahkan membawa mereka ke upper bracket di season 15.
Ya, dan berikut pemenang kita dari Coaching Team of the Season by Telkomsel, RRQ Hoshi.
Kita berikan momen ini dengan piagam, penghargaan, dan semua yang telah mereka dapatkan dengan kerja keras dedikasi untuk timnya. Inilah dia, coaching staff dari tim RRQ Hoshi.
Congratulations sekali lagi dan terima kasih kepada Bapak Benny Hamdani selaku General Manager Loyalty and Digital Brand Communications dari Telkomsel. Kami persilakan untuk kembali dan kepada coaching staff RRQ Hoshi, kami persilakan untuk memberikan speech.
Tes. Selamat sore semuanya. Nggak banyak-banyak sih, paling ya say thank you lah buat RRQ Hoshi, tim semuanya dari manajemen, player yang tetap percaya sama kita. Ditambah kita sekarang nambah personil lagi, ada Rev. Terus kita masih mendapatkan award ini, ya bersyukur. Dan untuk para penonton setia, tetap enjoy minggu ini untuk nonton MPL. Thank you.
Sekali lagi congratulations. Dan memang kita melihat dedikasi yang luar biasa dari gameplay, strategi segala macam telah mereka eksekusi dengan baik. RQC telah mendapatkan awardingnya, namun selanjutnya kita akan memasuki kategori Dream Team of the Season by Good Day. Dan untuk menjadi tim yang hebat tidak hanya coaching staff yang mampu meracik strategi yang apik, tapi juga memerlukan player yang bisa mengeksekusi plan dengan baik.
Dan pastinya para player dari 9 tim sudah menunjukkan kualitasnya di season ini. Walaupun tidak ada tim yang sempurna, namun setiap orang pasti memiliki player impian untuk masuk ke dalam timnya. Dan pastinya MPL Indonesia ingin mewujudkan seluruh keinginan para superfans. Dan kita akan melihat Bude seperti apa sebenarnya line up Dream Team dari komunitas MPL Indonesia yang dirasa akan menjadi tim sempurna di MPL Indonesia.
Ya pastinya menarik karena untuk Dream Team of the Season akan terbagi menjadi 5 kategori. Yaitu Gold Lane, Jungler, EXP Lane, Mid Lane, dan Roamer. Pemenang Dream Team of the Season ini telah melalui tahap voting dalam proses seleksinya.
Dan sebelum kita melihat siapa yang akan memenangkan Dream Team of the Season by Good Day, kita akan memanggilkan terlebih dahulu Bapak Dedi Napitupulu selaku Brand Manager dari Good Day. Kami persilakan.
Good day everyone. Good day everyone, dengan bangga, Kopi Good Day menjadi official sponsor MPL Season 15. Karena kami percaya in the power of positive energy and the spirit of never giving up. We know what it takes to have a good game and push rank at the same time. Karena Kopi Good Day selalu hadir menemani setiap aksi serumu. To all Mobile Legends players out there, keep believing, keep chasing your dreams, and always remember to start a good game with sebotol Good Day. Karena Good Day perlu banyak rasa. Terima kasih. Dan pemenang Dream Team of the Season by Good Day adalah God Laner, RRQ Toy. Jungler, RRQ, Sujin. XP Laner, RRQ, Giren. Mid Laner, RRQ, Rings. Dan yang terakhir, Roamer, RRQ, Idol.
Selamat kami ucapkan untuk para player yang berhasil memenangkan Dream Team of the Season. Kami persilakan Bapak Dedi Napitupulu selaku Brand Manager dari Good Day untuk memberikan penghargaan dan piagam dari MPL Indonesia.
Idok telah mendapatkan piagamnya dan kita tahu bahwa menjadi roamer butuh dedikasi yang luar biasa membaca permainan. Selanjutnya pun kita bisa melihat bahwa Idok bisa dibilang dia berhasil untuk memecahkan histori menjadi roamer yang masuk ke dalam leaderboard. Lalu ada Rins, ada Dairen, wow sudah sampai Susujin. Langsung ngebut di sini semua dari RRQ merupakan dream team. Bagaimana tidak? Mereka adalah juara dari regular season.
Betul sekali Bude, kehebatan dari RRQ Hoshi ini pastinya tidak terlepas dari peran gold laner, jungler, XP laner, mid laner dan juga roamer. Kita lihat dari timnya yang selalu konsisten memberikan yang terbaik dalam setiap matchnya.
Kita akan berikan momen ini, di mana momen Dream Team by Good Day. Di mana RRQ berhasil menyabet keluar dari setiap lane-nya. Menjadikan mereka benar-benar bisa dibilang mendapatkan mata, mendapatkan perhatian dari seluruh super fans di Indonesia. Terima kasih kepada Bapak Dedi Napitupulu selaku brand manager dari Good Day. Kami persilakan untuk turun dan duduk kembali. Terima kasih Bapak Dedi. Dan kepada para pemenang kami persilakan untuk tim RRQ untuk speed satu persatu dari, ayo siapa nih? Kita RRQ Toy dulu gak sih? Let's go, Gold Leader!
Pertama gue mau ngucapin alhamdulillah dan juga mau ngucapin makasih ke orang tua gue, coaching staff, manajemen, ke Kingdom semua. Jadi makasih aja.
Yeay, itu dia dari RRQ Toy dan selanjutnya our juggler ada RRQ Sujin.
Gue cuma mau ngucapin terima kasih ke Kingdom yang udah support dan tentunya award ini menjadi motivasi buat bermain lebih baik lagi. Thank you.
Itulah dia dari Sujin, namun selanjutnya ada RRQ Dairen, the XP laner.
Sebelumnya terima kasih semuanya yang udah support gua dan teammate sampai di titik ini ya. Terima kasih juga yang udah voting kita mendapatkan Dream Team of the Season ini.
Yeay, congratulations RRQ Dairen dan selanjutnya mid laner RRQ Rins.
Pertama-tama mau mengucapkan alhamdulillah bisa dapat lagi. Terus terima kasih buat para Kingdom, fans, yang nge-vote saya. Terima kasih buat keluarga juga.
Itulah dia sang kapten, namun last but not least, roamer kita ada Idok.
Ya, yang pertama-tama alhamdulillah bisa menang awards ini. Ya, terima kasih buat Kingdom yang selalu support kami dan keluarga di rumah, manajemen dan coaching team.
Once again, congratulations to Dream Team of the Season. Kami persilakan untuk bisa kembali. Selamat sekali lagi untuk para pemenang dan selanjutnya di MPL Indonesia Season 15 ini Bude, kita bisa melihat munculnya banyak wajah baru yang hadir dan membuat MPL Indonesia menjadi lebih berwarna. Terdapat 19 rookie yang telah hadir dan membuat MPL Indonesia Season 15 menjadi season dengan rookie terbanyak.
Kita bisa merasakan bahwa regenerasi terus berlanjut. Bahkan hadir lebih masif dibandingkan season-season yang lalu. Wajah baru membawa warna baru untuk MPL Indonesia. Di mana kehadiran para rookie membuat MPL Indonesia lebih kompetitif dan lebih panas.
Dan pastinya potensi para rookie terbilang tidak kalah dari para seniornya. Namun ada banyak rookie yang di season ini tampil dengan sangat gemilang dan bahkan performanya tidak terlihat seperti rookie.
Dan kira-kira dari banyaknya potensi yang lahir di MPL Indonesia Season 15, jadi makin penasaran gak sih? Siapakah yang layak menjadi Rookie of the Season by GoPay? Nominasinya adalah
Geek Make It.
Onic Savero.
RRQ Toy.
Alter Ego Rene.
Geek Kenziski.
Tim Liquid ID Kyo.
Navi X Magic.
Dewa Maybe.
Alter Ego Arfi.
Navi Washi Paul.
Kami undang kepada Bapak Rudi Tantio Setiawan selaku Head of Product Marketing dari GoPay untuk naik ke atas panggung dan memberikan sambutan serta mengumumkan pemenang dari kategori Rookie of the Season by GoPay.
Ya, selamat sore semuanya. Terima kasih Budi dan Alicia. Terima kasih juga buat Muntun. Tidak terasa sudah 3 season, 3 musim GoPay menemani teman-teman di sini semua dan mempersembahkan penghargaan bagi talenta muda Indonesia yang berbakat, yang berhasil membuktikan diri mereka di panggung e-sport Indonesia. Ya, saya rasa kita semua setuju, season 15 ini masih mengusung tema yang sama seperti musim lalu. Ya, temanya tentang regenerasi, tentang para rookie yang muda dan berani. Tanpa mengurangi rasa hormat saya kepada para pemain yang senior, tapi kita melihat bahwa musim ini benar-benar para rookie menjadi andalan di tim mereka masing-masing. Ya. GoPay sebagai salah satu official e-wallet yang mensponsori MDL, MPL, dan M-Series selama 2 tahun berturut-turut, saya khususnya mendapat privilege bahwa saya bisa melihat perkembangan dari pemain masing-masing. Ya, yang membuat saya sangat bangga. Rookie of the Season MDL Season 9 dan Rookie of the Season MDL Season 10 berada di dalam nominasi Rookie of the Season MPL Season 15 ini. Jadi, 2 dari antara mereka itu berhasil naik level dan main di MPL Season 15 kali ini. Dan nggak cuma mereka naik level, tapi mereka membuktikan diri mereka benar-benar bisa diandalkan dan tidak tergantikan, bahkan membawa tim mereka berlaga di upper bracket playoff kali ini. Naik level, bisa diandalkan dan tidak tergantikan. Sama seperti GoPay, yang terus hadir menemani para player MLBB untuk terus boleh naik level dengan GoPay Games, gopay.co.id/games, tempat web top up, di mana teman-teman bisa menjadi wadah untuk terus berkembang dan naik level dengan top up yang konsisten dengan harga murah. Kami ingin pengalaman bermain menjadi hashtag pasti GG. Kemudian GoPay juga hadir dengan aplikasi baru untuk terus bisa diandalkan dan tidak tergantikan sebagai kegiatan sehari-hari untuk mengisi pulsa, membeli paket data, membayar tagihan listrik, membayar tagihan internet. Juga kami hadir dengan fitur-fitur finansial, tabungan, transfer, dan kami terus berkomitmen untuk menginovasi sehingga GoPay terus menjadi andalan bagi teman-teman gamers. Akhir kata, untuk semua pemain Mobile Legends, dimanapun semua berada, juga untuk para nominasi Rookie of the Season MPL ID Season 15, terus berprestasi, terus semangat, berikan yang terbaik, dan bisa mengharumkan nama Indonesia. Maju terus, e-sport Indonesia. Dan, saya akan membacakan yang menjadi Rookie of the Season MPL ID Season 15 by GoPay adalah Make It dari Geek Fam.
Congratulations Make It! The Smiling Jungler telah berhasil mendapatkan Rookie of the Season by GoPay. Sejak debutnya hingga regular season berakhir, namanya tak pernah hilang dari perbincangan superfans, dari perbincangan para talent. Dan tentu saja, dia akan langsung mendapatkan penghargaan dari Bapak Rudy. Dan ini adalah tentunya yang diharapkan dari Make It. Sebagai rookie, mendapat apresiasi dan dari GoPay.
Congratulations dan terima kasih kepada Bapak Rudi Tantio Setiawan selaku Head of Product Marketing GoPay. Kami persilakan untuk Make It dari Geek Fam untuk memberikan speech.
Ya, pertama-tama alhamdulillah aja. Nggak expect sih bisa dapat rookie. Ya makasih buat coaching staff, orang tua sama tim gua nge-support gua terus. Makasih.
Terima kasih The Smiling Jungler. The Jungler Gemoy, banyak sekali nama yang dia dapatkan. Namun sang Rookie of the Season dari tim Geek Fam memang masuknya tuh membawa sejarah baru. Geek Fam masuk upper bracket juga bisa dibilang berkat dirinya. Dan banyak sekali tentunya kita melihat performa Make It yang membuat kita wow.
Betul sekali, membuat kita terkejut dan layak sekali pastinya untuk memenangkan Rookie of the Season by GoPay. Dan yang tidak kalah luar biasa pastinya adalah player yang bisa terus-menerus memberikan penampilan yang maksimal di setiap matchnya dan membawa timnya menjadi lebih baik di setiap pertandingannya. Dan kali ini kita akan memasuki dan membacakan nominasi untuk MVP Regular Season by Samsung. Dan nominasinya adalah Onic ID,
RRQ Idok,
Geek Make It,
Bigetron Eman,
Onic Suns.
Semuanya pasti deg-degan. Maka dari itu kami akan langsung mengundang Bapak Martinus Manurung, Head of Esports Business Development Munton Indonesia yang mewakili dari Samsung untuk naik ke atas panggung dan memberikan sambutan serta mengumumkan pemenang dari kategori MVP Regular Season by Samsung.
Baik, dan pemenang kategori Regular Season MVP by Samsung Galaxy adalah selamat kepada Idok dari tim RRQ Roshi.
Selamat untuk Idok dari tim RRQ yang sudah berhasil memenangkan MVP Regular Season by Samsung. Ia merupakan satu-satunya roamer yang masuk ke MVP Leaderboard dan nominasi MVP Regular Season dengan 3 kali Player of the Week. Idok membuktikan bahwa roamer ternyata juga bisa menjadi carry untuk timnya.
Back to back nih Idok, tadi baru naik sekarang naik lagi. Memang Idok menorehkan sejarah baru bagi roamer Indonesia. Dan kita melihat banyak sekali yang didapatkan dengan kerja keras yang ia berikan. Banyak sekali. Dan inilah dia MVP Regular Season. Seorang roam yang masuk dalam leaderboard dan berhasil memenangkan. Terima kasih kepada Bapak Martinus Manurung sudah memberikan penghargaan. Dan inilah dia Idok. Dipersilahkan untuk sepatah dua patah nyanyi juga boleh Dok.
Ya, yang pertama-tama gue nggak nyangka lah bisa dapat MVP regular season. Ya, piala ini membuktikan buat para roamer ya bisa bersaing dengan role yang lain. Dan gue juga makasih buat teammates gue yang selalu mendukung gue, coaching staff, manajemen yang mempercayai gue, dan keluarga di rumah. Thank you.
Congratulations sekali lagi untuk RRQ Idok. Wow, luar biasa sekali prestasi yang ditorehkan ya Bude.
Iya, gak kerasa ya. Udah banyak kategori kita bacakan, sudah ada 5 para pemenang pun juga sudah kita dapatkan. Banyak sekali mungkin yang benar-benar menikmati bahwa apresiasi diberikan. Dan kita langsung aja mengucapkan terima kasih sebesar-besarnya kepada semua yang telah bergabung bersama kami di sini dari awal hingga akhir, baik yang ada di Jakarta International Velodrome maupun yang ada di rumah menonton secara online.
Dan tidak lupa juga pastinya kami ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada seluruh player, pelatih, manajer tim, content creator, komunitas, sponsor, dan pastinya penggemar dan para superfans yang telah membuat MPL Indonesia Season 15 menjadi yang terbaik hingga saat ini. Kalian adalah tulang punggung komunitas MPL Indonesia.
Benar sekali. Dan memang kita melihat semuanya bersatu untuk hari ini. Tak lupa kita ingin mengucapkan congratulations. Selamat untuk para pemenang. Semoga penghargaan ini memacu semangat kalian untuk terus berjuang, berkembang, dan menjadikan dunia esports Indonesia semakin besar dan kuat.
Dan tidak terasa selesai sudah dibacakannya 5 nominasi MPL Award Season 15. Dan sekarang waktunya untuk Aliza bersama Bude pamit undur diri. Namun jangan kemana-mana karena sesaat lagi kita akan menyaksikan match yang seru antara Bigetron yang akan berhadapan dengan Alter Ego.
Tentu saja ini yang dinantikan pula bagaimana kelanjutan dari hari yang pertama babak playoff. Jadi sampai jumpa dan selamat menyaksikan MPL Indonesia Season 15 Playoff. We are this!
Baru asam intelligence tambah makin next level always rest wasting time no more charging obviously faster
Baru Galaxy A36 5G.
Baru asam intelligence tambah makin next level always rest semua kita gak worry victory comes victory
Baru Galaxy A36 5G.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, kopi konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Tagihan murah, di aplikasi Gope. Transfer, 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya. Hari tanpa mabar, main nge-lag, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Oke, let's do it. Games main sandalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Games Max, makin no debat. Games Max Booster, kini dapat DG rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。 ルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
In time immemorial, the Endless War destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals.
Such a sacrifice for a fleeting moment of peace in the mortal realm. Does thine heart not regret?
To protect the realm. What is there to regret?
This day, destiny descends once more. Zutian the Ordained, of untold merit and unbound benevolence, preserver of peace and prosperity, unfaded by time. This day, let heaven and earth bear witness as the Phoenix ascends the throne. A realm united toward a new golden age.
From time forgotten to the new dawn. As long as I breathe, Shandu shall never fade.
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Baru Galaxy A36 5G. Baru Galaxy A36 5G.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, kopi konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Tagihan murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Gratis transfer, 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage.
Ada hari tanpa mabar, main nge-lag, kerap buatku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Deathmatch andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, damen dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Games Max, makin no debat.
Games Max Booster, kini dapat DG rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。 ってきたぞ。クロノ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
In time immemorial, the endless war destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals.
Sacrifice for a fleeting moment of peace in the immortal realm. Does thine heart not regret?
To protect the realm.
What is there to regret?
This day, destiny descends once more. Zutian the Ordained, of untold merit and unbound benevolence, preserver of peace and prosperity, unfaded by time. This day, let heaven and earth bear witness as the Phoenix ascends the throne. A realm united toward a new golden age.
From time forgotten to the new dawn. As long as I breathe, Shandu shall never fade.
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Baru Galaxy A36 5G. Baru Alpha Intelligence dan gak mati next level always race. Semua game kita gak worry. History comes victory. Baru Galaxy A36 5G.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, kopi konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah di aplikasi GoPay, gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar, main nge-lag, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main
Live from Jakarta International Velodrome, MPL Indonesia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Supported by Esports Federation of Indonesia. Presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay. Official sponsor Head & Shoulders. Official coffee, Good Day. We own this.
Jakarta International Velodrome, bersiaplah untuk berderum drum semua hal untuk menyambut match kedua antara BTR dan Alter Ego. Ini adalah pertarungan do or die. Kedua tim ini harus bisa memberikan yang mereka miliki karena kesempatan hanya satu kali saja di babak play-in. Mereka memang finish di klasemen yang begitu tipis, posisi 4 dan 5. Namun dengan histori yang begitu memukau dan memikat, kita tidak bisa lupa bahwa kedua tim ini selalu baku hantam. Mereka selalu memberikan gameplay yang begitu apik dan menarik. Dan kalau kita bahas tentang babak playoff di musim lalu, bagaimana kita bisa melupakan bahwa Alter Ego harus go home dengan skor yang cukup telak di tangan tim Bigetron. Dan progres dari kedua tim kita bisa saksikan bahwa balas-membalas sudah terjadi di season 15. Leg pertama, Bigetron berhasil menumbangkan dengan 2-0. Namun di leg kedua, Alter Ego berhasil membalas dengan 2-0 pula. Dan pertempuran yang bisa kita bilang baku hantam tak akan usai. Akan terus berlanjut di babak playoff. Namun hanya akan ada satu tim yang melaju ke babak selanjutnya. Dan satu tim lainnya harus berpuas diri. Dan ini adalah pertemuan mereka yang bisa dibilang di babak playoff sering sekali bertemu. Dan histori terus akan berlanjut. Seperti apa tim akan menulis dari histori mereka dan tentu saja kita juga penasaran seperti apa keramaian keseruan dari Biget Troopers yang udah ramai di sini dan juga Alter Champs yang sudah mulai bersiap. Dan kita akan menyaksikan bahwa banyak sekali pertemuan yang kita nantikan. Dua tim bisa dibilang baku hantam terus menerus dan tentu saja acara hari begitu meriah babak playoff bisa mengumpulkan semua super fans dari seluruh penjuru Indonesia dan bahkan dunia. Dan tentunya tak lekang dari dukungan para sponsor dan partner. Karena MPL Indonesia Season 15, babak playoff, powered by Moonton. Supported by PBSI, presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay, official sponsor Head & Shoulder, official coffee partner Good Day. Dan juga kita punya partner ini Sports, ada Telkomsel, Dunia Games, dan IndiHome. Bersama dengan advertiser Kacang Sukro dan juga Hawkband. Dan supplier kita ada RSV Helmet, UBS Gold, Kila Food, Royal Guard, Mercon Merah Putih, Imaginary, dan Jakarta International Velodrome. Dan mengingat bahwa playoff apapun bisa terjadi, semuanya akan benar-benar kita lihat siapa yang akan berdiri dan siapa yang akan tunduk. Di match pertama 3-1, usai begitu saja. Nasib tim akan benar-benar tergantung dari bagaimana mereka bisa beradaptasi di babak playoff ini. Semuanya berekspektasi, semuanya ingin menyaksikan pertarungan yang epic. Mari kita sambut bersama-sama Jakarta International Velodrome. Inilah dia pertemuan Bigetron dan Alter Ego.
Another elimination match ahead of us, ladies and gentlemen, as we're back for MPL ID Season 15 playoffs here live in Jakarta International Velodrome. Back with me, Eterna, alongside with Arashi, as well as Realize. And we're going straight into yet another bout of the Chaos Derby.
Dude, Chaos Derby in the playoffs, we haven't seen this in a long time. They were playing that recording of us, not of us, but of Alter Ego and Bigetron.
Of you?
In Bali, dude, in Season 8. Dude, the nostalgia hit me like a truck, man. We haven't seen this in so long, and I think, dude, if you thought that the earlier match was loud, in theory, this should be the louder match, dude.
Yeah, this actually goes back to kind of the lore of why this was called the Chaos Derby to begin with, right? Season 7, it was BTR, I believe, that sent Alter Ego home on the play-ins on the first day of the playoffs, and they said what? I think they said something spicy in Season 7. They were like, Alter Ego, go home.
Go home.
And then in Season 8, in Season 8, Alter Ego were the ones to be able to take down BTR on the first day of the play-ins and singing Sayonara.
Sayonara.
That's a little bit of the lore. So ever since then, it's been very spicy when they meet each other in the regular season, but finally we get to see them in the playoffs. We did have a little bit of a survey going on earlier. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys can go ahead and check out and vote what you guys thought. I kind of missed it. What was the topic? Did you guys catch it?
One of them being, they will take revenge. That's
Okay.
it.
What was the main question?
Who will win the 6th Chaos Derby?
Oh, this is the 6th?
Yeah.
And I believe the score right now, the tally, should be 3-2 for Alter Ego. So a certain young red-headed man was saying it's time to equalize the score.
Absolutely, absolutely. 3-2-6. Will it go in favor of Alter Ego or will it go in favor of BTR? But before that, we do want to discuss a certain new figure that has climbed his ranks in the regular season and made his way to later on, though. We'll be talking about that. We're talking about this first. Again, it's a little bit of a nostalgia, a breakthrough that we're looking at. The Sayonara versus the Go Home thing. This is something that we did explain earlier on. We're looking at the past matches and their results. But honestly, 2-0 Alter Ego in the final week of the regular season. What are your guys' thoughts on today?
I mean, today will be very close. I feel like that 2-0 was reminiscent of how Bigetron were performing, obviously. Alter Ego, they were able to put in Arfi onto the lineup. That guy's the one who we will be talking about.
Yeah, I got excited.
Yeah, we will be
excited
talking about him. Spoiled, but I think for Arfi, he has been able to adapt to the team very well. He fit in like a glove for Alter Ego. People were talking about High's leaving. Will that have an impact to Alter Ego? But turns out it's Arfi just making plays left and right, and of course Rin is always also there. So I felt like the Chaos Derby kind of lost its touch when Key left, when Pai left.
Right, the vocal ones.
Yeah, the vocal ones, right? The ones who are...
Udil.
Udil as well,
Oh yeah.
The trash talkers, basically. But now Rin is reinstated into the Alter Ego lineup, and then you have Arfi as well, people who also talk. It feels like they're spicing up the heat again.
That's definitely what we were expecting, what we were hoping for, right? Come on, man. We're Indonesia. This is a country known for spicy cuisine. We gotta have spicy players too.
Yeah.
We should.
Fair point. For sure. So back to the audience topic voting earlier on. Oh, there you go. Who will win the 6th Chaos Derby in the play-ins? It looks like...
Bigetron?
I can't see. 43% BTR continues dominance over Alter Ego.
Dominant.
Not surprising. I wouldn't call it dominant, but...
I mean, Alter Ego were able to get the last laugh, at least in regular season, the closing match.
Yeah.
2-0. But Bigetron has been always criticized for, choking in the playoffs, not making it to the last cut. So I hope they're able to show much more sustainability in the playoffs, and then provide us with, a chaotic match that should be chaotic.
That should be what we're looking at, but we've got to address the problems with BTR, right? So,
which is?
Exactly. Let's talk about it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, something I've heard before, some people have voiced out concerns about how Bigetron, they have a very good gold laner. Right? No one's debating that.
He's a gold laner.
But is this team becoming a bit too reliant on said gold laner? We just saw earlier a team that has always been able to rely on Fabian. You saw how Onic approached that, man. Fabian taken out of the equation. There's nothing to say that Alter Ego can't do something similar. Especially because if you look at their situation, it's the exact opposite. They have multiple ways, multiple channels to try and get that win.
Absolutely, and one of which is Arfi, right?
Yes,
Arfi, we have Rin, we have these really new young blood players coming through from the side of Alter Ego that have really shaped and held on to how they've been able to perform this season. But finally, we get to the topic that I've been waiting for. Chasing the gold standard. You're seeing Arfi and Kelra up on your screen right now, and the big question is whether or not Arfi can actually follow in the footsteps of the golden standard in the gold lane, which is Kelra.
Yeah, backrooms, we're talking about this being a far-fetched statement, but I guess it's all about the process. It's all about making it up there, right? Kelra